good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day two. Welcome back to day two of the 2022 Love Community Global Summit. I am Cameron Friend, Youth and Millennial Engagement Coordinator with the King Center, and I am so excited to be here with you today. And it is great to see you, Dr. Ross.
Hey, everybody. It's so great to be here. I'm a career path architect teaching my students how to graduate debt-free, which is a form of nonviolence. Cameron, I am so excited to be with you this morning. Y'all, I love my brother Cameron for 1,000 reasons, but one of the things I love about him is his voice. And if his voice sounds familiar, it's because he is also host of the King Center podcast, the Rethink podcast.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have the Rethink podcast with the King Center, co-hosted by myself and Miss Ferris Watkins. So it is an amazing opportunity, you all. And again, we are so glad that you have chosen to be part of us again today. Y'all, welcome to day two of the 2022 Beloved Community Global Summit, which is a part of the King Holiday Observance. This year's theme is It Starts With Me, Shifting Priorities to Create the Beloved Community. For those of you who missed the first day of the summit, you missed an amazing experience. Each session culminated with the panelists and moderators recommending practical and actionable steps that the audience could take away as they join with the King Center in creating the beloved community.
Isn't that beautiful, creating the beloved community? You know, we're in this world house, and Dr. King talked about that. I'm also a certified trainer of nonviolence for the King Center, and this book is critical. I encourage each one of you to go to the King Center and pick up this book. As you can see, it's got a lot of footnotes, a lot of post-it notes in there, but the World House chapter in there is our reading for this year's 2022 King Holiday Observance. It's critical that we think about how we can come together and create the beloved community. I know this is completely an aside, but I want y'all to know that Cameron and I did not coordinate our outfits, nor did we know that we were going to coordinate with the background. So that's how we're creating that synergy, right? And so
Exactly.
I love it. So yes, on behalf of the CEO, Dr. Bernice A. King, we welcome you to day two. We're going to recap day one. Yesterday started off with Dr. Vanetta L. West, our cultural consultant and senior nonviolence instructor for the King Center. She engaged us in, y'all, that was a powerful conversation with Dr. Bernice A. King, our CEO. Dr. King shared information about her belief that it is critical and necessary for the survival of both humanity and Earth that we shift our priorities for a strategic quest to create a just, humane, equitable, and peaceful world. Y'all think about those words: just, humane, equitable, peaceful, peace-filled, shalom. What does that look like? What is our part in that? Cameron, what's your part? For everybody that's watching, for folks who are going to watch the replay later on the YouTube channel, what does that look like? This was followed by two sessions that continue the stream of thought from our CEO's opening session. The first of those sessions, we took a deeper dive in how we're going to work together to organize and mobilize strength into compelling power. How are we going to do that? So we're looking at those actionable items, those takeaways from there. That's the other thing that I love about this. This is not a summit that's saying, okay, let's just go out there and hear some good words and then walk away. We're giving you actionable takeaways that you can put into action today. So yesterday from that session, we talked about humility. What does it mean to be a student, teacher, listener? I am a student. I am a teacher. I am a listener. What does that mean? It means saying to somebody, tell me more. It means I want to hear more about where you're coming from. It means making sure that we're in dialogue, that we're in discussion, that we're not constantly in debate.
Yeah. And then number two was challenge my reflection in who I think I am. Multiple mirrors to see blind spots. Now that is critical because often it takes a lot of honesty and humility to be able to evaluate oneself and truly recognize where I am, where some of my shortcomings might be, or what I need to enhance, what I need to get better at. And so having multiple mirrors available to you, using multiple tools to help you reflect on who you are, that way you can get where you want to be. Such a critical, actionable takeaway.
Wow, that's really critical. That really, really is. And we can very easily in social media, in our families, in the folks we surround ourselves with, we can put ourselves in an echo chamber where we don't
Mm,
need any of those mirrors whatsoever. And yet being courageous to
yeah,
have those, that's critical, Cameron. Recognizing the humanity and divinity, that creative power and good in each person. Every single person has that spark of divinity in them. Dr.
mm,
King talks about the three kinds of love, the Greek three kinds of love, but particularly agape, that unconditional love, that I love you because you have that spark of divinity. It is unconditional. It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter how you vote. It doesn't matter what you do or don't do for the environment or for economic injustice. I love you. And
yeah,
sometimes that's hard to get to that point. I think sometimes it's harder with people that we know. I think it's easier to show agape sometimes to a stranger, but that's
yeah.
incredibly, incredibly important.
Absolutely. And the next actionable was reflect for transformation internally and externally. Now, Dr. Ross, I don't know about you, but it's hard sometimes to evaluate myself internally, to look at myself and say there are things that need to change or evolve or grow. Maybe I need to be more love-centered in a way that I view and think about the world. Because before we can make that external impact that we are all hoping to make for justice, we have to be willing to look at ourselves honestly and
That's
say that
right.
I need to make some evaluations and I need to make some changes, because there's no way that the world can be what it's supposed to be unless I am what I am
That's
supposed to
exactly
be.
right. That's exactly right. And that's our theme, right? For this King holiday. It starts with
Yeah,
me. It starts with me. It doesn't end with me. And it's not all about me. And it's not the drum major instinct, but it starts with me, those
yeah,
shifting priorities. That next actionable item, I mentioned it just a bit ago, but it just is so critical. Ask sincere questions before making statements. I
mm,
recently had a courageous conversation with a friend of mine that we see things quite differently on this particular aspect. And no, going into that conversation, I knew where she stood and she knew where I stood. However, without me starting with all my facts and figures and books and et cetera,
yeah,
I just said, I'm sincerely curious, sister, as one sister to another, because I love you. Tell me your stance. After she told me her stance, it made sense for where she was coming from. It
mm,
honestly didn't necessarily convince me, but it broadened my worldview. We're going to talk in a little bit later about how you can dig in more about nonviolence, but that's step one of nonviolence: information
yeah,
gathering, asking those questions, the courage. Y'all, this was so, I wrote this down and I tweeted this. We need the courage of our confusions, not just the courage of our convictions.
wow,
I
wow,
mean, that'll preach right there, right? Because
hmm,
all of us are quite certain, and it's easy to have courage in our convictions, right? But the courage in our confusions, for me to go to Cameron and say, I don't have a clue, or I don't understand where you're coming from, or help me understand, tell me more. It's so powerful.
absolutely. Being willing again to be honest with the fact that we don't have all the answers, and we can go to the community around us in order to find the answers to better ourselves and again better the world around us. And the next actionable was, let's what's listed here be the foundational work of justice and be sure to connect both love and truth.
Yes.
Wow. So the connectivity between love and truth, we have to be willing to acknowledge that our neighbors, their lives matter. Everything about them is important. So I need to acknowledge their humanity first before I offer them that grain of truth or before we even move towards the path of truth. And again, as you said earlier, Dr. Ross, I need to be willing to ask you more questions to learn
Yeah.
about you and learn about what makes us similar rather than stating information about what makes us different.
Right.
So that is such a critical point that we could take away.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And following along the lines of that is understanding forgiveness is a part of reconciliation. So, truth, justice, repentance, reparations. It's not just kumbaya, let's everybody get along, let's shove it in the corner and pretend like everything's fine. That's that negative piece,
Yeah.
right? But true peace is not merely the absence of tension, but the presence of justice.
Go
But
ahead.
in so doing, I have to forgive.
Yeah.
There's a lot of forgiveness. And, we talk a lot about, in terms of forgiveness, sometimes if I'm carrying around forgiveness or bitterness or anger or something like that,
Yeah.
that's like me drinking poison and expecting somebody else to die. It's
Yeah.
really mostly impacting me. Again, it starts with me. And we've got to shift some of our priorities. Some of us are cloaked in our unwillingness to forgive, in our unwillingness to see the other side. And we've got to be willing to say things have got to shift in order for me to be a part of this world house, this interconnectedness to make things better.
Absolutely. And then finally, the last actionable was studying nonviolence. Now, you can visit the KingCenterInstitute.org, the King Center's brand new digital e-learning experience that launches Monday, January 17th. You'll have access to learn about nonviolence in its fullness, both the principles and steps and how you can apply them as well. So that was an absolutely phenomenal session, Dr. Rod. The next session was followed up by shifting priorities when voting is people-centered, not thing-centered. And that was led by the CEO of the National Center for Civic and Human Rights, Ms. Jill Savin. This conversation included information about how our energy and cross-generational, cross-class engagement would evolve for good if we elevated the conversation and strategy around voting to a new level representative of the beloved community.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. As many of you have probably realized from my accent, I'm from the Southern United States. I am from Georgia. We talk a lot about voting rights here in Georgia. And that was such a critical session. I believe in the power of the vote. I also personally never vote straight ticket. And so I loved some of those things that they were talking about in terms of, looking at ways to engage the political process. I thought that was incredibly powerful. Y'all, that fourth session was so engaging as well. Looking at reflecting on what does it mean to be a part of the beloved community? What does it mean to be a part of the beloved community? In the beloved community, there was conflict. Obviously, we talked about that. But each person was treated with dignity and respect. I don't know if y'all got to tune in, but if not, you can go back and watch the replay. In that session, it was led by Dr. Julianne Adams-Burt. She addressed health inequities in the World House with our connectedness in mind. Hey, y'all. In the midst of this global pandemic, are any of y'all seeing any health inequities? I mean, talk about a timely session. The key takeaways and actionable items from that session, I mean, there were just so many, but here were our top highlights. Changing the political system. That was number one. Now, I want y'all to think about that because this is the fourth session about health inequities. The third session was about voting, and yet the number one actionable item from that session is looking at the political process, how to interrupt it, focus on the big things like how do you vote? How do you pick our leaders? Y'all, It's all interconnected. Cameron and I, the World House, we're interconnected, but all of these other things are interconnected as well, that you don't have these silos where we just have healthcare here and politics here, but it's all intertwined.
Yeah. And you all, there's so much to get through with all of this. And I'm trying to make sure we stay on time with everything. So I'm going to skim through the rest of this for this session. The other points that we made was always remember the social drivers of health individually and collectively. Embrace the real issues, which is truth. Be your own advocate. Take your healthcare into your own hands. Self-love and taking care of oneself. And then talk about love as the anchoring force. Think of the highest commonality, which is love. Just an incredible session, yes. Dr. Rod, just an incredible session. But the final session of the day yesterday was moderated by the Carter Center's Karen Ryan, who will also be leading our first session shortly after this. Addressed environmental justice, included responses to questions from young activists who addressed the importance of understanding that environmental justice and climate change are critically important now. There was an emphasis on focusing on people and humanity versus statistics. And Dr. Raj, you want to work through these takeaways?
Absolutely. So that top one, having the media cover the implications of the human cost of climate change. We talk about all the other kinds of costs, but the human cost. Again, y'all, engaging in the political process, that's impacting our environmental inequities, and then making sure the grassroots movement leaders are being heard and funded. That happens with our work, with everything. I think we're going to talk about a text to give for MLK as well. Absolutely. I think that's it's so critical. And in that next session that's coming up, y'all, my dear friend, Carlos Rodriguez, we met in probably 2013, 2014, something like that. And to see him on this next panel, we met in a completely different space. So I'm excited to hear Karen and Carlos and the rest of that panel.
Yeah. Absolutely. And today we expect to be even more impactful and meaningful as we continue conversations around shifting our priorities to implement humane immigration policies and close the wage gap. We also have a session that will explore the ways in which media and entertainment can shift priorities to help create the beloved community. And then we will take a deep dive into why it is imperative we shift our priorities by starting with ourselves to address technology and its implications for humanity.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. We know you all do not want to miss a session. Again, tune in with us live. Then you'll be able to go back to our YouTube and watch the replay. Please share this information. Share it on Twitter. Share it if you've got a YouTube and you want to share it to everybody. We would love for you to share this information with your friends, your family, your folks, your colleagues. Also, you'll see scrolling down at the bottom our hashtags, hashtag shifting priorities, hashtag MLK 2022, hashtag beloved community global summit. Okay, y'all, now I want you to join us in welcoming our partner from the Carter Center. She was with us yesterday and is going to be again with us today, Karen Ryan, who is going to be leading our first session. Karen, what a delight you are. I love you. I adore you. Karen, it's great to welcome you into the Beloved Community Summit, and we will turn it over to you.
Well, thank you, Cameron and Dr. Roz, for a great kickoff. Wonderful summary. Everybody has to go back and watch yesterday's program. Right. I'm telling everybody that all the conversations were incredibly deep. So please go back and watch. And it's going to be there for a long time. So don't hesitate over the weekend to catch up on everything. So welcome to our first session today on day 2 of the King Center's Beloved Community Global Summit. We have people from all over the world joining us, and it's so fantastic to be in this conversation. So I really want to welcome our guests today who are going to talk about how we shift priorities to implement humane immigration policies. We have, and I want you each to introduce yourself, say your name, and give us just a sentence about your work. Sayu Bhjowani, Fizza Qureshi, and Carlos Rodriguez. Sayu, why don't you introduce yourself first?
Good morning, Karen. It's great to be here with this global community. And actually, a great way to introduce myself is to say that I'm a global citizen, born in India and raised in Belize in Central America, and now a proud New Yorker for the last 30 years. I served as the city's Commissioner of Immigrant Affairs in 2002, and have really spent my life working on immigrant issues in a number of ways. I would say that, my purpose now in 2022 is to continue creating affirmative spaces where people like me feel seen and heard as our whole selves. And that as we continue this conversation, I want to lift up that as an immigrant myself to the United States, I really bought into the myth that we are a nation of immigrants. This is a way that we often talk about the country. And it's a deeply false myth because we are certainly a place that is filled with and benefits from immigrants, but is much more than that, a land of native people, a land in which African Americans have been brought and lived, and a nation of immigrants as well. And so I think as we continue the conversation beyond the introduction, it's important for us to recognize the myths that we believe in because they serve us, and deconstruct those myths in a way that we can continue to enrich our beloved community.
Thank you for that full introduction of yourself. It's very enlightening, and you've kicked us off well. Fizza, please. Or Carlos, there you are. I'm going to go with you, Carlos. Give us your introduction and give us a sentence about your work.
Yeah, buenos días a todos. Carlos Alberto Rodriguez Sostre. I'm here in Puerto Rico. I lead a nonprofit called the Happy Givers, and we do work all over the world. Located in Puerto Rico, with work in Peru, in Tijuana. We mostly started doing relief work, and as we're doing relief work after different earthquakes and hurricanes, we quickly realized that relief work was just, the beginning of the actual work of how do you bring development, how do you bring empowerment, how do you bring hope, how do you help communities where they are, how do you understand the stories. So I'm actually here more to learn than to say anything, because as a nonprofit, really, we're getting into that world. How do we, because we have all these stories of violence and loss and heartbreak that initiated migration, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we carry the stories, and yet we want to be part of how we correct the policies to
That's right.
validate those stories. Because it's easy to have these two really big stories. They should be welcome, they shouldn't be welcome, right?
Yeah.
But it's actually in the one-on-one stories that we could carry, like the names and the people and the places and the spaces to move the hearts towards justice in immigration. So it's an incredible joy to be here from Puerto Rico. And I'm so excited literally to sit here and learn from you guys.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Fizza, please introduce yourself.
Hi, thank you firstly for the invitation. It's an honor to be able to speak at this summit. So it's not not usual that I get an invitation to talk about more of the moral and human aspects and reasons for why migrants and refugees are dehumanized or treated poorly. So I really appreciate this space. I'm the CEO of the Migrants' Rights Network, which is a UK-based NGO that works for the rights and equality for justice for all migrants. So we don't specify in terms of who we work with. We'll work with any migrant community or refugee community that is facing oppression or the impact of negative immigration policies. Our ethos is around collaborative working. So it's working with the migrant and grassroots communities. It's not working for them, it's working alongside them. It's making sure that they are almost equal partners where we can, and where we have the power and the resources is to distribute them to them so that they have that ability to speak to power themselves. I am born and bred in the UK, but I am second generation. My family are from a Pakistani background, and I also have a Muslim background. But I'm regularly reminded that I'm not white British or a Brit, and also my faith now has a negative consequences for me as well in the UK. So yeah, I'm just quite excited to hear as well, like Carl said, to learn from the others and give some insight from the UK, at least from a UK perspective, where possible.
Well, welcome to you as well. It's going to be fabulous. This session will dissect the many ways in which racism, militarism, poverty, and materialism and poverty inform the decisions and biases related to immigration practices and policies. Perhaps we can explore individual behaviors and biases and cultural and legislative legislation that contribute to inhumane acts towards immigrants. And I would add, as we do truth telling, we need to go back into a little bit into history to find out why people are on the move. What were the precipitating events, and what do we need to do to address those? And let me just start with a quote from Dr. King to help orient us here. He said, "I choose to identify with the underprivileged. I choose to enter, quote unquote, underprivileged. I choose to identify with the poor. I choose to give my life for the hungry. I choose to give my life for those who have been left out of the sunlight of opportunity. I choose to live for those who find themselves seeing life as a long and desolate corridor with no exit sign. This is the way I am going. If it means suffering a little bit, I'm going that way. If it means sacrificing, I'm going that way. If it means dying for them, I'm going that way, because I heard a voice saying, do something for others." We always have such powerful writings to reflect during this King Summit every year to guide us in our conversations. I'm grateful for that uplifting quote. So let me start with the first question here. And as we go through the questions, I invite each of you to just add your reflections on the root causes of these issues. We know that in the United States that there are historical interventions by the United States that have led to instability in the region, in the continent. We know that in Mexico, the free flow of guns into Mexico has contributed to the drug wars there. So we can discuss those root causes in this discussion. I think it's important as we embark on an era of truth-telling in our country about racism, systemic racism, ongoing injustice, that when we talk about immigration policies, we need to widen our lens to look at some of those root causes so that we can address them. There have been numerous examples recently here in the United States, of course, but in Europe as well, where immigrants have been mistreated as they sought asylum or they come to our border. How did we let this happen? And how did we get here? I'm going to start with you, Sayu.
Well, I want to take us back to my own experience, which, our stories begin hundreds of years ago, but the story that I want to share is my parents' journey that led me to this point. So back in 1947, the British drew an arbitrary line in South Asia that then suddenly my parents and their families were on the wrong side of the line. And they were in a newly formed country of Pakistan. They had to migrate along with their families across the border. They chose to migrate because they were Hindus. Eventually, they grew up and met and then moved to another British colony, which is Belize. And I share that just short version of my story to remind us that our truth-telling has to go very far back. It's not this year. It's not the Trump administration. It's not the Obama administration. All of the things that have led us to this point today involve conveniences, convenient storytelling. It involves seeing humans or dehumanizing people, as Fizza said, or seeing us as agents of labor. And I share this because I think that there is a way that we talk about immigration as a current problem. And we know in this country that we have been making decisions about who belongs and who doesn't belong for a very, very long time. And so we got here by choosing profit over people. We got here by deciding who is worthy and who is not. We got here by both dehumanizing, but also by erasure. And in the process of moving forward, I think we have to start by acknowledging all of that we're not talking about any one group of people, but we're talking about an entire approach to who is valuable and who is worthy. And that my work in working with young people, in serving as a commissioner of immigrant affairs, and then running a nonprofit called New American Leaders to help recruit and train immigrants to run for public office, has all been about seeing and hearing and affirming our stories and our worth as human beings. And then the last point that I will make is that after 10 years of running New American Leaders and recruiting and training folks to run for office, it became very clear to me that we are asking people like me to serve in public office in systems that were not designed for us. Because, as I said, we have been engaging in the dehumanization and erasure of people like me for decades. And so we have not only to tell the truth and to acknowledge the myths upon which our nation is based, but also to create new systems that were designed for people like us. Because our work, I think many of us have worked to bring new voters to the table, bring new voices to the table, but the tables at which we were sitting were really not designed to have us there. So it's not just about a longer table, it's not just about more seats at the table, but it's really about changing the offering, changing the menu, and changing the way the system works so that we can show up as our full and authentic selves. So I don't know if that's really a full answer to your question.
Because we're asking, how did we get here? So we have to dig back. We really have to look at it. I always like to widen the lens because I think before we end the session, we're going to ask each of you for what we should do about it. So we'll get there, but let's work our way there. Carlos, how did we get here?
I mean, we have to start with that statement that seems uncomfortable, but it's necessary, and it's called white supremacy. And the story of white Europeans migrating to a nation that is not there, to a space that is not theirs, to land that is not theirs, taking over that land and then for hundreds of years determining who is worthy to do what they did once. And so, you know, I have stories in Honduras, in Mexico, even here in Puerto Rico, right? I'm an American citizen with a migrant story, because even though I have a passport, I can't vote for the president that's meant to be our president, right? So we have, in Puerto Rico, we have this kind of dual, like, we feel like Latinos and we carry the story of migration. I moved to Lakeland, Florida when I was 10 years old. My parents had separated, and the teacher that I had in 4th grade, her literal name was Mrs. Strickland. And I walked into the strict land with a lady who was a white supremacist who would force me to stay back when the kids were going out to play soccer in the field, you know, at lunchtime. And with the little English that I could understand, she would say, "You're only going to be as good as a janitor." So I had to stay back and clean the desks and had to take care of the classroom as Mrs. Strickland is releasing all the white kids to enjoy their lunch hour. And again, this is me without, as a migrant, but without the problem of the paperwork, right? Of the legitimacy of, should I be here, or is my mom going to get kicked out or not of this nation? So that's where my heart understood physically, actually, my body understood what white supremacy is. You are a second-class citizen. If you come from somewhere else, you're not welcome. You have to earn your way here. And as I was going to Honduras, and as our nonprofit has been working all over Mexico, we realized that most of us want to stay where we are. We love our nations. We love our people. We love our culture. We love our food. And the story of migration doesn't deny, right, that there are some people that need to move. But for some of the stories, for a lot of the stories, not generalizing, but a lot of the stories of people coming from El Salvador, from Honduras, trying to get to Tijuana, specifically during the Trump administration, when that Remain in Mexico policy started. And we're going from church to church, from camp to camp, and there's hundreds, thousands of people living in these tents because they can't cross the border. And I will generalize. Every single story to me sounded legitimate, why they needed to migrate, why they needed to move out. Violence and crime and poverty and so many situations. And I remember kind of like, don't go to Strickland. I mean, don't go to that land that once you get there, because you have to get there, will then bring a whole new set of issues and set of racism and denial and making you feel like you're second class, sometimes even worse than that. So again, I carry that story in my body, but I also carry it in the stories of all these amazing people that went through the bravery to cross borders, to not know where they're going. They are the true heroes of the story. It's not the organizations, it's not the relief workers, it's not even us like fighting for the right. They are the true heroes of the stories that are absolutely doing everything they can, taking humongous risk because they understand this could be good for my family. It's actually a chance. It's not even, right? They're not even migrating because they have certainty. They're taking a risk of hope. And, you know, as much as we can to learn from them and to do our part to bring justice so that the stranger is welcome, so that the migrant is welcome, so that the refugee is honored in a way that, as they should be.
Wow, thank you, Carlos, for sharing that story. It's very painful to think about that, your story amplified, magnified times millions, right? And thank you for sharing that with us. Fizza, can you tell us, how do you think we got here?
I mean, I'm from the UK, so you know that the UK's colonial history, its empire building is a massive factor in kind of where we are now, and it's constant equally with the US interference in other parts of the world. I think there's a great quote that resonates with me so significant. We are here because you were there. It is about the interference, and in those countries, the you know, kind of the artificial drawing of the line, as Sayu pointed out, in India and Pakistan, separating people, creating that division, the divide and rule kind of mechanism, it's almost a tactic that works so well and is still being utilized to today. So you have that narrative of good, bad, migrant, refugees good, certain other economic migrants not welcome. They're coming here for all these things. I think there's so many other factors. We've got such a powerful media in the UK. I mean, super powerful. I know equally in the US, but the newspapers, or the red tops as we call them, the way that they dehumanize the language they use around migrants and refugees, that hits, unfortunately, kind of resonates with a certain population in the UK, and because they are in their echo chamber and we are in our echo chamber, they're not hearing kind of the other side of the story. I think we also have politicians who kind of kowtow to popularity and voting, and votes and accruing those, and they will compromise on certain policies. And so that's why we get to a point where we do have, and we have this at the moment in the UK, we have a completely inhumane policy of pushbacks. So the idea is to push back anyone who tries to cross the channel between France and the UK, back to the sea, back to France. And this is coming off the back of 27 deaths that we've already heard about, so we don't know about the many others that have happened without kind of the media kind of focusing in on it. And I think then there's also kind of key players that they just, right-wing key players, I would say, that they have a voice and they use it to kind of create a following, and that following will be around a certain, to attract a certain mindset, and whether that is to kind of focus in on migrants, etc., or refugees. It just, they know how to play that game, unfortunately. I think we're also at a point where, so equally, when I was listening to Carlos, your story really resonated, because being a child of the 80s in the UK, I was experiencing racism, but not sometimes completely overtly. Racist language used quite frequently, but I wasn't aware of the covert racism I was experiencing in the education system, or through all these other kind of interactions I was having with health, etc. What I do know is that my mum was my staunchest kind of advocate and would challenge. She was seeing something that I wasn't seeing. So that awareness for me came a lot later, around, okay, that white supremacy is ingrained in our society, and so much so that to the point where I don't even see it sometimes. I think there, alongside that, I think we have a situation now where we almost have kind of neo-colonialism, where countries are going to other countries to exploit, to use their resources, and whether that's, and then agreements are made around trade deals, etc., and that trade deals and those trade-offs that take place usually end up leading to further oppression and exploitation of certain people. Hence you get people fleeing poverty and persecution, and hence you will now get a wave of people fleeing climate change. So I think we've got quite a lot. I mean, I can see also why we're here is because people get fatigued and exhausted. It is a constant, and I'm sure many of you have visited Ellis Island, but just even the messaging I saw there, it was cyclical. Everything that was there, I was hearing now, and it just seems to be constant. And I hope I can give you some ideas for like how we can move past this. But honestly, I think this is something where we all need to learn and build together.
Thank you, Fizza, and I hope that our audience can appreciate the just the depth of the experience and the pain in this conversation. And there's no way we're going to be able to really get to all of the issues and the solutions in this short panel. But I'm deeply grateful for each of you for sharing these very personal reflections. I think what's useful when we read Dr. King, he really, toward the end of his life especially, challenged us to look at these intersecting evils: militarism, racism, and poverty, and that we can't really tackle them without understanding them first, and then kind of girding ourselves up for action based on that understanding. So we have a lot of work to do, and we only have, we're already halfway through our session here, and I'm thinking, how do we give people some way? I think, yesterday in our climate change session, we kind of got to the same solution, which is we need to tell the stories of people. Sayu, you mentioned that, why don't we know about the incredible contributions of immigrants to building this country? It's the same thing where we don't really understand, white people in this country don't understand how the slaves built this country and how immigrants have built this country that we live in, that we all live in. So the human side of it, but also the human toll. Both parties in my country are failing on this question of immigration. We were horrified and shocked to see mothers and babies being ripped from the arms of mothers in the previous administration. And then we see thousands of Haitians summarily deported from camps inside the United States, in a violation of international law. Everyone agrees. So we just are stuck. And I do think the telling of the stories and the humanizing, I almost feel like we can't really do much until we really grapple with how much we've lost the humanity of this problem. So in our last 15 minutes here together, can we talk about how do we shift our perspective? Do you have any advice for us? Have you seen anything really work where we're able to shift the perspective of people, of lawmakers, policymakers, of the public, to be able to say, hey, wait a minute, this isn't fair. But also we have to, how do we really take responsibility for the impact of our nations in this truth-telling process? I know that's huge and we're not going to solve it, but maybe just we want to give our audience some to do, little bit of things to do. Maybe it's educate ourselves. Maybe it's call your congressperson. Sayu, what can you share with us in this regard?
Well, I'll try to cover two things quickly. One is on the policy side, and then the other is on the personal side. I think on the policy side, we continue to talk about immigrants as an us and them dynamic, right? So when I was serving in government, and I think continuously, this is an issue where instead of thinking about how are we going to serve the residents of our country, we have programs that, that fund education and healthcare, and then there's like a sidebar for immigrants, as if they are not a part of the entirety of New York City or an entirety of the country. So I think that approach needs to shift. So that when we're thinking about outreach, when we're thinking about education, we're thinking about it in a holistic way for the very different populations that enter our school system, that access healthcare, that vary not just by immigration status, but by gender and sexual orientation and race and ethnicity. And so that is a call to those of us who are doing the work with policymakers and to our policymakers to stop creating this dichotomy of immigrants and this other population of Americans, because I am both immigrant and an American. And so accepting the duality and the intersectionality of the constituents we're serving, whether we're activists or policymakers. So I think that's sort of a broader policy call. I think on a personal level, I'll share that for me, a lot of the work that I have done and that I think that we all need to do is to examine our own anti-Blackness and our own comfort with white supremacy or proximity to whiteness. And, particularly as a member of the Asian American community, I can say that there has been a convenient attachment to whiteness and to anti-Blackness that has served us, and that has been, it's kind of it goes both ways. It serves us, and then policymakers kind of, part of this model minority myth. But more broadly than Asian Americans, I would say that all of us have our own healing and our own work to do, and that in healing ourselves, we are going to be able to heal some of the wounds of the past and prevent wounds of the future. And that has been a really difficult and and painful journey for me to examine how my buying into mythology that served me has hurt me and has hurt the most. The thing that I am most passionate about and dedicated to, which is our collective liberation, because my own personal freedom means really nothing until my entire community is free, and my own community's freedom means nothing until we all are free, and that we can all make. We talk a lot about the choices that are available in America, but we know that those choices are not available to all of us, and that those choices in themselves are very problematic, right? Like if how I am defined is by how much I can earn and what degrees I have, then that's a real problematic framework. And so this healing, particularly as it relates to our individual worth, as it relates to, our own healing, particularly as it relates to anti-Blackness and to white supremacy, but also to seeing ourselves as being only as worthy as how much we earn or what our jobs are. I think these are all things that we have conveniently bought into and need to do a lot of work on ourselves individually so that we can ensure that our children and our community's children do not continue to perpetuate those cycles of anti-Blackness and white supremacy that have hurt us all.
Well, as they say, that'll preach. That'll preach. Thank you for bringing that up, because it starts with me. That's the theme of the summit this year. It starts with me. And so absolutely, we have to start with ourselves. The Carter Center right now is doing a book study of Caste, Isabel Wilkerson's book, Caste. And I recommend that book for everyone because, wow, has it been confronting. And in that very sense that you say, Sayu, is like it takes you inside the matrix of white supremacy and you look around and go, oh my God. And you can't unsee it. So I thank you for that very much. Carlos, give us some suggestions how we can, and also I know that that's a big question, but let's, should we, in addition to what Sayu is talking about, what actions outside of ourselves, in addition to ourselves, can we take?
Yeah, Sayu was saying self-awareness, my goodness, is so important. The Latino community and the African-American community, in a very practical way, we haven't found that sweet spot of almost owning each other's struggles and pain, because they are very different and distinct, right? So we have to be aware of the distinctions they have, and yet at the same time, find a way to say, okay, this is how my privilege as a Latino man has contributed in a way to white supremacy, the very thing that I'm trying to come against and speak against. And I used to assume, especially working in a nonprofit and doing relief work and doing development all over Latin America, I assumed wrongly that proximity was enough. I was almost writing a book on the power of proximity. And then I found myself taking people, bringing them as proximate as possible, and realizing that it was just empowering I'm a white savior. We have definitely the solutions. And they would come into these spaces that I assume was the kind of table that would transform them. And they would say, no, I'm going to sit at this table and rule on this table. And so we started to shift the language a little bit from, okay, not just personally, but as a group. Latinos and myself, again, as a Puerto Rican man who's an American citizen who has had a migrant story, how do I break the assumption that proximity is enough and actually get into presence and actually get into how does this affect me? And as Sayu again was saying, how does this story affect me? Not just the migrant story here and the local story here and the US story here and the refugee story here. No, it's our story altogether. It's our story. It's important to all of us. And so, it's been kind of, for us, it has shifted our focus as an organization, as we're still doing relief work and still going into spaces, because when somebody needs help at the moment, they don't really care if you're doing it the right way or the wrong way with the right theology or the right policy. They just need the help at the moment, right? So the problem is that then that becomes permission for that person that's bringing the help to then assume that they have all the solutions And so we've had to be intentional about our proximity. Okay, we're going to be in proximity, but if we're in proximity to the migrant story, to the refugee story, it's not for us to center ourselves and to make this our story, but to actually empower their voice and to empower their story and to empower in a way that then it becomes my story, that it stops being something that's out there that I might help and I might put some money into it and I might put one Facebook post and one retweet about it. No, it actually becomes my story. Now I'm in presence, not just proximity. Like, this is mine too. This struggle, this pain, these tears, they are part of my story now as a human being, as a neighbor. And so, for those of you who are listening, who in some shape or form, whether it's a church or some kind of spiritual congregation, whether it's a nonprofit or even just a local group, to be intentional about proximity. Where are those stories? Where are those migrants in my community, in my city, that I can connect to them, but turn off the mentality of I'm coming to save, or I'm coming to, bring the solution. Actually, I'm coming to learn. I'm coming to have a meal together. I'm coming to make that story my story. Because again, going back to what Sayu is saying, we need to kind of break the power of that dividing line between all the different stories. It affects me just as much as it affects them. What's happening with climate change, it's affecting farming in Africa just as much as it's affecting the storms that have been destroying the Caribbean for the last few years, just as much as then it's kicking people out of the Caribbean to do migration to somewhere else, right? So it is our story, whether we like it or not. And hopefully we can come with hope, with an attitude of service and with an attitude to learn, and bring our people with us into those stories.
Wow, that's powerful. And what you're talking about is rehumanizing what has been dehumanized, a rehumanizing process against a dehumanizing process, and that's internal. So I hope before we leave, Carlos, you can also offer us, give us a little tidbit about what's happening in terms of legislation. If people want to, can I ask you just to do that quickly, because we're almost out of time and I want to turn to Fizza to help us close out. What's happening on the legislative front? I think we lost Carlos. Where'd you go? Well, let me turn to you, Fizza. I think he accidentally hit the exit button instead of the speak button. Fizza, help us think about this. How can people get involved in really kind of this task of rehumanizing and bringing this all forward in a way that's going to be as Sayu and Carlos has talked about, in a rehumanizing way?
I mean, to be honest, I think Sayu and Carlos have hit a number of things on the head around it, not it about being aware of your language. So again, even in my role, I've had to very much check what we are saying, how we're saying it, and are we feeding into the same narrative that is created around migrants. So, worthy, unworthy contributions, it being an economic argument usually, and making sure that we don't fall into that same trap. A contribution can be in so many different ways. Someone's presence in a country, it doesn't have to be in a kind of workhorse, manner. And so I think it is very much also about making, like, the self-reflection on our language and how we speak to policymakers and try to make those arguments, or making those arguments to the media. I think essentially we have to learn from the migrant communities themselves. Firstly, they are incredibly resourceful. Communities that I met during my work at Doctors of the World, where we were running an access to healthcare clinic, and many of those communities were undocumented and very much underground. So because the numbers are smaller in the UK, they are a much more hidden population than in the US. And it kind of struck me how resourceful they were, in a way that they were able to link into those communities. Those communities supported those individuals. I'm not saying always in a benevolent way, but mostly there was an element of, this person needs a bed to lie in at night. I will offer them that space, which, I have to say selfishly, I've never even thought of doing. So I think there's definitely something about learning from those communities, making sure that they have the voice themselves, empowering them to have that voice to speak directly, and not to be the savior, as Carlos said, and speak on their behalf or tell them what to say as well. I think there's also an element here, and Carlos had started to talk about it in terms of different communities not speaking to each other. So in the UK, we have the refugee community over here and other migrant, newly arriving and settled communities over here. They don't really, when they're campaigning, speak to each other. And I think that's a real kind of, we're at a disadvantage if we're not speaking to each other. Even if it's not about kind of the common issue, it's about sharing tactics, experiences, strategies. It's about sharing your networks. It's about helping newly arriving communities understand what previous ones have experienced, and what are the things to look out for in the future if when they move through this sphere. And I think I think it's also constantly about checking your own power and privilege. As someone who runs an NGO, I have got a certain level of resources, I've got a certain educational background, I've got a certain level of ability, literacy. I need to ensure that when I am speaking to those migrant communities, I'm not doing it from a top-down approach, and I'm listening to them as equal partners. I think that is, if we can start from they are equal, then we may be able to move forward from there.
Yeah, and I think solidarity, right? It's like getting back to the basic idea of solidarity, and we do tend to work in silos in the sort of social justice world. Sayu, can you give us any thoughts about what's happening on the legislative level here in the United States? There have been so many attempts at pathway to citizenship, all these different things. I know we don't have much time to go into it, but is there a place where people can learn about it and become active?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to end on a pessimistic note, but I think there's going to be, quite frankly, I think we're gonna not have much progress in the midterm election year. I mean, immigration is always a political football, and it's the easiest thing to drop when it gets hot and heavy. And I don't really see any. I don't see any signs that we're going to have movement forward on legislation that provides certainly a pathway to citizenship. I mean, the issue of Dreamers getting a pathway has languished for over 20 years now. And I think given everything that the Biden administration is working on this year, I don't really see that that's going to become a priority. Maybe Carlos has something more optimistic to say.
Yeah, we have 1 more minute. So maybe how about this? Tell us who's working on this and how people can join the movement. Yesterday in our climate change discussion, it was like, we just need to grow the movement. And I think that's the case here as well. Carlos left again. I think he keeps hitting the leave button. So until Carlos comes back, Sayu, can you tell us about any groups in the US, Fizza in the UK? What groups, like what can people search on the internet for groups to join?
Well, I'll just say one quickly. United We Dream, I think, would be a place to start.
Okay, United We Dream, that's in the US. Look it up, join the movement. What about Fizza? What about in Europe or the UK?
I would. I mean, there's so many. Unfortunately, it's not a kind of, like I said, we're not a cohesive movement at the moment. I think what would be good is to really look out for those migrant voices. So there are a number of individuals who've collectivized and said that we will speak to the media and speak to policymakers ourselves. I think there's one called the Voices Network itself, who've gone through the asylum and the refugee system and are now speaking to power directly.
The Voices Network. And what's the name of your organization, Fizza?
We're the Migrant Rights Network.
The Migrant Rights Network. So our audience can look up these United We Dream and these others. Look them up, get involved, donate, join an event. Let's grow the movement for rehumanizing that which has been dehumanized, and then act on that. Thank you all, and thanks to Carlos somewhere out in the ether we lost for this wonderful conversation. I'm grateful to each of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
When you think of an airline, you think of the big things. And for last year, we've all been dealing with the biggest thing yet, a virus we can't even see. So as you return to the world, we're making sure you do so safely. In ways big and small, the world has changed. But our commitment to getting you safely out in it, that never will.
For far too long, systemic inequities have hindered the Black community's ability to build generational wealth.
Advancing Black Pathways was created to address these systemic challenges and strengthen the economic foundation of Black communities. We're focused on doing this through our 4 impact pillars. By investing in Black-owned businesses, we're creating more jobs and opportunities. We also want to help people improve their financial health and increase access to banking in Black communities. Homeownership is also critical, and we're providing tools, resources, and networks to make the dream a reality. We're committed to creating an ecosystem of support to help Black students and professionals thrive in the workplace.
At JP Morgan Chase, we recognize the responsibility we have to break down structural barriers.
This work can't be done alone. We need a collective action to bring about sustainable change, because we know that when we all get an equal slice of the pie, we all win.
Best 2 out of 3.
It's one fantastic ride. The turbocharged, tech-inspired new Kia Forte.
Good morning and welcome to our segment today, part of the Beloved Community Global Summit. I'm Ashley Bell, going to be the moderator today for an exceptional conversation about shifting our priorities and how do we work to close the wealth gap in our country. Have a phenomenal panel with us today. I'm going to introduce them individually, let them tell you a little bit about themselves as we jump into this fantastic conversation. But first, I want to thank all of the sponsors who helped make this possible today. And also thank our leader, Dr. Bernice King, who has been so thoughtful about making sure that these curated conversations happen in a way that are impactful. And hopefully today that you'll learn something about where we're going as a country and where you can play a role in closing this racial wealth gap that we've had for far too long. So I want to go to first Sherelle Dorsey, who's one of our panelists today. Sherelle, you want to introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about you and what you're working on. And I know you just moved back to Atlanta, so you can't start that off without saying welcome to Atlanta. So thank you for being with us today. I think you're on mute, Sherelle. There you go.
After 2 years in a pandemic, you think I'd learn how to unmute.
Right.
My name is Sherelle Dorsey. I am founder and CEO of The Plug. We are the most distinctive news and insights-based platform covering the Black innovation economy. And yes, I am a new transplant to Atlanta. And so I figure I'm one of you, Ashley, and just very privileged today to join everyone here for this incredible conversation.
Thank you, Sherelle. We appreciate you being here. I also want to go to the former mayor, Brother Tubbs. You want to introduce yourself to the audience today?
It's morning here, but I'm sure it's afternoon for many of you guys. So good day. My name is Michael Tubbs. I'm the former mayor of Stockton, California, and the founder of Mayors for a Guaranteed Income and End Poverty in California, and really looking forward to this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you. Brian, are you with us today? Are you want to give a brief introduction? Brian Wakamo.
Hey, y'all. Brian Wakamo. I'm an inequality research analyst at the Institute for Policy Studies. I'm, do a lot of research and work on kind of trying to chronicle the gaps that are present in our economy and our country today and around the world. And I'm a native Atlantan, born and raised. I was there for the holidays, but now in DC. So it's an honor to be invited to a panel at the King Center, having gone to field trips and whatnot when I was a kid, and it's an honor to be here with everyone and these distinguished panelists.
Thank you, Brian. And as you can see, everyone, we have a great panel today. Going to have a great discussion. Part of this discussion, we want to level set just so everybody understands, when we come upon a day that we all celebrate, which is Dr. King Day that's coming up on Monday, we like to think about some of the things that Dr. King wrote and put them into context. And some of the readings that we're focusing on this year as part of Chaos Our Community, where do we go from here? We have excerpts from that speech that we all have kind of read, and we reread a lot of things that Dr. King writes this time of year. But this one in particularly, we want to talk about some of the notes that he had in that writing are very relevant today. And we talk about technology and what is technology doing to maybe exacerbate inequities, or how can it be used to challenge the status quo to close this racial wealth gap. But I want to lean in first to get everybody's thoughts around, where we are as a country. It appears that we're living in an age where you're seeing more materialism. You're seeing people leaning into what many believe is more greed, more selfishness. How do we start having a conversation and becoming a country that is a other-centered country, worrying about others? And let's start with Brother Tubbs. You want to talk to us a little about what you think it's going to take to get us to be a country to more worried about other people than just ourselves?
I was hoping to have time to think so I could moderate my
comment. Okay.
That's fine. It's going to be raw and unfiltered. I can't steal from everyone. But I really struggle with whether the solution is actually a conversation, because what we're talking about is a 400-year continuum, right? Like when we think about racial wealth gap, when we think about even how the economic in our system has historically worked, it's always been premised on sort of extraction in terms of, it's always been premised on some folks having a lot and some folks having nothing. So I think part of the work has to be a conversation married with some sort of accountability in terms of, okay, we know racism is bad. We know white supremacy is bad. We know the racial wealth gap isn't because people of color work less or are less talented or less smart. We know that these are all like policy choices. So then how do we summon the moral will to do what is necessary to rectify a lot of these inequities? So not really answering your question, but I think particularly in studying Dr. King and where we are as a country, where even in a pandemic, like I'm from California. California had a $47 billion budget surplus this year, which is great, but it's only because the way we tax in California, our surpluses are based off how well the rich are doing. So the rich did $47 billion in taxes better than they had previous to the pandemic, while the vast majority of Californians can afford rent to live in the state. And I think that just perfectly encapsulates like the work we have to do. I think beyond a conversation, it's more about what's the strategy to move policy to really see some movement on these issues.
Yeah, and I think that you really hit on a point when you talked about rent. Let's level set as a conversation for those who are maybe new to this conversation about what is the racial wealth gap, what are the underpinnings of it in our country. And I won't assume everybody who's listening today knows everything, but let's just start with the American dream. The American dream has always been depicted as owning your own home. And I think what Brother Tubbs talked about is you got one class of people who are extraordinarily wealthy and other trying to pay rent, which is hold space somewhere they don't own. But let's look at how we got here just a little bit, just to kind of level set. When you look at not just the have and the have-nots, you've had a system that has been created initially for some people to benefit from government policies and others not. When you look at redlining in our country, was created specifically to make sure that those that lived in a red line, which was mostly Black and brown people, were unable to get access to mortgages, were unable to get access to credit. And in this country, credit is the water that feeds wealth. So when you see communities where people have access to credit, there's your wealth. Credit is like water. Where it runs, things grow and people create wealth. When you don't see that access, then you don't see that. And so when we have a conversation about creating wealth, is creating assets that appreciate in value. And it starts with being able to own your own home. And those are some of the struggles that we're seeing exacerbated in the pandemic. So I'm going to go to Sherelle really quickly. You focus on a lot of jobs. And so I do want to give you and Brother Tubbs a chance to talk about your books. So I'm going to get you a chance to lean in on this a little bit. Talk a little bit about where you see jobs in this pandemic world. How are they, you're seeing people changing how they gain income. Are we creating wealth? Or are we just creating new jobs?
Well, I want to be a bit contrarian here. I think we really started this conversation with this idea of what is greed? What are the challenges ahead when we talk about even some of the skills gaps? There's a national and actually a global skills gaps when it actually comes to the technical skills of the future. They're going to drive things like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and all of these other technologies that just even a decade ago did not exist. I also really want to just touch base on the home ownership component. My grandfather, fought in the Korean War, did not have access to the GI Bill, and so had to sort of build something out of nothing in order to solidify a home ownership base for my family, who was then able to go on and create home ownership for themselves. But then in 2008, when the financial crisis occurred, and 2 years later, I was graduating from college. During that time, as we know, with predatory lending that truly impacted Black and Brown communities the most, we know that wiped out the gains that Black people were making from an economic mobility perspective. And now the greatest challenge here is we're facing two different dichotomies where we do have the challenge of employment, particularly employment in high growth sectors. We know that service workers predominantly are made up of communities of color. And yet we also have this sort of new emerging trend of millennials and Gen Z who are taking to platforms like social media, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram. And what they're teaching for the first time in an open access format is investing, is day trading, cryptocurrency, NFTs. There are these sub-communities and subsets of folks who are unlocking access to information that previously was not spoken about typically at our dinner tables, and creating new wealth and assets for themselves. Currently, ethnic communities are some of the biggest investors in cryptocurrency. Technology has enabled access where you can invest as little as $5 per a fractional share into a company. So as much as there still are challenges on the policy level, there are these incredible opportunities that we're seeing the younger generation start to tap into, and then also teach each other about what does home ownership look like? How do you create Airbnb revenue for yourself or any sort of like short-term rentals? And so in my book, An Upper Hand, where I talk about the future of work for the rest of us, it really is tapping into these opportunities for certifications, foregoing things like student loans, which we just saw, I believe, just a few hours ago. Nonviolent was charged with predatory lending towards demographics of students who were going to for-profit colleges where there were significantly lower graduation rates. So the challenges around this entire conversation is, yes, targeting those predatory practices that have continued to diminish our ability to gain access to wealth, but also this sort of forced awakening that the pandemic has also brought forth, where folks are taking their learning and their education into their own hands and being able to start looking at, well, what are the jobs of the future? How do I get some certifications, be it through Amazon's AWS or cloud computing certifications or data analyst opportunities that give me remote capabilities, a six-figure salary that I can then go and invest into other areas that now I can learn about from someone on TikTok. So I try to like position this as there's a way for us to get the upper hand while there, yes, are policy challenges on the ground floor that have not completely created a level playing ground that we do need to pay attention to. So I think very much like Tubbs here, I don't know if I answered the question, but I do hope that I tried to provide some context for some of these emerging trends. I'm very hopeful about.
Well, I think that's spot on, and it just brings up that everything is changing so quickly. We're new inequities are being created so fast because the economy is changing. We haven't even thought about some of this stuff yet. And before we go to Brian, who's the analyst here, who can bring up more in-depth data sort of approach to this, You're right, Sherelle. You know, I was talking to a brother out in California the other day who was describing to me the inequities in gaming. We're talking video gaming, not gambling, video gaming. And for those that don't know, you know, there's an entire economy based off of people playing video games for competitive sports. There's arenas that are going to be filled with people watching people play video games. And they were showing me that the studies show that Black kids play video games just as much as white kids, but we're playing the wrong games. That the games that the white kids are playing are producing millions and millions of dollars when the games we're playing are in the market to create that same wealth. And so even in Compton, California, they're finding ways of educating our teenagers. If you're going to play games, let's show you the ones that actually can be profitable. Let's show you the ones that you can actually compete and make money off of, because the wealth gap, even amongst our teenagers who are gaming, is growing so fast because inability to understand the market players in the gaming industry. So even as we're talking about in some communities, we got to teach brothers and sisters how to go into traditional jobs and traditional certifications. There's an entire new economy that we also have to keep our eye on, that we don't make sure it creates those inequities as well. So Brian, this is what you do every day. Talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing as an analyst, and talk to us about what you're doing with the Inequality Project.
Yeah. So a lot of work that I've done the last year has obviously been stuff that's been going around with like the Build Back Better bill. So trying to figure out what is going into that, but what are the kind of issues it's trying to address. And one of the things that there are, obviously a myriad of things, and what has been brought up about home ownership is a huge issue. There's a big home ownership gap, not just only in how many people of color own homes, but compared to white people, but also in the values of those homes. They're often undervalued or devalued, even not just from where they are, but just purely based on the names that are on the mortgages. But one of the big things that has been picking up steam that would go a long way, but is also a huge driver of the wealth gap, is student loan debt. And President Biden pushed back the start of repayments on federal loans, but there's been obviously a lot of chatter for a long time, but also more recently about how student loan debt is a major factor in what drives down the wealth of communities of color, especially Black people, that they hold much more student debt, especially women and women of color, that they have a much tougher time paying off debt because of a lack of economic opportunities, that they, for various structural or otherwise reasons, often are funneled into for-profit colleges because of predatory tactics, or they have to drop out of school because of whatever, a myriad of reasons, right, but that can oftentimes be outside of their control. But they get saddled with student debt and they don't have the ability to pay it off, and that drives down their people's abilities to buy homes, to gain wealth. Because if you're spending $400 a month or however much it could be, because it can really vary widely on paying off your student debts, you're not going to be able to save up for a house. You're not going to be able to put money away in a savings account to protect against an emergency. And that's true not just for student debts, but you see that in the kind of wages that are paid to jobs primarily held by people of color, the service industry, things like that, domestic care, which are held by people of color. Those are drastically underpaid industries, and it's not because it's not hard work. It's because those jobs are undervalued by the employer, by the corporation, by whoever are employing them, because it's seen as work done for basically that doesn't deserve to be paid as much, despite the kind of effort that goes into it. And this is where going off what Cheryl said about the kind of energy that young people are bringing to these things. I think what we're seeing in the past year, a couple of years since the pandemic began, which is a lot of real energy from workers to stand up and say, we're not going to take this anymore. We demand higher wages. We demand sick leave. We demand whatever it is. And that is, I think, really vital to not just only show that this work deserves to be compensated fairly, but to show that these are the people who you are not paying. And these are the people who are being underpaid and not able to gain the wealth and not able to have the same kind of opportunities that everyone else had. And that dovetailing with the rise, I think, of labor unions that have really come up in a lot of places. I mean, the Starbucks union work that's been happening really fast in the past couple of months is really inspiring, because it's a low-paid service job, but everyone sees a Starbucks worker when they get their coffee, and they're standing up and saying, we deserve to have a stake in this company. We deserve to have higher pay. We deserve to be able to gain the kind of opportunities that the everyone else can have. And I think that's really inspiring and really vital to help kind of try to work on bridging the gaps that we see in the racial wealth gap.
Thank you, Brian. That's a great synopsis. And I want to give a quick quote from Dr. King's "Where Do We Go From Here" that kind of touches on this technology. And it's just so, it appears that this quote still echoes past and present. When he says, "We must work passionately and indefatigably to bridge the gulf between our scientific progress and our moral progress. One of the great problems of mankind is that we suffer from a poverty of the spirit, which stands in glaring contrast to our scientific and technological abundance. The richer we have become materially, the poorer we have become morally and spiritually." So today, and that writing, Dr. King talked about how only 100 years before there were no planes, there were no bombs, all the things that hadn't happened. We look at where we are now, all the technological advances. How do we feel this technological advances? Where are the challenges and where's the hope that we have? And I know we talked a little bit about, Sherelle, you want to maybe jump in and talk a bit about crypto. You kind of touched on that. A lot of people find hope because they're looking for some way to gain access to wealth. So you do see a lot of people of color jumping into crypto, trying to figure out, is this a way out of the current circumstance? And a lot of that, I feel, is because there's a distrust of the systems that are, and people are looking for new systems instead of trying to bang their head against the wall trying to fix the old system. Cheryl, you want to comment on that? Cheryl?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. I think, yes, crypto has been definitely one route. Influencers, but again, and Brian actually touched on this, some of the structural challenges, even getting into many of these spaces. So there was a report that came out about 2 weeks ago about Black influencers who have built tremendous followings across social media being severely and significantly underpaid compared to white influencers, even when they have more followers. And I think that to your initial question, Ashley, about how Black and Brown communities have really tried to create routes and pathways and circumvent some of the structural issues that racism does present itself when trying to move forward and create a sense of economic mobility. And we see that through the abundance of Black and Brown people who do go on to get degrees, and the predatory practices that then emerge because the demographics and the psychographics and the data understands, when we're looking at marketers and for-profit colleges, they understand the significance that education plays in communities of color and how we've traditionally used it as a route towards economic mobility, status, and prestige, and have preyed upon that, right? And turn that into this incredible gap when it comes to student lending. And so there are always sort of these challenges, these roadblocks that we have to think about when these systems are designed. Dr. Ruha Benjamin, in her book, Race After Technology, traditionally also points out a lot of what she calls the new Jim Code. And when we talk about the technical implications, where yes, it's great to be able to take your phone, order your groceries, order up a car service to take you to the airport. What we don't see are the things that we don't even know how to ask about, the encoded biases which live in the practical applications that we think are harmless. So if I'm listening to Spotify, maybe I'm listening to Jay-Z, or I'm listening to some sort of album that may denote that based on my listening history, I am Black or African American, or however define myself. If I'm not on a platform without ads, if the ads start to come toward me, what are the ads going to say? Maybe they're going to sign me up for a for-profit college. Maybe they're going to target certain things, but maybe they won't target me with lending or any sort of like mortgage opportunity at a specific interest rate. Right. Facebook, ProPublica has done some research and some tests with Facebook on, and they were hit with a lawsuit a couple of years ago where they found that realtors could actually create ads that excluded Black and Brown people from applying to just even in apartments. So when we're talking about the 1968 Housing Act, technology has a way in order to circumvent that, to get the most desirable communities into the most desirable products. So those are some of the challenges when we start to think about how technology impacts our lived experiences and the biases encoded within them. Those are the things that we don't necessarily know how to ask questions for, which is also why I'm a tremendous advocate for folks of color using routes and opportunities to start to get into the tech space, specifically to become creators and builders of some of these technologies. So for me, that is the paramount conversation that we have to have, is how do we start to get our folks trained for these jobs of the future to ensure that they have a fighting chance at economically mobile opportunities.
And that's great. And I think it also begs the question that, you know, sometimes at the heart of this is sometimes just racism. You can't get around it. You can't build an algorithm to get rid of it, especially what Brian was talking about when you look at home appraisals. I mean, home appraisals is atrocious in many of our cities, how sometimes what Black people and brown people have to do to get a fair market value on their home. And that's just because somebody who's not like them walks in and says, I don't think your home is worth as much because you're in it. You know, and because you're in it, I'm going to take away wealth from you just by looking at you and determining that, you know what, your house is worth $400,000, but if a person that wasn't Black or brown was in there, it'd be worth $500,000. That's literally taking away wealth from folks. And how do you solve for that? And so for us today, I don't want to get away from at the heart of this. Many times it's people. It is just people who will apply their prejudice in ways that puts power over people of color and underserved communities, that extracts wealth from the community. So Brother Tubbs, talk a little bit about this and lean in a little bit. I know you did a lot of work with the youth and getting scholarships for our youth and preparing them for the next, you know, phase of their life. What is that life look like for our young people right now? What is this economy that they're coming into? And what do we need to do to equip them to deal with, at the end of the day, you have some people who still hate, some people who still are prejudiced. How do we navigate around these issues?
Yeah, I think it harkens back to a lot of the points Ms. Dorsey has made through this panel, and that sort of, while being ruthlessly focused on the limitations of the present and also some of the challenges, we also do have to allow people the opportunity to see hope and say, while we fix these structural problems, here's something you could do at the micro level. But I think we also have to be very clear and very blunt about why people have to work twice as hard, about why folks have to create something from nothing. And I guess because I'm a policy nerd and come from a policy space, I do think sort of in the spirit of Dr. King, it's really marrying both those things. It's really marrying this idea that as an individual, you have responsibility for your life. As a collective, we have responsibility for the choices we make in terms of policies that create the environments in which people make their individual choices. So to answer your question, I think particularly for young people, it's letting them know that they are worthy of dignity, that they're brilliant, that they're beautiful, despite what their school may look like, despite what their neighborhood may look like, despite what their circumstances may look like. And that sort of their inherent worth and their potential is not tied to where they start. And then I think as elders and as future ancestors, it's on us to do the work to make sure that eventually they live in a world and this society and a community that actually reflects their dignity, that reflects their beauty, and that reflects their brilliance. So I know one of the things sort of I struggle with is just this notion that we are losing so much richness as a society because we let so much human potential go to waste. Like there's so much we're missing out on because there's folks not getting access to the opportunity that not only they deserve, but will make all our lives that much richer. And I think it's sort of that thought or that inclination that gives the urgency around, yes, young people, we're going to give you everything. We're going to do our best to remove all excuses for why success doesn't happen. But we're also going to be real about sort of, there's also things outside of your control that does have an impact on what you're doing. And we're going to work on those as well. But I just need you to focus on what you can do as an individual. I mean, so it's almost a paradoxical statement, but I think it's necessary because no one wants to grow up and hear that everything's stacked against you and there's no hope. Like that's not in line with sort of the King vision of things getting better either.
And Brian, that's great. Go ahead, sure, I'll go ahead.
Let me hop in really quick. I'm sorry. So this is really the foundation of my book, Upper Hand, and I want to plug it again right now because I grew up in Seattle, Washington. I had close proximity to Microsoft. And there was a woman, Trish Maline-Zizico, she retired from Microsoft, a software engineer in the early 90s, and turned a storefront in the inner city into a tech training program to teach inner city kids how to code. And just by the grace of being connected to someone with that vision, I was able to get internships at Microsoft every summer in high school. And coming from a single parent, like those dollars went to use towards college. And for me, in my book, I wanted to sit down with people in their living rooms and say, listen, here are the resources that are at your disposal. Here's where you find them. A lot of times when we talk about policy, when we talk about the future of work, the future of technology, we're in rooms like this that create this sense of a bubble. We have our own levels of access and of privilege. But when I think about who these conversations will benefit the most, it's Miss Smith at the bottom of a church basement that I met during a workforce panel who's raising her 17-year-old grandson and was like, listen, I know that he needs to be in this technology space, but I don't know anything about how to even navigate or give him guidance, right? And a lot of folks who just don't have the information access. And so my goal, and I think the goal for all of us here is Michael said, how do we kind of serve and to start, creating this identity of dignity and elevating what research has shown is called the lost Einsteins, of folks who would be innovators, who would be contributors, but have never been given the tools. And so how do we start to equip them with information on, yes, you can be a data analyst. Yes, you can be a this, you can be a that. And you don't even have to have a 4-year degree. You can go to community college. You can take community college classes through your public school and high school and get your credits and get certifications to start entering into these jobs and into these fields. And I think we need to have more solid on the ground conversations with folks to give them guidance, because no one's going into their spaces and into their communities and saying, hey, and even my own community, my own cousins, my own brothers and sisters, who I am constantly trying to say, hey, yep, you can go do this. Take 6 months, do this program. I think we just need to have real honest conversations about what's out there and bring that information back into our communities, because there are routes and there are opportunities, and we can help people to equip themselves. And it doesn't have to always be a trickle down approach.
Absolutely. And talking about bringing it back to our communities, the information, let's talk about also bringing the dollar back to our communities. Brian, I want to lean into you a little bit on the data side, but I want to level set a little bit. One of the challenges I feel is one of the biggest with creating wealth in our community is when you look at the racial wealth gap and the amount of time that a dollar circulates in each community is staggering. It is just staggering. When you look at the fact that for white Americans, it's months that their dollar stays in their local community. But when you look at Black communities, it's hours. It's literally hours. The average time that a dollar stays in the Black community is 6. And I personally believe a lot of that is because we don't control our own institutions. We don't. I'm a big proponent of Black banks. Everybody knows that. And if I take my paycheck and I get paid and I deposit it in somebody else's community, it's gone. It is literally gone. And unfortunately, many times, we're running to give our money to other communities. So I want to talk a little bit about, when you talk about policy and these economic ecosystems, what from a policy perspective, what is the data saying that we can strengthen these underserved communities so they don't have to be underserved forever? How can they become served? How do we get these underserved communities to actually have the institutions embedded within them to create these economies where the money can churn and create opportunity in these communities?
Well, that's certainly a tough or a question that could have a long answer, because there's a lot that needs to be done from a policy level to address those things. There's just the baseline that there just needs to be more money invested in these communities. Thinking of the future of having to transition our economy into a more tech-focused one, or even, you hear a lot about amongst like the ecologicals for like a just transition into like a clean energy economy. And that's true there where we need to work on that, but it's also true for the rest of the economy, where we need to transition people and give people the trainings, the opportunities, the money, the whatever, the access to the, whether it's or not, it's how to build the solar panel, whether or not it's how to code a program, or whether it's how to, create a business in your community and provide them with the kind of like money and access and funding that gets that. Because in order to build those opportunities, we need to put an infusion of cash basically on the baseline level. And there's, you know, thinking of the other ways that, you know, strip and prevent people from kind of having the ability to start a business or keep the money in their own community. I mean, that obviously ties in with just the pure kind of devaluation of the communities where these you know, where communities of color live. I mean, there's from both just the undervaluing of homes, you know, things like that, to the long-term, either whether or not it's now, you know, white flight in the past, which removed services and obviously devalued properties in that regard, but just harmed the, you know, cities where communities of color were living. Or now you see things like retail redlining, where communities of color, especially Black communities, don't have access to, whether it's like grocery stores or whether it's banks or whether it's, you know, clothing stores, simple things like that are just kind of not put into their communities instead. And that's why you see things like the dollar stores, you see things like pawn shops, you see things like payday lenders, which are incredibly predatory on people of color that come in here, and they, you know, that means that the money is obviously going somewhere else. If you're having to pay Dollar General to get your groceries, that's not, you know, that's not going to your local grocery store. It's going to go in the pocket of some executive who's making millions of dollars. And there needs to be an infusion of money that goes to the people where they need it to help bridge this, because it's not only, you know, canceling student debt or reducing it or whatever would go a long way to address the racial wealth gap, and obviously providing increased access and programs that would help owning your first home better, and obviously policies to, you know, to try to outlaw these kind of things you see with appraisals of homes. All of that are necessary, but at a baseline level, more money needs to be given to communities so they can do with what they want. We still can't, from a, you know, thinking of myself being in DC, but on a broader level, saying we can't say this is what you need to do in your community. People need to be given the funds to do what they want to do, and that because they will know the community best wherever it is, whether that's in DC, whether that's in Des Moines, whether that's in Atlanta. The people in that location will know what's best. And I think that's one place where, you know, as Mayor Tubbs said, you know, the universal basic income goes a long way with that. I think you hear about like the baby bonds program, which Senator Booker has talked about, which would give money to children when they're born up until college, basically every year, which would go a long way to reduce the kind of wealth gap, because it would help pay for education, but also give people a source of money, of wealth themselves that they could have and build upon. But it's things like that would help address these kind of gaps we're seing.
That's a great point, Brian. That's a great point. I want to slide into that responsibility as far as giving people the money they need to have this sort of access. We'll go to a quote from Dr. King again. We said a civilization can flounder as readily in the face of moral and spiritual bankruptcy as it can through financial bankruptcy. And I want to take this opportunity to take this quote and shift towards corporate responsibility in all of this. Post George Floyd, we saw a nation, you know, every time you turn on the news, every press release came out from corporations all across the country and around the world said how they're going to recommit themselves to this concept of a beloved community, how they're going to give more, how they're going to be present more, how they're going to help shape a new world, a new society. And here we are over a year from the assassination of our brother George Floyd. And I believe that we've gone from announcement season to now it's accountability season, to try to see who is made good on these pronouncements and who has answered the call, and really begin to show where they can leverage their power as corporations and really create impact. So I want to go to our panelists and just get your thoughts. What have you seen in corporate America that has made sense? Who should we celebrate? Who should we give side eye to? Who should we be looking at with a little bit of concern? Let's start with Brother Tubbs. Let's start with you about what you've seen out there that's been impactful in this post George Floyd world, and from the corporate America, and they're answering the call for corporate social responsibility.
Yeah, I don't have intimate knowledge of what folks are doing. I do know that there was a lot of energy after the murder of George Floyd, and a lot of sort of pronouncements made and commitments made. I know it's only been a couple of years, but I haven't seen any terribly meaningful sort of actual real world implementation or impact of said promises and pledges. the sponsors of this great convening notwithstanding, who I know are doing incredible work in our communities. So I guess I'll leave it at that. I don't know, but what I do know is that there's a huge opportunity to make an impact, given the myriad of problems we've discussed today, and that sort of corporations, their employees, CEOs, shareholders have not just an opportunity, but I would argue a responsibility to create a society that is not necessarily has equal outcomes, but at least has just outcomes. That has outcomes that are really based off merit, and outcomes are really based off effort and ability, and not outcomes based off racism, or not outcomes based off a litany of isms that give some folks opportunity and not others. So to answer your question, Ashley, I don't know, but I'm excited because I know there's so much that they can be doing.
Right. And I think that's part of the conversation, is recognizing the responsibility first. And I think that to counterpose what Brian was saying, DC has a responsibility, but we have to understand America has, basically like 4 capitals. DC is the capital of politics and the government. New York is the capital of private equity, where all the money is. Silicon Valley is the capital of tech. And then Hollywood tells a story about how all 3 exist amongst each other. And so when we talk about creating significant change and these centers of power, we got to have a multi-approach conversation of making sure that all these centers of power in our country are working together and are working in a direction to create this sort of change. So when we talk about, and I'm gonna go back to Brian real quick before I go to Sherelle. When you talk about this, Brian, you're in DC. I've lived there, worked there. The policy is one thing, but where are you seeing the role of corporations and also achieving the very same goals that you talked about the government has a responsibility to work with?
Yeah, I will also say that I definitely do not have the most intimate knowledge about this. This is not generally what I'm looking at, but I would say that broadly speaking, corporations pretty much across the board are skirting their responsibilities to the communities, to people, to our country, to our government. And I think I will fully, and openly be the cynic in this kind of way. But, things like, tax avoidance, simply draining the funds from the coffers of our country so we can't pay for the things that we need to pay for. I think you see the kind of outrageous, one of the things I do is a lot of research and work on CEO compensation. You see outrageous pay packages. Obviously you see this present at big banks, but Tim Cook received $98 million in compensation last year. That's over 1,000 times more than the median employee at Apple. And as we all know, Apple is a well-paid, good employer. But if their CEO is getting paid over 1,000 times more, that means it's 1,000 years it would take a median employee at Apple to make the same amount of money that Tim Cook made in 1 year. I think issues around like union busting that you see, which do not allow workers to get the kind of fair representation and fair money and fair kind of say in their workplaces, is a big issue. Along with, there's also just the kind of, those are things that can be addressed through policies. Those are things that can be addressed through enforcement, all of that. I think there's also just an abdication of responsibility on like an actual basic corporate level. The top 5 banks, have are overwhelmingly 80% thinking of their boards or their executive suites are white and overwhelmingly men. Obviously you're going to have outcomes that replicate the people who are making the decisions and that kind of benefit them if the people making the decisions are all basically the same. And most Fortune or S&P 500 CEOs are overwhelmingly white men. So it's like things like that. It's like it's not just that there are policy things that need to be done to make sure that corporations are paying their fair share. They're treating their employees well. They're paying them, adequately. They aren't putting them in unsafe working conditions, things like that. And that they also need to corporations to take a hard look at themselves and realize who are we prioritizing in this? And it's not just at the executive suite. You see studies and stories of, a communications officer who's above someone else's level getting paid $50,000 less because she's Black or something like that. I saw that story somewhere recently, and that's true at so many places, and they need to take responsibility and to give the employees what they deserve, and also but also realize that you can put out as many statements as you want saying Black Lives Matter and whatnot and pledging to do better, but I haven't seen anything. Again, I will fully admit that I'm not as up to date with that kind of stuff, but you need to actually like step up and do it on a personal level alone, that we need to have the kind of policy levers that make sure they're doing what they need to do to protect the communities around them.
And this is a great point. As I go to, Sherelle, I want to, talk about our own personal responsibility, all of us. Yeah, I always start with what I consider the cause of my life is making sure that people are putting their money where their mouth is, and there's no more intimate way to do that than where you bank. Are you banking your values? When you see banks, big and small, put out these pronouncements, you see corporations put out these pronouncements, where you put your dollar as an individual is a reflection of your values. So we all need to think about that. Where we invest our time, where we invest our money, whether it's our bank or it's where we buy our clothes, do these corporations in this world where we're supposedly taking one step closer to this beloved community concept, are they reflecting the work? Have they done the work? And are you rewarding them with your dollars when you don't know? So this is a challenge for everybody. But I think is how we all can step into this space and hold the corporations accountable, because they want our dollars. But can we hold them accountable by saying, if I give you my dollars, what have you done to make this world better? What have you done to help us love each other better, be closer to each other, and build this beloved community? So from a personal perspective and a corporate perspective, Sherelle, I tee it up for you to go either way with that.
Yeah, so actually I do have intimate knowledge. My team actually did the first analysis once companies were starting to share statements of Black Lives Matter about 3 days following the murder of George Floyd. We did a public analysis and created an entire spreadsheet cross-referencing over 200 plus corporate companies cross-referencing that along with their DE&I data and understanding what percentage of Black workers were actually on those teams, leadership, as well as board level. So that entire database went viral. We did a follow-up 1 year later that we published in partnership with Fast Company. I sent it to the producers here to see if they can share it out as well. So we did an analysis speaking to Black people in tech, particularly within leadership. Some of the findings that we saw was that there were a lot of companies that hired a chief diversity officer for the first time. There were over $30 billion in pledges, in dollars pledged, be that for nonprofit organizations, hiring and recruiting practices, scholarships, or direct investments, even into Black banks. And so that analysis, of course, is ongoing, because we're going to have to look back 5 years from now, 10 years from now, to really see how those dollars were actually spent. One of the other things we spoke a little bit about the how do we start giving people the funds in order to create progress. We saw that even in our analysis at the Plug, particularly on corporate companies that were starting to put dollars into Black-led venture capital firms. We did in 2021 alone, we saw about $325 million go into these funds, and these fund owners who specifically are targeting their investments towards Black-led companies. So we're seeing, some movement taking shape. The challenge
that is shifting priorities. That's exactly example of shifting priorities. And I have to bring us all together to close this out really quickly. But I want to say, that is exactly what we're talking about: the shifting of priorities and how these priorities shifting can close this racial wealth gap we have in our country. I quickly want to give each of our panelists a chance to tell us how we can stay in touch with you, follow you, and keep up with your work. Brother Tubbs, thank you so much for being here. We're just excited to have you and all the work you've done. How can we keep up with you?
Yeah, I live on Twitter. So at Michael D. Tubbs on Twitter or Instagram. And again, thank you, Ashley, for your great moderating, and thank you to the fellow panelists. I learned a lot. I'm inspired to do more, particularly around letting people know the opportunities that are available, and also pushing to make sure the opportunity is equally distributed. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Sherelle, you want to tell us how we can stay in touch with you? How can we get the Plug as a book?
Yep, very, very similar. I'm at Sherelle_Dorsey across Twitter as well as Instagram. Definitely check out Upper Hand, available for pre-order on Amazon. And also be sure to subscribe to our weekly briefing at tpinsights.com to get access to all things happening in the Black innovation economy.
Thank you, Sherelle. Brian, how can we stay in touch with you?
Yeah, so as unsurprisingly, I'm also on Twitter. You can find me at Brian_Wakamo. And you can find my research writing and the research of my colleagues at inequality.org, where we put out writing, we put out, facts, like we put out reports, things like that. And we have a weekly newsletter where we try to take people through the big events of the week and show folks something inspiring that's people are working on the ground.
And I think Brian just froze, so I'll just jump in really quickly. Thanks everybody for joining us for the Beloved Community Global Summit. This has been a fantastic conversation. We hope that you continue to follow up with our panelists and this great discussion across our country about how you can do your part to help close this racial wealth gap. On behalf of our CEO of the King Center, Dr. Bernice King, thank you so much for joining us. We hope you enjoy the rest of the programming today and have a wonderful day on for King Day on Monday. Take care.
Hi, my name is Lin-Manuel Miranda, and I'm honored to be here and part of these events. I first learned about the work of Dr. King as a child. I had an amazing elementary school music teacher named Barbara Ames, who wrote a song about Dr. King, and which I learned as a child, and we sang every January 15th on his birthday. That was my first introduction to him as a very little boy. And it wasn't until I entered high school and began reading his writings myself that I realized how radical and how revolutionary Dr. King really was, how radical the tenet of nonviolent resistance, and how that wasn't to be confused with passivity. It was the act of showing up every day, the difference between the law as written and true justice, and standing up for true justice, whether it was on behalf of Black Americans or on behalf of the poor, and how much of his work was about combating the systemic inequities that our country faced and continues to face today, and the radical act of meeting opponents to your vision with love and with radical generosity, but to continue to show up every day, even in the face of outright hostility and violence, is a lesson to us all, that to continue to fight for justice, not only when it is popular, but also when it is unpopular. When the letter of the law is unjust, to fight the letter of the law. That was a life-changing work to read his writings, I sought to emulate him and to, in my work, pursue my work from a sense of love and of compassion. The best lessons from Christianity, which are the teachings of Jesus, to approach your work with a radical sense of love and understanding. And I'm grateful for his presence in my life, and I'm grateful to all of you who continue his legacy. Thank you for letting me be a part of today.
Nonviolence is the answer to the crucial political and moral questions of our time. The need for man to overcome oppression and violence without resorting to violence and oppression. Man must evolve for all human conflict a method which rejects revenge, aggression, and retaliation. The foundation of such a method is love.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. changed the world when he demonstrated what could be achieved through nonviolence. Now, you can learn how to live and practice this philosophy yourself through Nonviolence 365 Online, an innovative digital experience developed by the Martin Luther King Jr. Center for Nonviolent Social Change. Nonviolence 365 Online features extensive video interviews with real nonviolence practitioners, including the King Center CEO Dr. Bernice A. King, King Center certified instructors and trainers, and veterans of the civil rights movement. Explorations of the historic campaigns that helped Dr. King forge his philosophy. Immersive, annotated reading experiences that enhance Dr. King's most influential writings on nonviolence. Custom activities, including quizzes and interactive scenarios to help you practice along the way. Real-world exercises to help you start applying nonviolence in your daily life. Nonviolence 365 is a love-centered way of thinking, speaking, engaging, and acting that leads to personal, cultural, and societal transformation. It isn't just a concept for philosophers or political leaders. Nonviolence 365 is a powerful, practical approach to dealing with conflict and dismantling injustice. Whether it's in your personal life, in your school or workplace, your local community, or a national movement. Dr. King, Mrs. Coretta Scott King, and many others sought to create the beloved community, a society built on global cooperation and equity. This wasn't a lofty utopian dream. It's a realistic and achievable goal because each and every one of us has the power to make it happen by committing to nonviolence as a way of life. Take the first step today with Nonviolence 365 online.
The Martin Luther King Jr. federal holiday is a day on to educate, advocate, activate. The King holiday extends beyond the one day and beyond the United States to encompass global, comprehensive, strategic work to eradicate the triple evils of poverty, extreme materialism, racism, and militarism to create the beloved community.
As recent events have shown us, we cannot wait. The most pressing issues of our time demand that humanity envision, strategize, and organize toward a more just, humane, equitable, and peaceful society with nonviolence as the pathway to that world.
We encourage people across the globe to use the MLK holiday and the days following as a way to engage in meaningful service, to advance the important work of groups, organizations, and entities that are engaged in initiatives to address systemic issues that have created disparity and perpetuated inequality.
What are we celebrating on MLK Day?
We are really remembering and reflecting upon a gentleman who gave us a means of coexisting together as a humanity. You know, how do we really get along and cooperate with all of these different beliefs and ideologies? That's really what we're commemorating.
President Reagan made Martin Luther King Day official at a Rose Garden ceremony today. Mr. Reagan had expressed early reservations about honoring the slain civil rights leader with a national holiday, but he signed the bill that had passed both the House and Senate by large margin.
In 1994, Congress passed the King Holiday and Service Act.
This celebration of Dr. King will now be a celebration of his vision of community, his vision of service, and his life proves that it will work for all Americans and for our country.
The bill was introduced by Congressman John Lewis and Senator Harris Warford, both of whom worked alongside Dr. King in civil rights activism. Participation in the MLK Day of Service has grown steadily over the past decade, with hundreds of thousands of Americans each year engaging in projects such as tutoring and mentoring children, painting schools and senior centers, delivering meals, building homes, and reflecting on Dr. King's life and teachings.
It's time to put ego and pride and fear and power aside and employ love and justice. My father reminds us that power at its best is love, implementing the demands of justice. And justice at its best is love correcting everything that stands against love.
Community engagement also includes initiatives in the form of peaceful protest, awareness and education projects, and philanthropy efforts to address critical health, education, human service, human rights, and environmental needs. We want this engagement to continue beyond the holiday and for volunteers to commit to having impact in their communities year-round.
So these young people are being prepared differently than I was because they live in a different time. But the most important thing they have to decide is not just to do to get an education and to be selfish about it, but that they must prepare themselves to give back and to make a difference in the world. We have to create what my husband called the beloved community. If we are to survive, we have to learn how to solve our problems and resolve our conflicts in a nonviolent manner. And so I think it's important for them to realize that they have a personal responsibility.
The MLK Day is a defining moment when many commit to service. We believe it will spark continual volunteerism that is strategic and impactful for the greater good, so we can build resilient, equitable, and sustainable communities worldwide.
Hey everybody, I am so excited to be here. My name is Goddess Rivera. I'm the Global Director of Culture and Community at Twitter. I'm so excited to be here as part of the Beloved Community Global Summit. Just want to give a quick thank you to Lin-Manuel for that amazing uplifting video. Thank you so much for sharing that with us and with our audiences. I know that they were just as inspired as I was listening to it. We love to hear. It's so interesting, you know, today that we'll be talking about how media and entertainment can actually shift priorities and to create the beloved community. That's what we're going to get into today. So hearing from Lin and thinking about all the art and the ways art has touched the world and shifted priorities is so perfect. So I am here with you today, but I want to give our guests we're going to be chatting with today a moment to introduce themselves. We've got Reverend Lennox Yearwood Jr. and Joshua Griffin. So I'm going to shift it over to you both to see if you could just give a quick introduction, and then we can get into a little bit of what we're going to cover today.
Hello, everybody. Good morning from Seattle. Nice to meet you all. My name is Josh Griffin. I'm where I work with the Carter Center and this new initiative on focusing social justice through the arts. So I'm happy to be here and get in this conversation.
Awesome. Hey, Josh.
Hey, everybody. It's Rev Yearwood, president of the Hip Hop Caucus. Always good to be here with the King family and this the King Center, and bring a little bit of hip hop into the process.
Yes,
Exactly.
I love it. I love it. Well, we're talking hip hop. I gotta say, I'm from the Boogie Down Bronx, so
hip
hop runs through my blood. It runs through my blood, and I'm just so excited to jump into this. So, as I mentioned before, we're going to be talking about how media and entertainment can actually shift priorities and create the beloved community. But I thought we'd start a little bit by just talking a little bit. I actually outlined a couple of things about the beloved community. I think it would be important for folks to know as we think about what that actually means. And when you're thinking about Dr. King's beloved community, you know, it was this global vision. So when you're talking about hip hop and art and artistry, creativity, to me, that is global, right? It's a way to impact people all over the world. And in that vision, you know, he had this idea that everyone could kind of share in the wealth of the earth. You know, there's enough for everyone. And I think about the abundance of creativity. So I think that, you know, thinking about that, having that kind of this set the tone, thinking about this community where artistry and creativity can be impactful. I want to jump into a couple of questions and we can chat about how we see that happening and how we've seen an evolution of that already happening. Okay, so our first question, let's jump in. This is interesting because we're going to talk about where the money resides first. That's where we're going straight to it.
Right.
Okay, so our first question is, you know, some of the highest paid people in our world are athletes and entertainers, which is so interesting, right? I think we can all agree on that. But what do you think, you know, artistry is so important and we know this, but what do you think that says about the value we place on other careers, you know, that are not in those creative fields? You know, why do you think that we invest so heavily in people like athletes and entertainers who do bring kind of a, you know, leisure and creativity to the world? But as we're seeing right now in this moment, there are so many other, you know, just, I guess, careers and roles that are still as impactful and can be creative, but they're not valued as highly from a financial perspective. Josh, you look like you have something good.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about that. I was walking around earlier today, kind of just like thinking through this question. And I think part of why it is that we always have, right? We haven't had enough people that have like challenged and pushed back this question of like, why are we paying so much capital to these entertainers, to these athletes, when we could use that money to like rebuild communities, right? We could be intentional in other ways about that. So I think, there's a couple of things we can rethink how we go about, trying to build conversations and try to bring in the athletes into the conversations to be able to like build a more beloved community and things of that nature. But I think it's really why it always been is because we've allowed it to. And maybe now is the time to really like rethink, right? And to really question like, why are we paying all this money to be entertained by an athlete when you can like pay grassroots activists that are artists up and coming that are really trying to push an agenda and create change at a grassroots level? You can still pay that same money, invest in them and what they're really trying to do for society.
I'm gonna spin the question a little bit. Thank you so much, Josh, before I get to you, Rev, because I think about that as well, right? But I think about the work that you did, Rev, with Vote or Die. And it was like those young people wouldn't have been listening, right? If it wasn't coming from their favorite entertainer who had amassed this career. So I'm really curious to see how you would answer that, because it kind of feels like a little chicken and the egg sometimes, that people grow to respect and connect with the artistry so much that it also allows us to provide messages that are important too. So I'm curious your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I see it a little differently. I mean, I see it from the standpoint that I know that athletes, entertainers have had a rich history in our culture as Black people and our liberation. I mean, I see it from the standpoint that from the Apollo to, Black baseball and to the Negro Leagues to everything we've done, that entertainment was literally part of our escaping from white supremacy and racism. And so like the Black preacher, like the Black imam, like the Black doctors, Black teachers, Black entertainers, and sports figures were critical because they also had a platform to do things for our community that others could not do. So I think it's a little different. I mean, now it has become obviously a different world now in the 21st century. But for us coming up, I mean, even now, I mean, we just lost, for instance, Sam Jones, who played for the Boston Celtics, who had won 10 rings. But, Sam Jones was, right there in the midst of the struggle. He was supporting Bill Russell when they were going down to the South to support Dr. King and others. So I think that's the standpoint that we got to come from. And we got to find artists who want to do that kind of work. That's what I do. We want to find artists who want to be freedom fighters in the 21st century.
I think that's such a great point. As you're even talking, I'm thinking about, I just watched the Aretha Franklin, biopic not long ago, and Nina Simone and people who, like you mentioned, they were able to have this platform that kind of provided resources and awareness.
Critical,
So it's really interesting. And I think you're right. I think that that's a fair point of being a Black artist, right? That is a very different thing. At that level of escapism was not the same and not as in dire need as it for other communities as it was for us. So I think it's really interesting to think about the value of being a Black entertainer is very different because our communities really deserve and needed those moments for release. I think it's interesting, 2 different points that I could totally see from. So as we're thinking about, what we just talked about, the kind of role and the value that athletes and entertainers have, what responsibility, and it sounds like Rev, you just hit on that a little bit, what responsibility do you think that people in media and entertainment have to create the beloved community? I'll just quickly just share with y'all. I'm a mom planning stuff for my little one, right? And right now we're working on, actually I might hit you up, we're looking at history of hip hop for my daughter's class, because I think that there has become this really deep gap in the responsibility of artistry to continue to move forward, issues for our people. And a lot of folks, especially some of the younger people, don't realize how connected this has been and how it should continue to be. That is not all folks. There are a lot of folks who are artists now who are really passionate about this. But I do think that there is a responsibility. Josh, I don't know if you had any thoughts on this. I would love to know.
Yeah. Can you ask that question again? The responsibility?
Yeah, just, and I know you had actually done something last year where you talked about kind of a roundtable of, what is the responsibility of artists and entertainers to make sure that they're creating the beloved community, that they're pushing for equality, that they're pushing for change, that they're making sure that the needs of our community are met. and that we can hopefully get to this place that is more equitable. You know, do you feel that artists and entertainers have a responsibility? Maybe you don't.
I would ask the artists if they're even aware of what the Blood community is, right? Like, have they taken the time to understand what that looks like in their practice and in their artistry? And if they have, then now I think they're duty bound to do their part in fighting and advocating for the Blood community. And if there isn't, if there's a disconnect, then like, what can we do to encourage them to be in the know, to know what the beloved community is, right? And to how to incorporate this practice into their art and artistry, because they have a platform to be able to push that. But I think, absolutely, I mean, if you have any type of platform, you know, to be able to talk about various issues, you should promote the blood community. I think it's just a matter of like, if you're aware. I don't think a lot of, you know, artists are. I don't think that people take the time to know and to really dive into the teachings of the blood community.
Gotcha. Rev, what about you? Also, I'm calling you Rev. Please tell me to stop.
Yeah, no,
like
that's what they call me. No, that's what.
All right, I thought so.
Yeah. I mean, I feel this way. And listen, you know, I think that, you know, an artist's positions, I'll say this: when the movement is strong, the art is strong. But when the movement is weak, the art is weak. And so I think that artists actually, to me, follow the movement, and it's not vice versa. Throughout our history, I think we've seen that. So I would say that when our movement is strong, when they see us out here fighting for the movement for Black lives, when they see us organizing to fight the climate crisis, and we're talking about clean air and clean water, when they see us fighting against poverty, then you begin to see the music and the art, and we see those things correspond to that. You know, there is no Hamilton if the movement is not strong around politics and hip hop. There's no "We Gonna Be All Right" by Kendrick and many others if there is no movement for Black lives, right? So I think that it really is upon us to do that. And even from the history, we're looking at not only Dr. King, but even to me, more importantly, you know, Coretta Scott King in that situation. When you look at just the power of the movement before us, then those from, obviously, you know, rest in power, Sir Sidney Poitier and obviously Harry Belafonte, Eartha Kitt. You mentioned Aretha Franklin. I mean, there's so many, Nina Simone, who followed Dick Gregory. I mean, who then fall in line to that, who make the movement strong. So I think there's a combination that needs to happen. I think the thing that, you know, I agree with Josh on is that, you know, we're at a different time right now. So the pressure is different. You know, for them in the 20th century, they were fighting for equality. And while we're definitely still fighting for equality in the 21st century, we're not fighting for existence. And so the stakes are much higher. So we need our artists, entertainers to realize that we're living in a situation where we're fighting literally for our lives. And so we need them to be serious. While we understand that they may have a lot of the perks that go along with being artists, entertainers, we need them to understand that those perks mean nothing on a dead planet.
No, like what resonated for me is like, how do we continue to push, right? How do we continue to hold this to the forefront and everything? Because it's like, you know, in 2020, we had the racial reckoning, and I was in Atlanta in the streets protesting hard. And it's just like, can you not be in the street every single day? I don't know if that's realistic or not, right? But I saw a lot of people out there protesting with me, right? I saw a lot of music come out from those movements. And it's like, you can still be in the street protesting, not literally, but figuratively in your own life, right? It's just a way of like trying to find and identify, you know, what is your role to play in this? And I think that is a big thing, is like people haven't taken the time to identify what is their role to fight for social change, for social justice, for all our people. And then like real quickly, for people who might not be unaware what the Blood community is, little excerpt is the Blood community for him, Martin Luther King Jr., is a realistic, achievable goal that could be attained by a critical mass of people committed to and trained in the philosophy and methods of nonviolence. So it all gets back to nonviolence.
Right. I love that you clarified that. And I think it's so important because it's like you said, it's, you know, thinking about what is your role and how are we going to get there, knowing what we're trying to achieve too. I think what you mentioned, Rev, about the idea of fighting for equality versus existence is really something. I know you've done a lot of work around sustainability and environmental activism. I'd love to know kind of how you see the role, because I think it's crazy to think about, but that sort of always falls to the wayside, right? But that's the thing, that if it goes where we can't get it back, everybody's affected. Don't matter how much money in your bank account, don't matter if you can sing, you can't sing, if our earth is on fire, or we cannot live, we cannot breathe. And I think that it's so important to make sure that that is brought to the forefront. But it is something that I feel like it's not a prevalent theme in hip hop. It's not something that we hear at the forefront. How are you starting to take something like sustainability or environmental activism and fuse it with something creative like hip hop, so that there is that awareness? Because this is like, we are ringing the alarm bell. This is something we all have to be thinking about, and affects our communities, disproportionately. Talking about clean water and clean air and things. I would love to dig into your view on that.
Yeah, well, you said it. I mean, one of the words that we heard from Eric Garner, and then later George Floyd, was "I can't breathe," and that was in regards to police brutality. But one of the things that's crazy about that is that most of us, particularly Black people, live within 30 miles of a coal-fired power plant, causing us to that we can't breathe from the pollution. And we don't look at it that way. And that same pollution is actually the core reason for the climate crisis. And so when we connect those dots between what's going on, between many things that are hurting our community, then we realize that, hold on, why are we the ones on the front lines of everything, from the hurricanes to the tornadoes to the wildfires? Why are we the ones first being taken out? Or why are we the ones we can't leave first? I mean, when things go down, we're stuck. I mean, we're stuck in our community. So the climate crisis is critical. We're trying at Hip Hop Caucus to really do what we did with voting. I mean, we were successful with Vote or Die and Respect My Vote. And so we made that kind of the thing, so to speak. We're hoping we do something with the climate crisis. And because of the demographics of the caucus now, a lot of young people really want to fight for that issue. And so that's just front and center. So one of the things we're trying to get right now, moving forward, is getting strong climate policy, but also we need to change how people actually see the movement. Because what we realize is that there are a lot of Black people, particularly Black women, who are actually leading the climate fight. And that's what's crazy about this, is that when they turn on the TV, they go to Al Gore, but they're not going to all the folks who are actually on the ground making it happen. I mean, so many. Dr. Beverly Wright. I got a list of strong, nothing against the brothers, but my sisters are on the front lines of the EJ Women's Justice Crisis. And so I just think that, because I think they recognize what it means when they see their children not be able to breathe because of having cancer and emphysema and asthma. And I think that they realize that when they see their babies dying like that, they step up in a different kind of way. So I think that that's why this is our issue, without a doubt, and we got to make things happen. And so we're trying hip hop to make, use our cultural expression to shape our political experience.
Right. I love that. And also, thank you for giving us our due. Shout out to Black women. It's true. It's always that level of kind of existence and survival that propels us to be at the in the fight for so much of this. I think that it's just starting to finally get some of that due and some of that, some of that respect around a lot of the work that's been done. I'm thinking about too, just the act, like something that's actionable. It sounds like, there are people on the front lines. I think about your work, Josh, as a social justice consultant. You mentioned you were on the front lines in Atlanta. And I'm also curious, you hosted some roundtables around artistry being a part of change. I'm curious, like, how are you seeing the conversation take shape with people who are on the front lines? And what are some of the actionable things that are coming out of those discussions that you feel are helpful or valuable, or you're seeing actually push progress forward?
Yeah, definitely. Real quick too, back to what Rev was, the point he was making about women activists with environmental racism. I'd recommend you all check out a book called The Waste by Catherine Coleman Flowers. That book's real good.
Awesome.
Yeah, highly recommend that one.
Definitely.
Yeah. So with the Forum on Human Rights at the Carter Center, we take the time to bring in various artists of different backgrounds. Recently, we've been working with artists based in London who have a connection to Palestine to just talk about how, you know, they've used their art form in a global context. And I think that's one thing too, is like we need to, sorry.
Oh, you good? I'm like, hold on.
We had Josh in the Matrix there for a minute.
No, I know. It's probably figuring out. But no, one thing that I was really thinking about is also thinking about like the global component, right? And I think that's what I take great pride in with the roundtable, is that we're now bringing in not just the domestic voice, but also like the global component to, you know, just various issues. What is, you know, racism look like, or climate change look like in the UK? What does it look like in Palestine? What does it look like in North Africa? Just so that we can focus on the global component and not just necessarily domestic also. And so that's what we do. I think that's the beauty of these roundtables, is that we give the audience the opportunity to sit for an hour to engage with our artists, ask them questions, and then to be able to leave knowing, to be in the know, and then to be able to like look within themselves to be able to identify action steps that they can take.
I love that. I think that's so important, because it's worth, I think, discussing, you know, in my work at Twitter, my role and my team's role is to specifically serve historically marginalized groups that are on Twitter, voices from Black Twitter, people with disabilities, LGBTQ+, and several other communities. And part of it is connection, right? I have to make sure that we are connecting them and hearing their experiences, but there has to be something actionable that comes out of that. What are the programs that we're launching? How are we reviewing and revising and you know, our policies and how we service folks depending on their experience? You know, so I think that, like I sometimes feel like, as we talk a little bit more about this, especially I think 2020 was kind of like that pinnacle moment for many of us in this lifetime. And it was a lot of conversation. And then it was just like, okay, what's the actual thing that came out of this? It sounds like you're smiling. It feels like, Rev, you got something to add on this because you feel me.
Well, no, I just think that you're right. This is a critical moment, right? And I think that, you know, the one thing that we saw is that what we are still seeing in regards from voting rights and other issues is that we have to get better on policy. Because the one thing about it is that, you know, demonstration without legislation leads to frustration. And so if we could be out in those streets, but if we're not also in the suites making things happen, we're seeing that we're not benefiting. So right now, for instance, we got to figure out how to shape policy, because right now we're realizing that either we shape policy or policy will definitely shape us. And so on the thing that you're saying from 2020, everything from the pandemic, obviously to voting rights, to many other issues, we really got to up our game a little bit and being more laser on what we're focusing on, and not just, you know, not just the law, and then also the smaller pieces to that. So if we're out there, you know, organizing in regards to voting rights, organizing brutality, for climate, then we got to make sure what are all the steps that are involved in that, and follow those steps through.
Right. Yes, I saw somebody posted that. I love that comment that you said. I resonate with that. It makes me think about too, and I have this question for both of you all. We've been talking about a couple of different things and ways to address change, you know, through media, through entertainment. But how should entertainers or athletes or people who do have this platform, how should they actually frame their priorities? I think it sometimes, I know for me, it has felt a little bit like every time I look up, there's something to fix, right? I'm like, my brain, I'm like in the morning, I'm like, oh God, I'm worried about climate change. And then I get down and I'm worried about, you know, infrastructure. And then I'm going, oh my goodness, we got to get this social justice together. I'm raising a daughter. Like, so I think if, you know, I'm not an entertainer, but even just for me, trying to figure out, you know, if I had, you know, the resources of an entertainer, how do you both, and I'd love to hear from both of you, recommend that people prioritize, you know, how do they frame their priorities? How do they know where to start and how to spread and make the most impact? because I think that's a really hard decision. And a lot of people get paralyzed and do nothing because they don't know where to do something first. So I think it's interesting. I'd love to know, and Josh, it sounds like you've thought about this a little bit. How can somebody prioritize the things they need to focus on, especially if they're in entertainment or media landscape and they have a platform?
Yeah, I mean, I'll speak to myself. I can't speak for others because I don't really know them, but I know myself. So I think a lot of it, like year 2021 was about being intentional, right? And same with 22, it's like being intentional with about how you go about living your life. And I think when you do that and you really invest in your passions, beautiful things can happen. I mean, I was intentional with how I went about creating this roundtable series on the forum on human rights, and great things have come out of that. And so I would just encourage everybody to find what their passions are and what they believe in, and really being intentional. And I don't really know, for priorities with artists. I mean, they've been artists for a long time. I'm not trying to, be negative or anything like that, right. But they haven't done enough, right? At all. Because I know if I had that platform, I'd be out here every single day, right? And I speak to myself. I know what I've done with what I have now. And if I had those same access, those resources and access that they have, I'll be doing more. And so I'm not looking to them for the priorities. I'm looking to myself. And I'm going to be intentional with how I go about prioritizing what I'm passionate about and what I believe in, and I know what I can do, and just surrounding myself around like-minded people, and people that also challenge me, so that we can create the change that we're going to see, not want to see, that we're going to see, in this lifetime. Yeah. We've come too far not to.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And I think you have a really fair point. And I'm curious too, Rev, for you, who has worked and partnered with some of these artists, I feel like you put them on to some of their priority. You gave them some, like, hey, look at this. We need to do this. I don't know if you experience any pushback or hesitation, or how do you feel people are shaping their priorities, or they can frame them, having worked with the artists that you have? And feel free to drop a little name up in there on that. Vote or not, we all know that. I love a name drop.
So this is the thing. I actually see it a little differently, Graham, from Josh, because I work with artists on a more frequent basis. And so part of our job at the Hip Hop Caucus is to talk to artists. And, I've been doing this now. Now it's going on almost about 20 years since I first started this back with Diddy and the Vote or Die campaign, and that was 18 years ago. So I've been doing this for a while and talking with artists. And so over that time frame, what I'll say is this: artists are human, and all artists are very different. Some artists want to be engaged, some artists don't want to be engaged. It also comes from where they come from as well. And so, like anybody else in our movement, I think we have to talk to people on a one-on-one basis and find out what they want to do. And I think that's what suits them best. And I think that artists who really want to get engaged, I think we'll figure out a way. We got to understand too that some artists come from different backgrounds. I mean, you have some artists who come out of some really tough situations, come out of gangs, and they now have these platforms, and then they have me show up and talk about, let's go save the world. They're like, man, it's just like, we talking about. They still on those streets. And then you have other artists who might not be that way. But what I always say is this: how do you get our Cassius Clays to become Muhammad Ali's unless you work with them, right? So you got to have that process to have love for artists. And you got to, for me, and I'm a person of faith, you got to believe that. I tell them, God gave you that platform. You may even know why you got it, but you got it now. And so whatever reason that song hit, or you now an actor, you now are in this position where you got a platform. So either you can use that platform for good and look back later on in your life and say, wow, I made some change, or you look back and be like, man, that was just a good moment and I made some money. So for me, I mean, I will tell you, I've been around many artists who I've talked to them, and I've seen them literally, like, from the 2 Changes to the Sierras, and we've had these conversations. But the one moment I'll say this, and tell how much this means to people, and I mentioned Missy Elliott. When Missy Elliott was going to go vote, She was going to go vote, and so it's a story to how she went to go vote. But when she actually found her polling place, it was her first time voting. And literally, she asked me to hold her hand while she voted inside the booth, because it was and she was in tears voting. Now you would think that here she is, and you think, wow, that's Missy, Misdemeanor Elliott. She got this huge platform.
Yes.
But the voting process for her was such one that she understood what it was, and she was like, that was her beloved community moment. I am doing my part. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So what I'm saying, and she was in the booth, had the curtain closed, and was holding my hand. And I say that because those are moments there that we don't even understand, that artists are people.
Yes.
And if you look at when you talk to other artists, older artists like Harry Belafonte and who are still around, they'll tell you that they are so connected to this movement. And so what I would say is that don't just write off the artists for their art. They are who they are. That is who they are. But never forget that most of them are people of color who come from our communities. And a lot of times never were engaged by us. A lot of times they were young men and young women who never saw us in their communities. And now they got a platform. And because they have a platform, they see all these folks now coming to them. When they have, they're like, man, when I was a 14-year-old kid and I was on Section 8, I ain't see. And now, now I got 1 million followers. Now you come up to save the world. What's that? So what I'm saying to everybody who's watching, listen, that youngster who you're around right now could easily be your next superstar in 5 or 10 years, or 5 months in some cases. Don't love everybody equally. Love everybody the same. They may blow up, they may not blow up, but just do this. Love them. And I'll tell you something, if you love them, it's going to go a long way. And I'm telling you, that's the one thing our movement has to do. I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. When the movement is strong, the art is strong. But when the movement is weak, the art is weak.
Wow. That's such a powerful story, because you're absolutely right. I mean, I'm a huge Missy Elliott fan. She's amazing. I'm following her forever. But my family is Black and from the South, and Missy's from Virginia. And it's like we're the same. We're all part of this community. And I have several people in my family who are nervous to vote, never really voted before, the last few years when it became mission critical. And I remember, I don't want to tell my age, but I was right around the time Vote or Die launched, when I could do my first voting. And it was so important to see people who I grew up with, respected, loved, people like Diddy, who created some of the biggest and shaped institutions that shaped who we were as Black youth, saying that this is a critical process that we need to be a part of. And I think a lot of people, the way you just broke it down, don't think about just the emotion and the what it means to overcome some of those barriers. It's not just a simple, I don't feel like doing that. I think that that's a really interesting point. But as you were talking, it makes me think about something else, especially working in social media, as I have, for the last 15 years. I think that sometimes people are afraid to do the wrong thing. And I think that people get, again, frozen in that fear, or they said something that they, that was received badly. And then it makes them recoil and be very nervous. So I want to talk a little bit about, how do you feel that people can rise above kind of the fear of, what if I'm, rejected for this, or what if this doesn't work out, or I lose fans, or sometimes money. And so I always say, everything I ever do, everything I sign off on in my role, I always say I'm willing to get dragged for it. If I get dragged up and down the timeline, I'm okay with it. I've made peace with it, because I think it was important, and that it would have made an impact and would provided value to people who need it. So that's kind of like my, internal piece. But I'd love to know, maybe for you, Josh, to start off, like, how do people get over, I think, which is it has been exacerbated by just how quickly we can all communicate with each other nowadays, being afraid to speak up, because I think that's very real for athletes and entertainers who have this platform and have something that, they could literally lose or could be affected by them speaking out about certain things.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that if you're passionate about it, if you know yourself, you should speak up. And let it be known, as long as you know that you're a good person, you go to bed, sleep all right at night. That's for me. I'm not really big on social media, all that, but
hey,
what I do is like, I think I speak the truth, right? And like, I know who I am, and I know my purpose, and I know what I stand for, and I'm not afraid to stand up for what I believe in. And I know that, I think it's back to like your role, right? Everybody doesn't have that role. It needs to have that role of standing up and speaking the truth, and that's okay. I mean, maybe you see somebody who like posted something on social media and you're about that, and you reshare it because you're about that, things of that nature. I think that's totally fine too. But like, there's just so many inequities throughout the world, and like, you can't silo them. You got to have a voice. You got to believe in something, right? Yeah. So I think, I don't know, you only got one shot at life. Like, live without fear. Just go at it fully.
Right.
Who cares what someone thinks? As long as you know who you are, that's all that matters in my mind.
That's real. I do think people struggle sometimes with knowing who they are, though. Like, it's real. I think there's a lot of distractions out there. It's a lot of pressure on folks. Rev, I don't know if you have any thoughts about people who kind of stand up or get afraid to stand up. Anything that you've seen or talked to people through?
Well, I love social media from the standpoint of as an activist. I think social media has been one of the greatest tools for us in the 21st century to link our struggles together. I think that we can know now what's going on in Detroit, can know what's going on in New Orleans, can know what's going on in Charlotte. So we can link together. We can see that the same problems that's going on in my community are going on in your community. So I think that's one of the great things. And also around the world, I think it's opened this up so that we can have conversations about liberation with our fellows and sisters, around the globe. So that's one thing. I think that for anybody, you should be cautious once you put things out there. It is being put out there. It is your thought. And I think that, particularly if you have a platform, you should check somebody who helps manage that, because it's real that before you say something, you should just kind of, like anything you do in life, you should just kind of just think about it before you put it out there.
Right.
But I think those are the most important things that I think that we're seeing right now. And the one thing that I would say is that, for me, the revolution may not be televised, but it will be uploaded. So, we gonna make it happen, and we're gonna go with it and go forward.
No, I love that. I think you're absolutely right. And I agree. I think part of what drew me, to this industry, to this role, in creating the role, was that it is a democratization to me. So I serve, Black voices in Brazil, just as I serve Black voices in Detroit and Atlanta. And then you start to see the connectivity, and you also start to see some of the differences, right? Even just thinking about history and the way things have happened in different countries, all of it really plays into today and how we can continue to help each other on that kind of level, and not just know about it, but instantaneously know about it, instantaneously donate or provide, some type of support. And of course, that does go the other way, and there can be divisions and conflict. But I think anytime human beings are involved, all that entire spectrum is always at play. I know we talked a lot about the individuals, right? So I want to talk a little bit more about your thoughts on the institutions of media and entertainment. There's been a lot of discussion, really, I would say in the last 4 years for sure, absolutely in the last 2, about the responsibilities and the shortcomings and the growth of the industries of media. People, I know there was a lot of discussions on Twitter about how Black and brown journalists were expected to continue to cover some of the really tough, emotionally traumatic things that were happening in the US and abroad. And if they were even in the newsroom, right? Even from entertainment, we saw there's a lot of reckoning around things like, protecting women and Black women from artists who are as sexual assaulters or have been accused and convicted. So I think that I think that we put a lot of, thought behind what individuals can do, but I know that there's also been a lot of gaps in what the institutions are being held to. So Ren, maybe I'll start with you. I know that's your wheelhouse, and then Josh, I'd love to get your thoughts. Just as an institution of media and entertainment, what do you think that their responsibility is in the creating and sustaining the beloved community? Because I think we can't put it all on individuals. They do exist within the ecosystem as well.
Yeah, no, I have a lot to say on that one. I mean, I think institutions are
Let me
critical.
get settled in.
Yeah, no, I think institutions are critical for protecting and sustaining those voices. That's one thing. I think that we have to do a better job from the institutional standpoint of ensuring that they have the resources that are going to these individuals or organizations. I think that's so. I think that from a development standpoint, I think a lot of times folks are looking for resources from the foundations to ensure that we are supporting, and they need to get that as well. And we're not seeing that go to particularly, BIPOC or Black and Indigenous and people of color-led organizations, not having those kind of resources. Right. But in regards to, I think one of the things, we actually working on the film in Hip Hop Caucus now with Dream Hampton, and Dream Hampton did Surviving R. Kelly, and she's amazing.
Yes.
Yeah. And so, she's doing it. We have Wanda Sykes doing a voiceover. It's gonna be dope.
Amazing.
It's gonna be hot when it it's actually called Underwater Projects, and it's gonna be coming out hopefully so either this year or early next year. About the impacts of communities in the hood that are near the climate crisis. But I say this because when she did Surviving R. Kelly as a good example, I'm not sure that she was fully protected. And I'm not sure a lot of women in our movement like her, when they speak out, are fully protected. And I want to make sure that in these spaces, particularly in our spaces that can be very patriarchal, that women can feel protected in that aspect. So we got to do a better job there. I do think that's one of the bad habits that was, if we were to speak, honestly, one of the things from the last movement in the 20th century is that they weren't the best on this issue. And I think that we had to break some of those bad habits about how we are treating each other in this process. I think the other thing that's really important as an institutional aspect is that our movements, our institutions sometimes become institutionalized, in which they become so focused on surviving themselves, where they forget about what it means to actually fight for the cause that they're dealing with. And they become also, we have a tendency as organizations to then turn on one another. And I see a lot of times where institutions have this mentality where it's either marginalized or be marginalized. And they begin to literally assault each other in other organizations. And it's like, and then we can't be successful because it becomes competitive either for resources, they could be competitive for clout, they be competitive to get, get their name out there, and it becomes really competitive. So we got to work on that. We have to know that we can't be against, there's too much work to be done. And so we don't need to be against one another. So as institutions, we have to do better. And then my last thing is that I think that there's a disconnect sometimes with some of the older institutions and the younger institutions. And that's okay, because we're going to see things differently. But I do think that we can't, again, attack one another and be saying that, well, say the younger folks can't tell the older folks, well, y'all sold out. We now fighting. And the older folks can't tell the younger folks, no, y'all young folk don't know what y'all doing. So we can't have that as well. So I do think that we really do need to come together as institutions and make it happen. And then it's one last thing for those.
Y'all say it. We would.
Yeah. No. And then one thing I think too is that everybody don't need to create their own institution too. In that aspect, because we got a lot of people out here who go out here to create institutions, and sometimes your skill, your gifts may be suited to be with somebody else. We may need an institution. Think about it, but also think if you may have to join Josh and what he's doing, or maybe figure out what you can do over there, help out with Twitter, and say, man, we want to help you all over there. I think that sometimes we're so busy to create our own, get our own business card that says president and CEO, and it's just it's you by yourself. That I think
love that business card.
So I just think that we gotta figure out how we can work together in solidarity.
Yeah,
because we dying we dying, y'all, and
Yes.
and that's real. Our people are really out here hurting. So we need strong institutions, and we need us to come together, and we need our genius to work together for our common good.
Yes.
That's what's up.
Those were all amazing points. Those were great. Thank you so much for sharing that. Josh, anything you want to add is on the institutions, what they owe us, what they can do better. What are your thoughts?
I think Rev, man, just thank you. Like, you covered so much, and I'm just like over here taking notes and everything. So I appreciate that. I can just speak to like the context in which within the Carter Center. I think what's really cool is that within this institution, they've allowed myself to be able to create this space, to be able to like bring in and talk about these domestic issues, and to be able to engage in conversations with diverse people and have challenging talks. So I'm grateful for that. And I think if I learned anything from Rev just now is just to really know my spot. And like, it's okay to be, in this position right now and to be able to continue to grow in it, and just move forward in it.
I love it. Well, we don't have much time left, but before we get to our last question, where we'll do a couple of takeaways, I want to just ask a personal question. I would love for each of you to share kind of a personal story about a moment where you felt inspired, or art, a creativity or artistry, something that you saw inspired you to actually do something that you felt made an impactful change. It could be anything, listening to an album, seeing a concert, talking to somebody. I want to also talk about the way that artistry can inspire us to do things. And I would love to kind of hear from you about a moment, if one comes to mind. Who's got one? Who looks like they have it in their hand? Rev, it looks like you're nodding. Oh no, everybody.
No, okay. Rev, that's all you. Rev.
No. Go ahead, John. Go
ahead. Now, just real quickly. So I write poetry.
Love that.
And I wrote a poem when I was in Barbados studying abroad in 2013, after I saw the acquittal of George Zimmerman. I rewrote that poem this past year with everything that's going on. And I think that whenever I read it, it's just like, I don't know, I get chills just thinking about it. Like, when is it going to end, right? When is this the killing of Black bodies by police brutality going to end? And I think that in a conceited way, I guess you could say, it inspires me to continue to know that a decade later, it's still relevant, and that not much has changed. And that inspires me just to go forward and to just speak my truth and to live my truth.
I love that. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Yeah.
Rev, what about you?
Yeah, I've been in this for so long. I've seen so many situations of this. Man, I'm inspired by our people and our resiliency. To be honest, I just that is, and they are my celebrities to keep it at 100. But I guess one instance that really inspired me was we were doing, speaking of climate, we were doing a climate album called Home, Heal Our Mother Earth, that we had Neo on and Common did a song on there. Check it out, y'all. It's still out there. It's pretty dope. But one of the people we were trying to get on the climate album was Beyonce. And for some reason, her song that she wanted to work on didn't get on the album. But she was so moved to want to do it, she put it on her album Lemonade. It's Sandcastles. So that's actually that's a little thing you might even know, but that was her
dropping gems and stories.
Yeah, so that was her thing. And then when I heard it, knowing that was, listen to Sandcastles, it really just moved me, because I also knew how much at the time, how much that really meant to her. And then to see her then go out and speak out very forcefully when Hurricane Harvey hit in Houston, that showed the whole circle. So again, a lot of times people don't know these things are happening, and that's the thing that gets me. And I guess that's maybe on that Hip Hop Caucus do a better job of telling these stories. Maybe we gotta work with Twitter and figure out a little Twitter way to tell them.
We right here, Rev.
We gotta figure it out. But that's the thing there, and that kind of made me go back to what I was saying earlier, that people don't connect those dots. They don't see that. But now, like when they hear that, they're like, oh man, she wrote Sandcastles Lemonade, and then she's out there fighting for Hurricane Harvey. And then she was donating. Oh, that makes, oh man, Beyonce really, you know what I'm saying? She's really putting it out there. So I say that touched me, because that again shows me that, you know, these artists really want to make a difference.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I love that. I think that that's such a beautiful story. And I think you're right. I think sometimes some of those stories, some of those inspirations and conversations, they don't make their way into the marketing package, right? And the things that go out and tell the stories about the work. No one asked me, but I'm going to just share quickly because we have a little bit of time. I thought about it. It's actually very different. It's not, I think it's powerful what you all have shared, but just thinking about pure artistry. I remember when Erykah Badu dropped Mama's Gun, which came out in 2000. It was kind of the time when I was finding like my own, this is the music that I love. This is the music that moves me. And I was really bothered and upset about Amadou Diallo, who was shot down in a Bronx hallway. He was an immigrant living in New York City in a hail of bullets by the NYPD. And it felt at the time, Rodney King, I was younger and I knew what happened, but it felt like, growing up, things were okay. And I remember when that happened, I said, oh my God, we're not safe out here. And on that album, Erykah Badu has a song called 80 2000, in which she dedicates that to what happened to him. And it showed me, one, it's a beautiful song, but it was a moment where I said, wow, you can bring this pain through to artistry, and you can honor and pay homage to those who have lost their lives or on the front line. And there's so much more to be done. So no one asked me, but I thought I'd share that with you guys.
No, that was great.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we don't have much time left. So very quickly, I would love to just end on, just what we kind of talked about a lot today. This has been dope. I felt like the time just went so fast. I appreciate y'all. We got to do this more often.
Likewise.
Yes. But I want to end on, if you all sharing just quickly, a couple of takeaways and some practical kind of actionable things that you feel people can do. Some of the things that we talked about today, maybe even things we didn't get to really help come together, make our world more just, more equitable, more peaceful, create and sustain the beloved community. Josh, if you want to start, we can start with you. Just three takeaways before folks head out today.
Yeah. For me, it's just, I wouldn't really consider myself an entertainer at first, but just sitting here and listening to like this conversation, I definitely would say I'm a part of this industry. So I think it's just continuing to refine my role and what that looks like on an individual level. I would just really, encourage everybody to try to understand what your role is, right? Where do you fit into this fight? And one thing you can do is this coming Monday, with the King Center in partnership with the Carter Center, the Forum on Human Rights, we'll be holding a conversation at 6:30 p.m. just talking about, what we do and what we've been doing. So feel free to check that out. Awesome.
Thank you. Brad, how about you?
Yeah, definitely encourage everybody to go to hiphopcaucus.org. We got a lot going on. Maybe do lots of fun, from stopping the student debt to climate to, Black lives. So please check out Hip Hop Caucus. If you have any questions, if you're an artist, you want to be down, let us know. But go to Hip Hop Caucus on our Twitter. That's when I spot to go check us out. Hip Hop Caucus got the little blue check mark, so we appreciate that. So we appreciate all that goodness and that loveness. But I also just want to tell everybody right now, listen, we going, like I said before, our mothers and fathers fought for equality. And we now, in this century, fighting for existence. But I need you to stay encouraged, and to do that, sometimes music and art can bring you joy, and it can bring you life, and it can bring you hope. So always, whatever you do, make sure you keep your laughter going, keep your hope strong, and keep your prayer going, because that's what we got to do to make it. Because we are in our lunch counter moment of the 21st century. All power to the people.
Yes, drop the mic on that. I can't even follow that, Rev. Like, what am I saying? No, this has been amazing. I feel inspired just from this conversation. Let's keep the conversation going. Shameless plug, I'm at Goddess Rivera on Twitter. I would love to stay connected with not only you all here, but anyone who tuned into the conversation today. Please stay tuned. There's more great content, more conversations coming today as part of the summit. And I hope you all stay safe. Have a great one.
My heart smiles as I bask in their legacies, knowing their lives have altered many destinies. In her eyes, I see my mother's poise. In her face, I glimpse my auntie's grace. In this case of deja vu, a 19th century question comes into view. In a time when Sojourner Truth asked, "Ain't I a woman?" Today we pose this question to new powers, making bets on artificial intelligence, hope towers. The Amazonians peek through windows blocking deep blues as faces increment scars. Old burns, new urns, collecting data chronicling our past, often forgetting to deal with gender, race, and class. Again I ask, ain't I a woman? Face by face the answers seem uncertain. Young and old, proud icons are dismissed. Can machines ever see my queens as I view them? Can machines ever see our grandmothers as we knew them? Ida B. Wells, data science pioneer, hanging facts, stacking stats on the lynching of humanity, teaching truths hidden in data, each entry and omission, a person worthy of respect. Shirley Chisholm, unbought and unbossed, the first Black Congresswoman, but not the first to be misunderstood by machines well-versed in data-driven mistakes. Michelle Obama, unabashed and unafraid to wear her crown of history, yet her crown seems a mystery to systems unsure of her hair. A wig, a bouffant, a toupee, maybe not. Are there no words for our braids and our locks? Does relaxed hair and sunny skin make Oprah the first lady? Even for her face well known, some algorithms fault her, echoing sentiments that strong women are men. We laugh, celebrating the successes of our sisters with serena smiles. No label is worthy of our beauty.
Hello and welcome to day 2. And the session is talking about shifting priorities as it relates to humanity's use of technology. Just a quick comment on the video that we just saw. It's a really powerful video from Bhjowani. And I think it speaks to what we've always seen happen in society post-colonial era, is really the minimization and almost erasure of the greatness of people of color and women, and all of that's being translated now into some of the artificial intelligence and technology. And that really just speaks to one sliver of some of the harms that is being evident in humanity's use of technology, and really excited to get into what this panel will really cover, which is exploring a more mindful and being more mindful about humanity's use of technology. So I'm Michael Akinwale, founder and president of Indigenous Health Group. And with me today on this panel, we have several great panelists joining us. And so I'd love to have them sort of brought on into the panel. And as they come in, if they don't mind introducing themselves, and so that we can get our discussion going. So I think first up, there you go. Randy, if you don't mind going ahead, just introducing yourself, and we'll sort of go from there with the rest of the panelists.
All right. Good morning, everyone. It's a great honor to be here with this amazing set of panelists. I'm Randima Fernando. I'm a co-founder and executive director at Center for Humane Technology. We help people understand the harms that they feel from persuasive technology, especially social media, and how those harms are actually part of larger runaway extractive systems. We equip global leaders and everyday decision makers to take wise action and to address those problems at their roots. We're always looking for systemic solutions. Our work is featured in the Netflix documentary, The Social Dilemma, which explains how social media influences how we make sense of the world and how we make choices. You can learn more at humanetech.com. And since you're at this panel, you may be interested in our free online course called Foundations of Humane Technology. Quick thing about me, I was born in Sri Lanka. My background is a mix of technology, mindfulness, and social impact. I'm so glad to be here today and glad we're discussing such an important topic. So thank you.
Awesome. Excellent. Can we have our next panelist brought in, please?
Hey, good afternoon. Yusuf Enriquez, founder and CEO of Indigenous. Background, grew up in the islands of Kingston, Jamaica. Spent most of my adolescent years in high school in Miami and joined the military. So I've been in healthcare for about 25 years, since 17. So I've seen low-income healthcare, government healthcare, and been in the space long to see some of the long-standing structural racism that stems within the healthcare system. And now we're endeavoring into the technology aspect where, there's some challenges around, lack of inclusion of technologists that look like us, and what a powerful presentation previously, the video that we just watched. Those are some of the things that Indigenous is trying to work on, is to make sure that there's inclusion not only on individuals that are creating the solutions for these technologies, so that we can have a better inclusive, and so that there's not bias in some of the data sharing and the data information that's being collected in the healthcare space. So pleasure to meet you guys, and looking forward to the discussion as well.
Excellent. Excellent. Thanks for coming on board, Yusuf. Can we have our next panelist, please?
Hi, Gilzad. Sorry. I'm so honored to be here. Thank you so much. CEO of Wise Care. I've spent my life at the intersection of health and design and technology. I really, as technology's developed, and personally, after leaving domestic violence, we found ourselves homeless and in incredible poverty, and learned so much about the impact that poverty has on what we call social determinants of health, and just the ability to function, and how access to technology really impacts whether or not it's helpful to any of us who really need it. And then after getting out of that, I ended up with stage 4 cancer, and really learned so much. I mean, I was blind in a wheelchair in the bottom of a nursing home with mold coming down. And I saw that we can talk about access and equity and all of these things, but it needs to be integrated into somebody's life, right? Because their experience, everybody's experience, is what impacts their ability to have a joyful and successful life. I'm just super excited to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gail. And there we go.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on what time you're calling in from. My name is Ruha Benjamin. I'm a professor of African American Studies here at Princeton. And in terms of background, I was born in India and was raised equal parts in South LA and Conway, South Carolina. In addition to teaching and writing about this relationship between technology and society, I direct the Ida B. Wells Just Data Lab, in which students partner with community organizations to center the concerns of communities most impacted by data harms. And so hopefully I'll get a chance to share a little bit more about that. But I'm just honored to be here. And I love that we kick things off with Joy Bulamwini's work. The thing that I love most about it is that it integrates a critical and a creative approach to technology. So on the one hand, it's looking carefully about data harms and technological discrimination, but it's also encouraging us to be creative, proactive, and to reimagine this relationship between technology and society. And I think we can build on that way of integrating things in our conversation and way forward.
Excellent, excellent. So thank you all for your introductions. I know we have a lot to cover, and I know we all have strong opinions, which I assume will mostly be aligned, but we're open for debate. And so I'll put a little bit of structure around our conversation. So each of the questions that we will pose, I'll pose it to two of the speakers, and then after they've commented, sort of introduce the whole group to have a brief conversation before we move on to the next one. Prior to that, I'll read through some of the guiding quotes from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. That we've been asked to use to center this conversation. So just remaining mindful of the theme for this year's summit, we would like the panelists to explore in greater detail the numerous ways in which technology may be used to enhance society and humanity, as well as the potential dangers of the use of technology if not regulated and managed appropriately. And so the quotes from Dr. Martin Luther King are as follows. But our moral and spiritual lag must be redeemed. When scientific power outruns moral power, we end up with guided missiles and misguided men. When we foolishly minimize the internal of our lives and maximize the external, we sign the warrant for our own day of doom. Our hope for creative living in this world house that we have inherited lies in our ability to reestablish the moral ends of our lives in personal character and social justice. Without this spiritual and moral reawakening, we shall destroy ourselves in the misuse of our own instruments. The second quote, through our scientific and technological genius, we have made this world a neighborhood, and yet we have not had the ethical commitment to make of it a brotherhood. But somehow, and in some way, we've got to do this. We must learn to live together as brothers, or we will all perish together as fools. We are tied together in the single garment of destiny, caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, and whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. For some strange reason, I can never be what I ought to be until you are what you ought to be. And you can never be what you ought to be until I am what I ought to be. And the last quote, when machines and computers, profit motives and property rights are considered more important than people, the giant triplets of racism, materialism, which is poverty, and militarism, which is war, are incapable of being conquered. And so with that, I'd love to welcome our esteemed panel to answer the series of questions that we're going to get into. So first question, what influence, if any, do you think that technology has on how we set our priorities and why? For that, I'll pose it first to Ruha and Yusuf to share their perspective on that question, and then invite Gail and Randy to chime in before we move on.
All right, thank you for that, and for just setting the tone with those quotes. I think we could probably talk about those just for the whole hour and unpack them. There's so much there, and so I'll say, to this question about what influence, if any, do I think technology has in setting our priorities? And again, it's like, what priorities are we talking about? Are we talking about public priorities? We're talking about governance. Who's we? I think we would need to specify. When I think about, in terms of the role of technology in our lives, let's put it more generically, I think it has an undue influence. It's centered. The priorities of those who make and market technologies override so many other social values and social priorities. And so as a starting point, I think we have to put technology in its place and the tech industry in its place. It's not that in some cases we might want to eliminate entire technologies that are clearly harmful, but in many cases it's the centering, the priority, the overinvestment that it gets. And so, too often tech makers and marketers promise that things are going to become more efficient, more convenient, more fair, more connected, as if these are straightforward goods. For example, I can take my phone and probably order some hot ramen to show up at my office in 30 minutes, like before this conversation ends. Great on one level, but what is happening behind the scenes, behind the screen that allows for that level of efficiency? What kind of labor conditions? What kind of, pay structure? So, and who's benefiting most from that efficiency? And so it's these kind of questions about the ethics, the values that animate these buzzwords that too often get sold to us that I think we have to go into. Facebook's original motto was move fast and break things, to which we should respond, what gets broken, who gets broken in the process? I remember a few years ago, the state of Michigan adopted an automated decision system by Governor Rick Snyder, who, by the way, before he was governor, venture capitalist, businessman, introduced a system called Midas. It was an automated decision system to flag and predict people who were engaged in unemployment fraud. And what we learned after a year or two of this system wreaking havoc in people's lives was that it flagged 20,000 people falsely as engaged in unemployment fraud. That was 93% of those identified. Meanwhile, people went bankrupt. They got hefty fines. They lost their homes. Some committed suicide, got divorced, broken in the process of this efficient system, right, in the public sector. And so this is one of many examples we could talk about that really challenges the buzzwords that too often create a sense that technology is going to save us. And so again, it's about, as Randy mentioned at the beginning, in terms of going to the deep root behind these problems, tech fixes tend to get us to focus at the surface of things, right? Cosmetic versus substantive change. The last example I'll put out for now, just to illustrate this distinction between cosmetic and substantive. During the Super Bowl last year, the most popular ad was an Alexa ad that showed Michael B. Jordan, the actor, as the embodiment of Alexa. It's a really funny ad. I encourage everyone to look it up and watch it. But essentially, Alexa becomes a Black man in this commercial. At the very same time that Amazon's airing this ad, it's crushing the unionization of the majority Black and Latinx workers in the Bessemer, Alabama plant. And so it's giving us cosmetic representation, so we feel seen and we feel connected to this product. And at the same time, the underlying conditions that create the efficiency, that create this mega industry, the people who are doing that work on their feet for hours and hours each day, can't even stop for a pee break, aching arms and legs, their well-being is not prioritized. And so I think we have to, going forward, put technology in its place and not settle for cosmetic solutions to what are deep-seated problems.
Amen to that. Not to be biased or anything. Yusuf?
No, I think all great points, Ruha. And I think, it's the same, like you said, it's what context is in. So the same lens could be looked at in equity and ethics, and who technology is serving, and at what point does that tip the line. In the healthcare space, you're starting to see that also play out, where the cosmetic fix of what technology brings also harms some of the individuals that are in those underrepresented and underserved communities. But unfortunately for us, on the other side, technology has opened up doors to where I think, with the COVID example, we've now been able, I think, to see more patients through telehealth. So those are some of the areas that has been areas that I've been looking at, but also keeping an eye on the ball, because again, the technologists and the individuals that are creating this technology has their own priorities, as you mentioned, an agenda, and sometimes those are not aligned with the people that they're looking to serve, because there's an underlying technology agenda versus truly providing equitable healthcare to individuals in Black, Indigenous people of color. So yeah, it's a unique balance, and the influence is there because in one end, like you said, the ability to reach more individuals that are in these underserved communities benefit from the technology, but I think the governance and the ethics, places that most of the decision makers don't look like us, then creates that unbalance. And so that's some of the things that I keep in mind on a day-to-day basis, with my background being at the FDA, that again, what may look, like you said, cosmetically as a benefit to some of the underserved population could also be a harm if ethics and good governance is not underlying the technology.
And with that, I'd love to bring Gail and Randy in to either support the comments we've heard so far on the question of influence of technology and in setting priorities, or to potentially rebut it. Just kind of open it up for folks to close us out on this question.
As a tech executive, I might get hammered for this after, but I don't think that any priority should be set by technology. It's a tool, right? And I'm thinking about a shovel, which is a shovel can be a tool, for violence, and it can be a tool to plant and grow. The shovel is not what I want to use to prioritize whether I choose to grow or whether I choose to destroy. And I believe that we keep making the technology the lead. It is a tool which is going to be as good or as evil as we as people allow it to be. And so I think that we need to step back all the time from our technology and say, who am I showing up as? Who am I connecting to? Is that somebody in the real world that I want to connect to that's showing up in a positive way? So I'll just stop there a second.
Strong position. Go ahead, Randy.
Well, just building on,
strong out of the gate.
Just building on that, I think Dr. King's quote, the point about interdependence is really important. That's like a root thing for everyone to understand. So I'm going to just talk a little bit about that. If we don't understand that, we end up recreating the same problems in the metaverse, on Mars, wherever we go, right? Whatever tech we build, we will keep doing this, keep doing it. There's several reasons why technology isn't neutral, right? One is technologists' own values and assumptions are encoded in the products they build, right? We have to all understand that that's true of anything that anyone does. And the choices their products present to their users, right, are a reflection of their own upbringing and their conditions. Society's values and power structure shape how technology is used, regardless of how the inventor may have intended them to be. Every action that people have also changes them. So there's this complex cycle, right, of all these interdependent factors. And so then you look at something like persuasive technology, things like social media. A root issue here is that persuasive technology affects how we make sense of the world and the choices we make. So when we put that inside of an attention economy that rewards certain kinds of behavior, generally the most outrageous content, then you get customized realities for different people, and they're fueled by outrage. You have big problems, right? And that affects how we set our priorities, because, and then on top of that, technology tends to bounce us between wanting things and hating the things we have, because that is the cycle of selling products. That's how you do it. And so each time we go through that cycle, right, we add another cycle of suffering and delusion to our lives. So the bottom line, then we end up distracted, depressed, divided, and we cannot see clearly. So how can we set the right priorities when we each see different sets of facts reinforced by technology that keeps amplifying that? The bottom line is you end up without the capacity to coordinate, to set the priorities, and then to solve our problems. So again, as everyone said, the roots, we have to understand ourselves and not rely on technology to do this, but we have to understand the ways technology leads us astray in that process.
No, thank you all for that. Very, very insightful. And as I anticipated, very much aligned. And so in summary, I think I heard technology has too much influence on how we set our priorities. And we should hopefully do better going forward. So going into the next question, it's really around how do we begin to make a shift from focusing on profits and property rights to refocusing our priorities on people that we're supposed to serve. And for that, I'll go to Randy first and then Gail, and then invite the rest of the panel to chime in.
This is the hardest one. Thank you. I was like, I hope I don't get this one, but I will take a shot. This is the real systemic, right? And so I would say, at a high level, we need changes in culture, in legislation, right? The economic systems, in the way we run elections, and of course, the way we build tech. So it's a really systemic one. I'll give a few examples of each of them. But ultimately, building community is how all of those things are going to happen. So culturally, I think we are letting technology and media plant values in our minds and in our children's minds. We're letting it tell us, right? Letting it guide us, as we talked about. The advertising business model is one of the worst inventions ever, right? And it's made even worse when you add micro-targeting and customized feeds. So that's just driving all kinds of problems. What we need to do on a cultural level is to reconnect with our deepest ethics and values. This is something that has been lost as the world has become more secularized. And I think there are powerful teachings across all the major religions that are helpful for this, and we have to get more spiritual. I think art and film can help a lot here, right? So the social dilemma helped to wake up people. Coded bias has helped to wake up people, right, to these kinds of problems at a broad scale. We're going to need bottom-up movements to do that. In terms of legislation and elections and economic systems, again, as Dr. King said, right, the economic systems rely on regulation that isn't able to keep up with exponentially evolving technology. So these are out of sync. And that's even more so in today's hyper-polarized political climate where you can't get a law passed, even a reasonable law. So I think there are some less glamorous systemic changes that are like ranked choice voting, which would actually elevate more balanced candidates instead of catering to extremes. And actually that has all kinds of implications, because when you have extreme candidates running, it fuels a lot more division because of the way the campaigns have to be run. And then people end up thinking they're much further apart than they really are. So I'll talk more about that later, but there are also some lessons to be learned from democracies like in Taiwan or Estonia. And the last thing, so for building technology, giving people who are affected a central voice in the design process, like that's a big one. And part of that is aligning monetary gains with them, right? So a lot of times there's this like, hey, we'll get some input, but then the windfall goes only to one group, right? Different types of business structures that actually have different incentives from the infinite growth paradigm, because that paradigm drives you to make bad decisions. And then, when you think about how do we get to like a world of more humane technology. I think you have to start small. You have to start with a small group of humane technology products, technologists backed by investors who are actually aligned and are giving up like the old model because for whatever reasons they're able to. And then you have to prove that concept and grow from there. So short answers to a very complicated question.
Thanks, Randy. Gail?
Yeah, the hardest question. Anti-profit. I'm pro people, and I think this is one of the systemic problems is that we force businesses to choose, right? A regular C corporation says that your only obligation all the time is to your shareholders. And when your only obligation is to your shareholders, you're not supposed to do anything good unless it happens to benefit the pockets of your shareholders. A B corporation, which, you know, I would love to see more teeth to, and I'm sure lots of people would, says that you don't have to choose, that your mission is equal to your shareholder gain. And if your mission, and you can be profitable, right? So the question is, like, nonprofits do amazing work, but the question is, how do we balance profit and people? And I could add a lot of other P's, power and all of these other areas. So it has to start where we give the opportunity legally for people to say, I value both and I'm not going to choose. I'm not going to choose profit over people because you tell me that my shareholders are the only people who matter. So I think at the core, one is that we have to look at how we systemically prioritize from the very beginning who the obligation of executives have. And with that, social investment. You know, you were just talking about what we do with investment and how it plays with technology is a constant, right? We see the more investment that happens, the more a particular technology grows. And so we need to be able to support and give value to all of the social investments out there. You know, it is an absolute, we see funds and organizations who say you need to have a mission. Now, if that had more support in like a B corporation where they could equally prioritize that, then what we would see is a lot more social good as the priority in the investments for the technology. And if we follow the money where there is investments, then it frees up leaders to say, my funding and my company and my organization is absolutely mandated to do good in addition to being profitable. And I think then we'll start seeing a lot of change.
So as I bring the rest of the panel into this, it's really a question of, have we seen examples of where community or the company structure have delivered the good, or is it still something we're waiting to see? If it's out there, how do we spread that across society?
I'll jump in. I will provide an example, Michael, of something that I see moving us in a promising direction. But before I do, I'll answer the question directly about this shift that you're describing from profits and property to people. And just to underscore something that Gail said is that some people are being prioritized already. It's not that people aren't being prioritized. It's that shareholders, clients, those who are already monopolizing resources and riches. So a subset, a small sliver of humanity are being prioritized. And so that is the tech that we have right now is in their image. It's in their interests. And so in the short answer for me is that we have to demystify tech, and we can't rely on the goodwill of those who are currently producing technology to have an ethical awakening. It's too important to leave it to individual goodwill and hope that people will act in the best interest of everyone, especially the least powerful, the most marginalized. And so how do we do that? How do we demystify technology? I mean, for starters, I think we have to come to grips with the fact that those who are currently developing technology are not the quote best and brightest, as we're led to believe. There are powerful systems in place that ensure that the small sliver of humanity, of the population that's excelling in these fields and STEM fields, while others are pushed out. And so we shouldn't be intimidated by technical prowess. The issues that we're talking about today are too important to leave it to those who are in those fields or who have the technical prowess to determine the future for all of humanity. Their imagination about what is good and what's in our best interests, we are living inside of that imagination, and we need to counter it. We need to understand too that those who are currently developing tech aren't going to prioritize the least powerful on their own, beyond the idea that we are potential consumers. Our value as people and as citizens is tied to our ability to consume. And if we are not good consumers, then we don't have value. And so that is a capitalist ideology that we live inside of. And to move forward, we have to disentangle our value as human beings from our ability to consume, because then only those who can adequately consume are ever going to be prioritized. And so that is an essential shift if we're going to develop anything that resembles public interest technology with justice as a core value. And so each of us can think about how in our own domain, how does this look in our own workplace? How does this look? What technologies are being sold and marketed that are promising efficiency and convenience that we can question, that we can ask? The people who want to adopt these tools need to demonstrate their equity. They need to demonstrate that they are going to be just. It's not our responsibility to find out what's wrong. They need to, as a preventative measure, demonstrate to those who they want to use these or to be impacted by these technologies that they are not harmful and that they are equitable. Lastly, I'll just provide a quick example of what this shift can look like. Again, it's a shift that cares about who is behind the screen and what values are animating the development of technology. We're living in the midst of a huge, so many multiple crises, but one of which we could just look at is the housing crisis. Look at eviction rates even before COVID. The housing crises. And so most technologies that are developed that anyway impact real estate are developed in the best interests of landlords and property holders and those who already monopolize power and resources in this domain. We call it prop tech, that's short for property tech or landlord tech. Again, it's collecting data, it's surveilling tenants, it's making it easier for those who already hold power in this domain. So what would it look like to completely shift and turn this upside down? A quick example that I would encourage everyone to look up, one of many, is called the Anti-Eviction Mapping Project. It's a grassroots, community-based project in 3 different major US cities that's growing, that's developing data and tools for tenants' rights, for housing justice. It asks the question, what would help tenants organize for their rights? Let's develop technology and tools to put in their hands that will advance their mission. And this it starts with a different question. Who it's supposed to benefit is completely different. And so the technology is something very different. And so that is where at ground zero in the questions that we ask, we have to begin to ask from the point of view of those who are currently being harmed, pushed out, displaced by the structures that we have.
Power to the people. So,
all great points. I know we have a lot more to cover. I think, as Gail said, you got to follow the money. That's what it comes down to, and I think some valuable points have been made. I think there is a structure set up. That's why social impact investment exists. However, if you looked at funding that goes to that area, social impact is very minimal to what the others like that's mentioned by Ruha. That controls some of these, disciplines and industry. And I think, there are good people out there that want to drive some of these social impact, communities and engagement and movement. However, the funding never makes it, whether it's from a policy standpoint from the government or from the investment dollars that doesn't get shifted in order to engage, and build the communities that, I think there's enough knowledge and power that's out there to know what the right thing to do. However, as mentioned, the folks that have, those that have the goal make the rules, right? And so I think that's where the shift of priorities for me that I would love to see is that these dollars, even from, a government standpoint, why do we continue to fund, research that, doesn't benefit the low income and underserved communities? As to Michael's point, why are we still funding diabetes less than we fund supplements, right? Triple what funding goes to supplements and what goes to a real disease that's killing a lot of people in minority communities. So that's where I've kind of, focused my hat on in the healthcare space, is following the money and putting pressure on the individuals, as Ruha mentioned, the ones that have those decision making, to start shifting dollars to where they need to be, because we know where the interest lies with social impact in communities, as Randy, you mentioned. So we need to shift those dollars to the community instead of relying on technology to tell us what we're struggling with the inner city communities. I think we have a good idea and multiple hundreds of years of knowing what those issues are. We just need funding in the right hands and the right people to drive those social impact initiatives.
No, so I'm having fun just taking all of this in, and I know we have a couple more questions. So I want to lean into this next question, which ties into what we've discussed already, which is, what role does technology, both for the good and not so good, in helping address the triple evils of poverty, racism, and militarism? And for this one, going back to Gail and Yusuf to lead us off in that one before bringing the rest of the panel into that discussion.
The questions didn't look tough on paper, but I'll kind of trail on. I wanted to jump in when Yusuf was just talking, so it'll connect, which is that we have the means to make benefit corporations super attractive, and for other reasons that I don't really quite understand, we don't. Meaning there are things that we can do as a society easily. I'm a believer in people, and I've seen a lot of really bad, and so I'm not holding out that we can use technology or legislation to make people good, or to make them just, or to make them fair or empathetic. But what we can do, we absolutely can do, is change the rules, where when you change the rules, you say that you are rewarded for doing the right thing, whether you want to or not, and you are not rewarded for doing evil, for doing bad, for doing what we don't want to encourage. And we don't often talk about the rules, like with the benefit corporation. It's not as sexy, doesn't seem as interesting, but we can fix the rules. We can make it so that people are financially incentivized to do the right thing, whether they want to or not. Obviously, it would be great to change people's hearts, and I think we all, in the work that we do, try to do that and to influence, but I'm not going to wait for people's hearts to be changed. I want the rules to change so that whether you're feeling it or not, you're doing what's right and just and equitable, right? Because as technology is a tool, you cannot use the tool for good when you are in the middle of poverty, when you are in the middle of struggles, unless it supports you doing that, And the other thing is that there are things that, what does technology do well, right? It can connect us. It can speed things. It can make efficiencies. It can't fix human behavior. And so the question is, who are we and who are we asking other people to be to show up in using that technology? And I think, I hate to say, if Dr. King was still here, what would he say? But I keep thinking about the fact that I believe it would be to use these tools to do the positive of what we can do. And I think that we all need to kind of stop for a minute because of the speed and say, who am I using this, and how am I using this to connect? I don't know if that made sense. I don't want to dominate. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Gail. Yusuf.
Again, going back to some of the quotes, man, I mean, powerful quotes, and the middle one that really addressed, I think it quote, for some strange reason, I can never be what I ought to be until you are what you ought to be. And you can never be what you ought to be until I am what I ought to be. And I thought that was so powerful because, that's where we are. I think technology creates the connectivity, the goods, right? The connectivity, the being able to do, reach more people, the ability, to provide more services for these so-called rural areas that we couldn't get to before. We've watched a pandemic shut the whole world down, and we were able to get faster medication to market, right? How surprising. So I think technology has shown the good that it could do. It's now back to what Gail said and Rua has touched on. It's shifting, where the individuals are that are making these decisions and the rules. For in the Black community, we've always saying they're always moving the goalposts, and so we've seen that over our lifetime of as soon as we get a handle on certain using technology to benefit our community, then some new rule comes up. Give an example with voting rights, right? They said African Americans didn't go to the polls, and then we showed up in the polls, and now what's the effort that's being done on the Hill right now? Voter suppression, spending billions of dollars to suppress individuals from going to the polls. So, as I sit and look at the world in my lens, whether it's healthcare or politics, it's to Gail's point. It's always, the rules change to benefit the small groups, and the folks that really want to do good don't get access to, the funding and the mechanism to make the changes that they so well needed and already understood in certain communities. So, again, I think, for me, what I was able to take from, listen to this panel today is that, there is good that technology can drive and what we could accomplish, because we've seen what it's been able to do over the last 18 months. Unstoppable. It just needs to be in the right hands and be in the right corporations that want to do good and get the funding to do good. And I think those things will become sexy over time, Gail, as you mentioned, because the good will always outweigh the bad if you're able to show it in the numbers.
Now, thank you both for that. And to sort of bring Ruha and Randy in, it's really just trying to close us out in either the harms or the pluses or benefits of using technology to address poverty, racism, or militarism.
I just want to say that distinction between what's good and what's evil, it's much more porous than we might like to believe. That is, a lot of technology is deployed to create a humane veneer for evil. And so I think there's certain kinds of tech-mediated harm that we can see coming that are obvious, especially in hindsight, when we look at the collaboration between IBM and the Nazi regime, evil. But right in our contemporary moment, we're deploying technologies to surveil, to corral migrants. We're creating so-called smart borders that deploy all kinds of technologies in order to reinforce global inequality. And all of that is sold to us not as, something that is reminiscent of, a bygone era, but it's sold to us as more humane. Look, we won't have to chase migrants on horseback and whips. We'll just have a digital wall here that creates the same forms of exclusion and harm. And so what I would implore us as a beloved community to do is to hone our ability to see beneath the surface of tech promises, see beneath the surface of this idea that technology is more humane. The fact that we will put ankle monitors on people rather than holding them in cages. That's a humane alternative, but we should be asking about why are we putting electronic, shackles on people in the first place, and who gets to run free and commit all kind of evil while other people are contained. And so we need to look beyond, the surface of technology. And the last thing I'll just put out there as a kind of provocation is that technology and technologists need us more than we need them. So part of the imbalance in the conversation is us always talking about how technology is going to solve X, Y, and Z problem. But there would be none of these technologies were it not for the humans and the human data that need to populate it like oil. And so I'll give you a quick example. A few years ago, Google was coming out with its new Pixel 4 phone where you could use, facial recognition to unlock your phone. And that was the time that Joy Buolamwini and her colleagues' research had just come out at MIT, showing that these major facial recognition systems don't work as well on darker skinned people, especially Black women. So Google was finally reckoning. First, most of the companies tried to push back on this, but finally it was like, okay, we want our phone to work well on everyone. We want our product to be more inclusive. Now, the way that they wanted to get to that inclusive product was by hiring contract workers in major cities, including especially Atlanta. And these contract workers were tasked with approaching Black people on the street, and specifically people who were homeless, and told to play with the app on the phone so that it could take their photo. And they were given $5 gift cards. They weren't told what the app was for. They weren't told what their image was going to be for, namely the training data for the facial recognition system for Google's product. The only reason we know about this is those contract workers, they thought something was fishy. Why are we being tasked with getting people's images and not telling them what it's for? And so you see here a process in which a company wants to create an inclusive product, seemingly good, right? And yet it's going through a coercive process to get there, a process that is reminiscent of all of the many ways in which science and technology has been honed on the backs of the most marginalized. And so these same these good working facial recognition systems are likely going to be the same systems that track homeless people and push them out of parks, push them out of businesses. So they're being asked for their biometric data, their face data, to populate systems that are going to come back to hurt them. This is what I mean by the porousness. And so many things that seem good, like an inclusive product, are built through processes that are harmful. And that's why we need to be more discerning in how we evaluate these technical systems and not follow the marketing.
Powerful stuff. Randy, I know I'd love to get your take on this, but I know there's two more questions I know everyone has to touch on, and I would love to get everyone in on, but we do have 10 minutes, so I'm going to just throw both out and then see how we can integrate our responses to both. And I'll sort of ask Runa and Randy to lead us off in the last two. So the first is, what are some of the dangers of AI if we continue down the pathway of having completely unregulated use of the technology? And then we've become used to the idea of living in a virtual world. I know we mentioned the metaverse. And in fact, many children and teens are now more astute in maneuvering in a virtual world than they are in reality. How can we begin to move to a less violent virtual space, or an even less violent, realistic space that's more representative of the beloved community? So it's really AI and sort of virtual. And we'd love to get Randy, Ruha first on this, and then sort of bring the rest of the panel in.
Sure. I'll go quickly on. Should I just do both of them?
Yeah, just do both. Just do both. Yeah.
So with AI, I mean, the short version, I think, is that AI is going to take up a lot more, take over a lot more of human endeavors and decision making than many people realize. And that's because we actually follow more patterns than we realize, and AI does that kind of stuff really well. And that's going to have huge impacts, right? And of course, it's going to learn from, reinforce all the existing patterns and biases in the data that it's trained on. And AI-based recommendations are going to construct different realities for each of us and change our behavior, right? We have to understand that we're allowing these things to nudge us gradually in directions that are aligned with the values of people who are building the products, And as everyone's been saying, like, this is about treating us as consumers, and how is that exploited most efficiently? We end up as downgraded versions of ourselves, right? Instead of being better and having more opportunities. And then so that's just a very short one. But for 5, I think there are some opportunities. But it really starts with rehumanizing before we depolarize, before we try to solve anything else. And the loss of seeing each other as human is a big part of what is causing like a more violent virtual space. The elevation of more sensational content or more outrageous content is also driving. Few things we can do. We can focus on more intimate conversations over broadcasts. So, for example, copy more of what we do in the real world. Like, what is a good gathering at your house look like? What does a good dinner gathering look like? It's probably not you going on a stage with a big megaphone and yelling at 100 people, right? That's not how it works. And how do what parallels can we learn about what works in intimate human gatherings? There's a group called New Public that does a lot of work based on this. If you're interested, check it out. Turn off these ideas of virality-based infinite user-generated content and like letting the most sensational content play out and try to become more viral. Like, turn off that idea altogether, right? Turn off the advertising business model altogether. Just turn off some of the things driving the divisions, right, between people. Introduce more viral friction, and spread out amplification again, so we don't have a few people competing for like the biggest story, right? So these are some of the drivers that would really help, at least from the persuasive technology point of view.
Awesome. Ruha?
I think for me, one of the biggest dangers is that many technologies hide business as usual. And so we think, we conflate tech innovation with social progress. But I'm thinking about the late, great Black feminist writer, Toni Cade Bambara, who said, not all speed is movement. And so slowing down and thinking about what is technology hiding. A quick example, my grandma's generation, at the height of the Jim Crow era, she would walk up to a school or she would walk up to a hospital and see a big whites only sign or see an arrow pointing to the Negro wing. Nowadays, I can walk through the front door of most facilities. I can go through the front door of most, hospitals and expect to be seen. But there's very likely an automated system being used in these institutions that's making decisions about my care that is discriminatory. And there is empirical research demonstrating the deleterious impact on Black patients in particular, not because explicitly they're Black, but because of the way the algorithms use proxy variables that disadvantage them. And so they don't get the care they deserve. This is what I call the new Jim Code, because the code is hiding the underlying racist status quo. But unlike a previous era when I could point to a racist doctor or point to a racist judge, now technical systems are making discriminatory decisions that deeply impact our lives, and we don't have the mechanisms to hold them accountable. The first step is naming it, and that we can organize around it and then ensure protections around it. So talking about protections and virtual. So first of all, there's a feedback loop between what's virtual and physical and real. I think that distinction is no longer really serves us. But what we do know is that depending on where you are calling in from right now, the particular governments, if you're calling in from Germany, we know that anti-Semitic speech online is outlawed. So if the same companies that allow that speech in the US, they have found ways to remove it from online virtual communities and places where it's outlawed, because otherwise they would not be able to operate there. So it's not that we don't know how to do it, it's that the protections are not there. Similarly with privacy, we know that in entire regions of the world, there are much more robust privacy protections than currently exist in the US. So we're living in the Wild Wild West. And what we need to do is really think about what do we value, what protections do we want in place, and not, assume that these companies can't do it, because we see their ability to do it elsewhere. And so I'll just end there. There's more to say, but I'm just enjoying this conversation. Thanks for moderating, Michael.
Sure thing. No, there's more to say for sure. And I wish we had 2 hours. We only have 2 minutes left. And so with the last 2 minutes, I'd love to give everyone a chance to just share some suggested actions, probably one main action or one or two that folks could take when we think about AI technology, the humane use of technology, and it could be actions on an individual level or sort of more globally. And anyone can go first.
I think consider what you do with the technology, right? The profit center now is towards content creators. Every one of you can be a content creator. And what content are you creating that goes on the technology? Is it for the good? And stop and think about that. Spend 2 minutes before you jump on the technology and think about who you are when you're showing up. And if you're in business and finance, support funding more of the social good for technology development. I think, real quick, those are 3.
Yeah, and
I'm a little intimidated here, let's be honest.
Yeah, and pretty quick on my end. I mean, that's kind of the work that Indigenous is doing. We're looking for inclusion. I think the tech is here. We can embrace it for good and make sure that it's equitable across women and minority being included in not just the end products, but also included in making these products. I think that's where we've seen a lot of the lag, where again, we can't have technology just being developed by one demographic or just by white males. So we need more inclusion in the technology space in order to drive, I think, a more inclusive technology-driven society that we're already moving into, and then I think some of the other things will fall in place.
I can go ahead.
Ready.
I love Ruha, what you said about the veneer, right? Like, I think one piece of advice for people is just like become really good at spotting that veneer. It is everywhere. It is everywhere, and once you see it. Because almost all the time, like the car is driving off the cliff, foot is all the way on the accelerator. And what people are trying to do is to be like, well, if I take my foot off the accelerator a tiny bit, then I can accelerate more later, right? And instead, we need to turn the car around completely. So this greenwashing phenomenon that everyone is doing, all the companies are doing, like this is, they're not going to stop. But if we become better at spotting it, that's one piece of it. And another way of putting that is to spot externalities, right? The consequences that aren't accounted for, that are invisible, that are being handed off somewhere else. And normally that is to more marginalized communities or to the future, right? The unborn. So these are the things that get good at spotting that. I think that's a big way that leads you naturally to like the kinds of actions we need from the ground up.
Yeah. If I could leave you with one thought, it's that the road to hell is paved with technical fixes. And so whatever your workplace is, whatever city you live in, I think it's to demand of those who are in power, they need to demonstrate that the technical systems that they're utilizing or considering are not exacerbating inequities. In a city services are being administered by systems that those officials don't even understand. We should be up in there asking for greater scrutiny and accountability. For people who are just parents and getting sold coding camps. I mean, even when we talk about education and training, I think it's not, again, just coding that we want our young people to, understand, but it's to be able to question. So in coding camps, we should be asking those who are running it, what critical skills are you cultivating in addition to the coding ability? And so in almost every arena, we would need to integrate criticality and creativity in our approach to technology, rather than continuing to be mystified and sold the idea that technology is going to save us. We are going to save us once we harness technology for the public good.
Well, thank you all for this very wonderful and engaging conversation. I know we could go on for hours, but thank you so much for joining us today. And thank you to the King Center for hosting this summit. And we look forward to the rest of the conversation that's going on today. So thank you all.
Nonviolence is the answer to the crucial political and moral questions of our time. The need for man to overcome oppression and violence without resorting to violence and oppression. Man must evolve for all human conflict a method which rejects revenge, aggression, and retaliation. The foundation of such a method is love.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. changed the world when he demonstrated what could be achieved through nonviolence. Now, you can learn how to live and practice this philosophy yourself through Nonviolence 365 Online, an innovative digital experience developed by the Martin Luther King Jr. Center for Nonviolent Social Change. Nonviolence 365 Online features extensive video interviews with real nonviolence practitioners, including the King Center CEO Dr. Bernice A. King, King Center certified instructors and trainers, and veterans of the civil rights movement. Explorations of the historic campaigns that helped Dr. King forge his philosophy. Immersive, annotated reading experiences that enhance Dr. King's most influential writings on nonviolence. Custom activities, including quizzes and interactive scenarios to help you practice along the way. Real-world exercises to help you start applying nonviolence in your daily life. Nonviolence 365 is a love-centered way of thinking, speaking, engaging, and acting that leads to personal, cultural, and societal transformation. It isn't just a concept for philosophers or political leaders. Nonviolence 365 is a powerful, practical approach to dealing with conflict and dismantling injustice. Whether it's in your personal life, in your school or workplace, your local community, or a national movement. Dr. King, Mrs. Coretta Scott King, and many others sought to create the beloved community, a society built on global cooperation and equity. This wasn't a lofty utopian dream. It's a realistic and achievable goal because each and every one of us has the power to make it happen by committing to nonviolence as a way of life. Take the first step today with Nonviolence 365 Online.
You know, Paul, I have had the pleasure and honor of knowing Dr. Bernice A. King, the CEO of the King Center, for over 20 years. And I've talked with her a lot about her father's essay, World House. It's one of my favorite pieces that Dr. Martin Luther King wrote. And for those who don't know, King uses the metaphor of an estranged family who inherits a big house that they all have to find a way to live together in as kind of a metaphor for our polarized and complex society. And at the end, King eloquently summarizes, and he says, you know, something like, together we must learn to live as brothers, or together we're gonna be forced to perish as fools. So this is such a powerful metaphor, and something that, you know, Dr. King wants us to keep top of mind as we contemplate the beloved community and what it means to build the beloved community for 2022. I would love to have your perspective as a master designer of communities and social communities. What do you think about this metaphor of the World House, and how does it apply to building a social community in the year 2022?
It's a beautiful piece, and if anyone hasn't read it, I'd strongly encourage them to do it. For me, it has particular meaning, special meaning, because it just reminds me so much of what we're trying to do at Clubhouse. You know, we often talk about scaling intimacy and exploring the hallways, and how a core part of our mission is to create a space where people from different cultures and different communities with different lived experiences can come together and connect as humans. And some of the most special moments I've ever seen on the platform have been when those things have happened. Like I remember in the US presidential 2020 election, there were these incredible rooms where you had people who were on the far left in rooms with Trump voters, and it wasn't an echo chamber. They weren't arguing, they were listening, and they were talking for hours as parents, as people. And I got so many messages from people after those rooms telling me that they never really thought about it in those terms before. Or when George Floyd was murdered, there were incredibly important and powerful rooms where you would have a group of people from the user community who were predominantly white, and they were talking about how they could be better allies and how to make sense of it. And you'd come into the room 10 minutes later, and they'd be joined by another group of people that were predominantly Black, and they would be talking about their lived experience and what it meant to them. And it was a raw and intense and difficult time in the country and in the world. And conversations like that in the app went on for hours and days. And we were just so touched to see them, and so proud to see that it could create a space for that. Or another example, when there was violence happening in Israel and Palestine, there was a room that a couple people in the community started called Meet Palestinians and Israelis. And their message was, we know you've been reading about this in the news. Come talk to us. We grew up here. We live here right now. And they weren't political pundits. They were shopkeepers. They were students. They were people who lived there. And something like 500,000 people came into that room over the course of something like 12 days. They kept the room open around the clock because so many people wanted to come in there. And whether it's that or talking with people on the ground in Afghanistan, this idea that voice can transcend borders and cultures, and it can allow you to hear the humanity in another person and ask them questions and come together. I just think Dr. King's paper speaks to so many of those themes, and it's something that's really near and dear to our hearts. So I was really grateful the first time I came across that piece and was able to read it, and it's just such an inspiration to our whole company.
Thank you, Paul. I'm getting all these messages from people saying that they like what you're saying about the World House. Some of the crew back here who's listening, and I have to say, from my own experience with Clubhouse, another thing that I love is how it exposes new information that you wouldn't get on any other platform. What I mean is, I've often described it as kind of open eavesdropping, in that when you hear a group of all African American women, or all Asian American men, or all doctors of a specific field of multiracial backgrounds, or whatever group you're listening to, when they are talking to each other, then they are liable to say many more things that are more in depth than they would if they were speaking to you, if you're not in their, let's say, technical field or their geography or come from the same place. And so then you learn, and it's a way that Clubhouse ends up building lots of bridges, because even though you know people are listening, you still end up talking in a different way. So more lingo, more vocabulary, more stories, more anecdotes, because you don't feel like you have to explain everything, because you're talking to people at a certain level in some cases, and there's all sorts of conversations. But I think that's one of the things that's really amazing.
I think an unfortunate reality in the world is that too many people live in a neighborhood where a lot of people look like them, have similar backgrounds to them, have similar lived experiences to them. They work in places where that's true. And I think that so much humanity, so much good can come out of breaking that pattern. And it's just, I just think it's a wonderful thing that technology can enable. If you can create an experience where you can talk to people who have just had a very different lived experience from you, and you can empathize with each other and connect as humans. I think it's something that's hard to do when you're constrained by geography, and it's just really powerful if you can make that easy.
And there have been the same kind of monolithic neighborhoods, as you call them, online as well, other platforms. And so you have overcome that with Clubhouse. And
we tried to make discovery at the core of Clubhouse. So it's not a place where you necessarily go if you want to start a thread with your 5 friends that you talk to all the time, or exactly recreate some group that you have in the real world. We talk about unexpected collisions and
serendipity.
Yeah, exactly. Unlikely collisions and unexpected moments, and exploring the hallways and seeing what's behind this door or that door, being exposed to different perspectives. I think that is the beauty and the magic of it, and something that we always try to amplify with the product.
That it was a big part of, I think, why Clubhouse was so successful right at the beginning of the pandemic, because we're all missing that serendipitous aspect of the real world, where everything became scheduled Zoom calls and over-architected. And you didn't have that thing where you'd bump into that person at the local Starbucks or coffee shop.
Right.
But you can bump into people in this kind of spectrum somewhere between organized and serendipity. And that's some of the incredible magic of Clubhouse.
Yeah, and when it's audio only, we often talk about how you have all the intonation and inflection and tone and fidelity that creates human connection, but you don't have any of the anxiety of video. You don't have to worry about what you look like or how messy your house is. And you can join from any corner of the world. And so it takes that same urge and it removes the friction. And I think that's a pattern we see with communication products, right? And it predates the internet. Before the telephone, people like to talk, but you could only talk to people within earshot. Suddenly you could talk to people across countries. And before video, people liked seeing things, but used to only be able to see things that were line of sight. Now I can see you here today. I can see through walls and through mountains, and that's amazing. It's a fundamental human thing, and technology just makes it easier. And it's the same principle we try and follow. We're not inventing new behaviors. We're taking things that we're wired to do as humans, that we love to do as humans, that connect us as humans, and just allowing more people across more regions and more groups and more parts of the world to do that anywhere they like, very easily. And so much good can come out of that.
That's incredible. Paul, AI is growing exponentially in sophistication in quite a startling way. And there's already some very interesting experiments in intelligent agents. And so social networks seem like a natural place for them to grow, experiment, and really to live. Maybe not today, but sometime sooner than we may think. And so my question for you is, in the future, would you allow AI agents to have Clubhouse accounts?
Oh, that's fascinating. So I think on Clubhouse, it's really important that you know who you're talking to. So we have a real identity policy. People use their real names. When you're talking with someone, you want to make sure that it's not, you want to make sure you feel comfortable. Right. It feels very personal and very, very real to be in a room with someone on Clubhouse. And we want to make sure that people always feel comfortable. The nice thing about voice is that it's not someone's social media manager posting. It's not contrived, it's not rehearsed. It's really hard to fake that, right? And so we've always had a real name policy, and that served the community very well. I do think, though, what you're describing is a real trend that's going to happen. And I think it can be very useful. You would just want to make it very clear in the user interface that is what someone is interacting with. Imagine you're in a room with someone and you have some sort of assistant that could help tee up a really interesting conversation, or like ask questions or talk about news headlines from the day, and people can respond to it. We've had people build all sorts of things on top of Clubhouse to facilitate human interaction. So I love the idea of that. We would just want to make sure that people understand when they're talking with a real human and when they're not.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Well, can you explain how the algorithms of a social app like Clubhouse impact and shape the norms and values of the community that lives on it? Feel free to share technical details here, but as a follow-up to that, or maybe as an elaboration also, what are the values that are important for Clubhouse? We're here with the Beloved Community Global Summit. We're thinking about a lot of the values that King left us with. And I would love to learn from you, and I'm sure our audience would as well, about some of these things.
Yeah. So Clubhouse is primarily based on who you choose to follow, and the rooms that you see in your hallway are largely a function of the people that you've chosen to follow, the clubs you've chosen to join. And so most of what you see in the hallway, it's not heavily algorithm based. It's based on just who your friends are and who are the creators that you like to listen to. And the other big difference is that it is primarily live audio on Clubhouse. So it's primarily live group rooms, which are very different from algorithms that can take text and can take posts and rapidly amplify them asynchronously to millions and millions of people around the world. It's just a different set of dynamics that you're dealing with. And but they do play a role, right? Like if there's someone who has been reported many times for violating the community guidelines, and or someone that you have blocked, then the algorithm, then you would not see their content in your feed in some situations. But what we try and do is be, we always say creator first. And when we say creator first, we just mean when you're using the product, if you create a room, you should always be in control. If you're using the app, you should always be in control of the rooms that you see in your hallway. And we want to give you all of the settings, all the functionality that you need to tell us what type of experience you want to have. So that's kind of how we think about it. We just want to give everyone using the product complete control over all of that stuff. That's kind of what I'd say at a high level. When we talk about the values that we have, they are, we don't have a formal set of community values that we've really drafted. I think it'd be a great idea to do that. But I'll tell you some of the things that we think about. One is that principle I mentioned of creator first. If you created the room, you should always be in control. And that might seem obvious, but there could be times where the wishes of a creator are at odds with the wishes of a listener. Say you're hosting a room and I'd like to be there, and you don't want me there, or you're hosting a great conversation and I want to come up on stage and speak my mind, but you don't want me to. We decided early on in every one of those situations, we would pick you. We want to make sure that you are always in control. It's never a place where people can speak at you without your permission. It's never a place where you're getting trolled or dunked on. It's a place where you feel safe and you can shape the experience the way you want to shape it. Which brings me to a second principle, which is we really believe that the world is not a monoculture, and Clubhouse should not be one either. We should not dictate how people come together. We should have a clear set of community guidelines that dictate what's not okay on the service. So things like hate speech and abuse and racism and bullying, they have no place on Clubhouse. And we've got firm guidelines against that and ways for people to report any incidents that they see. And we take quick action on those things. If you're not violating the community guidelines, we want you to be able to shape the experience the way you see fit. So we seek to empower people as moderators of rooms, as hosts of conversations, as organizers of clubs, to create their own rules and to bring people to have conversations the way they want to. Some people want to host parties and have lots of people come up on stage and have it be really lighthearted and talk late into the night. Some people want to host serious fireside chats. Some people want to host principled debates. Some people want to sing opera together or play games. Like, we have such an incredible range of conversations that are happening on thousands of different topics, hundreds of thousands of rooms every day, all around the world, people coming together in different ways. And we think that's fantastic. And I think that the range that we've seen today pales in comparison to what people will figure out how to do 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And I think that's wonderful. I think if you can make it frictionless, if you can empower people, they will blow you away with their creativity every time. And we want to help them do that.
They certainly will. Paul, the Clubhouse Icon program is quite unique. I think some companies would have even thought that it was quite risky, and yet it's been incredibly successful for you. And I was wondering if you could explain what it is and how it came about.
Yeah,
for the audience.
So when Rohan and I were starting the company, we were trying to think, okay, we need an icon because we're putting the app in the App Store. And we picked a placeholder icon and had it that way in beta for a couple months. And when it came time to get a real icon, we said, okay, well, what should it be? And we really wanted to emphasize what was important at Clubhouse. And what's important on Clubhouse are the people. I was mentioning this before, like Clubhouse is nothing without the people. It's everything with the people. The community is everything in this product. And we really want to create a more human place on the internet, a place that is beautiful and messy and diverse, with people being humans and coming together. And that's what we love. That's what we celebrate. And so what we decided is that the app icon that, that shows up on your phone would be a photograph of someone from the user community. We rotate it out with a different person from the user community every month or so. And it usually features someone who's hosting great conversations, who's beloved, who's, often like well-known in the community. And Drue, like you were famously one of our app icons because you host such incredible conversations on behalf of the King Center, other charities, and the artwork that you do, rooms about space and culture. I mean, we try and feature people like that, honestly, who are doing amazing things to bring the community together. And so every month you'll look down on your phone and the app icon will have changed. And you might be in a room and someone will come up on stage and you realize they look familiar, and it's because they're on your phone. And there are millions of people around the world every month who are seeing that happen. And I just love it. So it's worked out really well. I mean, it is, it's not a conventional thing to do, but I think that's great.
That's what makes it great. And it's so diverse. We've had every skin tone. We've had so many different countries and cultures.
I think that's such an important part of the Clubhouse experience. In the very early days of the product, we started it by giving the beta to a few of our friends and saying, hey, could you help us like test out our product and see if it works? And we built dozens of social apps over the years. And as soon as we put it out there and a few people tried it, we went back to the community as we started to grow it and said, this community is only going to be great if it is a diverse and inclusive and welcoming community. And please help us with that. Please go out and invite more women, invite more underrepresented minorities, invite people from different geographies. And the community just absolutely was so wonderful and so helpful in doing that. And having that foundation of a really diverse and welcoming community, extending that to our investor base, extending that to all the things that we do when we build out the team. It's just been, it's been something that's really fundamental to the product and something that has made it orders of magnitude better, and something that we're very grateful for every day.
And Clubhouse has been such a tremendous tool for both activism and philanthropy. I remember in 2021, when the mainstream media was turning a blind eye, or at best sugarcoating the spike in hate towards Asian Americans, we were able to have and build quite large conversations around what was happening, what we could do about it. Clubhouse is uncensored and unfiltered, for better or for worse, mainly for better. We were able to have those conversations and get quite a lot of lift off the ground. And
Drue, that's all because of people like you, people like Coco Connection, all of these amazing clubs, all of these amazing moderators, community members who are hosting these conversations. Like it's absolutely true and absolutely community powered from the ground up.
But Clubhouse was definitely a big part of powering the Stop Asian Hate movement. I want to start to wrap up this conversation. It's been a fantastic dialogue. I'm sure everyone around the world has been inspired and is excited to delve more into Clubhouse and explore how it can be a tool for social change, for philanthropy, for community building, for education, for anything that they can really imagine. It's really a blank slate. And so I encourage everyone to really explore it and stretch it to max. I guess I will end with one final question for you, Paul, which is, as a leader, what is it that inspires you about Dr. Martin Luther King's story and how he built a movement?
How could you not be inspired by it? I think that one thing you think about often with startups is not, it's really about how can you do something that no one has managed to do before? And it's it's the old adage that it is precisely because something is hard that you want to do it, and because it's important, because it's meaningful, because you can create something different in the world. That's why you do it. And I, rereading the piece that you mentioned earlier, reflecting on this week, on Dr. King's birthday. I mean, it's there are I can't think of an example that speaks to that more, right? Doing something that is hard, that is difficult, that puts you in harm's way, that the work that he did, startups are nothing compared to that, right? I mean, it's just so much bigger, so much more important when it comes to bringing about change in the world. So I think it's humbling. I think it's a huge inspiration, and I'm just grateful I'm so grateful to be a part of this event because it's something that's so impossible to think about living up to, and I'm just grateful to be here to honor him.
It's just a wonderful bar that he set, and it's just gives us all so much inspiration. There's been so many nights for me when I'm tired or discouraged, and I hear him say something like, if you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But by all means, keep moving, and I'll just pick myself up off the ground. So wherever you are, whatever you're doing, I think that the work and legacy of Dr. King is timeless, and it will speak across any medium and any language. And certainly it's echoing across the halls of Clubhouse. So thank you so much, Paul, for what you're doing to build the beloved community in 2022 and how you're helping propagate some of these ideals through these very new mediums of social audio. Thank you for sharing some of what it was like to build this incredible app and be on this rocket ship that you've been on, and tell us where you've been and where you're going. And we'll see you on Clubhouse.
We got a lot more work to do. Thank you so much, Drue. I really, really appreciate it. And I'm so grateful to be a part of this event.
Thank you, Paul.
Love. Now, I know many of you saying, what do you mean by love? Because people have so many different understandings of love. What I am talking about is not the powerless, the weak, and the anemic love. No, no, no. I'm talking about be love and implement the demands of justice. Be love and use your power to correct everything that stands against love. The urgency of now is to dig in and create the beloved community by rising up to be love. Let's go forward in this moment and bridge the divides. Let's go forward to create the beloved community. Let's go forward and rise up to be love.
You just watched a great video of Paul and Drue. Great conversation, rather, of Paul and Drue. Thank you so much to the two of you sharing with us about technology and Clubhouse and how to shift our priorities to create the beloved community. That's what we're talking about over these 2 days. This is day 2 of the King Center's Beloved Community Global Summit. After that conversation, you saw a clip about Be Love, which is the King Center's global movement for justice. We invite you to be a part of that. I'm repping the Be Love gear today. You can find that at thekingcenter.org, at the King Center's bookstore. Just click at the top. And we invite you to take the pledge at thekingcenter.org/be love. As we continue this conversation, this segments of conversation talking about the same thing, we just want to encourage you to go back and watch what we talked about today with immigration policies. Watch what we talked about today with media and entertainment, with technology. The things that we've covered today are very important to us, shifting priorities. And we're going to continue in that vein, having talked about technology in the last 2 conversations. I want to just share, as we go into the next panel, this quote from Dr. Ruha Benjamin from the panel right before Drue and Paul. where she said, we are going to save us once we harness technology for the public good. That's something Dr. Bernice A. King, CEO of the King Center, has been emphasizing, and we want to re-emphasize today the need to, as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Reminded us that we could do. He said that if we're not careful, we will destroy ourselves in the misuse of our own instruments. So all of our conversations today help teach us, give us insight on how not to do that. Be sure you're taking notes. Be sure you're taking good reminders and notations about the action steps. You're writing those down, and then we want you to share this broadcast on social media. Use the hashtag King Center, hashtag shifting priorities, hashtag MLK Day 2022. All those hashtags. Yes, share the broadcast. Invite 10 friends to watch it with you as we continue the conversation. Next, we have Tiffany Smith, PhD student at Louisiana State University, activist, organizer, certified Nonviolence 365 training with the King Center, coming now to moderate our next panel. Let's keep it going.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. West.
Hey.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Awesome. So good afternoon, everybody. Again, my name is Tiffany Smith. I use she, her, and hers pronouns. And I'm here today to talk to you, or actually moderate a session focused on reconciliation. And so again, my name is Tiffany Smith. I'm a first-year PhD student. I am a Nonviolence 365 trainer with the King Center. And in my spare time, I'm an activist and a photographer as well. And so at this point in time, I would like to invite our panelists up on stage to have this conversation. So first, I would like to begin with Freddy. Freddy, if you could come on, tell us a little bit about yourself and the amazing work that you do.
So good morning, good evening, depending where everyone is based. And here's a little bit the late evening. And thank you very much, Tiffany, for a good introduction. I'm Freddy Mutanghua. I'm the executive director of Aegis Trust, is genocide prevention organization from the UK, and we do prevention work through education. We are based in Africa, and especially in Rwanda, where I'm based today, and welcome to Rwanda. So Aegis Trust has activities that's operating in Rwanda, in Central African Republic, in Kenya, and in the South Sudan, and in many other places. And our approach is uses a storytelling methodology, which been implemented in my country, in Rwanda, after genocide. We run the Kigali Genocide Memorial. It's a memorial site where we have more than 250,000 victims of genocide buried at the memorial. After in 1994, the time the genocide happened in my country, which I'm also a victim of, the survivor of this genocide, 1 million of people were lost their lives. And having a site which has 250,000 of people that we run as Aegis Trust, it's something very significant. And to tell the story of the past, we use storytelling to teach the world about the past, but in order to prevent the future.
Awesome. Thank you, Freddie. That was a great introduction. And thank you for the work you do and being here with us today. Next, I would like to have Esther. Please join us. Tell us about your amazing work as well. I'm so excited to talk to both of you. But Esther, please share with us.
Thank you very much. In Tlewis, Esther, Chikopanaki, Nil Beskrumukari, and we go Banawapskawi. I am a Passamaquoddy person, the people who spear pollock, and I am from Zibayag, which is on the edge, and I am Wabanaki, the people of the place where the sun first looks our way, also known as Maine. And I I volunteer with Wabanaki Reach, and we were a group back in 1999, a group of social workers, Native Aboriginal, Indigenous women and non-Native women, white women that got together to try to work towards best practice with child welfare with American Indian children and Wabanaki children here in Maine. And in '99, we started building a relationship together and ended up creating the first Truth and Reconciliation Commission process that was created between tribes and a state. And I think it was the first one ever to have healing as a focus. The goals of that commission were truth, healing, and change. And the commission was seated. They investigated over 27 months, gathered statements and investigated documents to document what happened to Wabanaki children in state child welfare custody. Because in this country, there's a law called the Indian Child Welfare Act that protects American Indian children in state custody. And that was in response to the high disproportionate rates of American Indian children who are taken into child welfare custody. That we make up about 1% of the population, and in some states, we're 25, 27% of the child welfare rolls. And it's just a continued legacy from the boarding school era when children were forcibly removed and assimilated. So Wabanaki Reach, the commission issued their report in 2015, and they issued recommendations, and Wabanaki Reach is continuing the work of making sure those are implemented as best as we can.
Awesome. Thank you both. Thank you both. And just for those out in the world who are joining us, this session, I know we've had some phenomenal sessions today and yesterday, but this session is entitled Truth and Reconciliation, Critical to Shifting Priorities and Creating the Beloved Community. So as we all know, we wouldn't be in this conversation today without the legacy, life, and the continued work of Dr. Martin Luther King. And so in keeping in the conversation and reconciliation, in April 1960, he said, "There's another element that must be present in our struggle that then makes our resistance and nonviolence truly meaningful. That element is reconciliation. Our ultimate end must be in the creation of the beloved community." And so, and just keeping in that space, and even though I want to name that, I'm smiling because I'm excited, but I know the work you all do is heavy. Some of the heaviest work that folks can do in the world for some of the most vulnerable populations in the world. And so first, I would like to begin with asking, as we know, speaking truth to power, or even speaking truth, is the first step towards reconciliation. So for folks who are not familiar with reconciliation, Freddy, could you explain to folks in your terms what reconciliation means?
Yeah, thank you very much. I will try to talk about reconciliation, bringing this in my context in Rwanda as a survivor of genocide. What I mean by reconciliation is actually reconciliation is a responsibility. Reconciliation is a responsibility because we are here to break the cycle of violence as in our generation, so that this doesn't happen again. Mm-hmm. And the reconciliation is also, for survivors mainly, is a sacrifice. It's a sacrifice because reconciliation involves forgiveness, and sometimes when you commit it and you have that courage to reconciliation, sometimes you even sometimes you don't know who to reconcile with, because most of the victims and the survivors do not know who exactly who actually is the perpetrator. And you feel that, yes, I know someone have attacked my house. Probably you have chance to see the person in your eyes, or you don't know. But you have to take the journey of reconciliation, and it involves forgiveness. It's a sacrifice because there's sometimes you forgive. When you enter into forgiveness, it's a time to face your perpetrator. And you have to take this journey, and you actually face that perpetrator, talk to them, be with them, and create a relationship with the perpetrators. And this is very, very important because it's actually about courage. Because if you don't have that courage, you will not get this into that journey. For me, the reconciliation is also the healing, because you get time to feel healed the wounds of the past, so that you can move forward. This is very, very important, because without healing, and what I find very important, we are talking about truth here. The truth lead to the healing, and the healing lead to reconciliation, which is very, very important. So the healing is a very important element into reconciliation process. So that's in summary what I can say.
Awesome. Thank you, Freddy. Reconciliation as a responsibility, that's big. And Esther, could you share with the audience, how do you view or define reconciliation, or how have you practiced it?
Yeah, so, you know, when we started our journey and we heard about this process of truth and reconciliation and people being able to share their stories and get some healing and this have maybe policy change, you know, we went with that. And as we started organizing within tribal communities and talking to tribal elders whose English is their second language, and asking, you know, what we want some words in our language for this concept of reconciliation, it was really difficult because the worldview behind our language is different than the worldview behind English. So I remember one of the elders said, the closest that she could come was, I'm done not talking to you anymore. for reconciliation. So we struggled, you know, as a group that organized this Truth Commission, and the Truth Commission themselves struggled with this word reconciliation and what it meant in light of, you know, the such a long history of injustices and that came with colonization of Indigenous people. And it was a necessary, looking back, it was necessary that we had reconciliation because it was so hopeful. And it was something that especially the non-natives, especially the white people in Maine needed. They needed something hopeful because they're learning, many of them for the first time, learning about the true history of what happened in this territory that they continue to benefit from, and it feels bad. So they want something hopeful to hang on to. But through the process, it became really clear that the people that were harmed, the Wabanaki people, wanted to stay in the truth. You know, they wanted to stay because they hadn't ever had anybody ask them what happened. So they wanted that voice, they wanted that truth. And the white people really wanted to just kind of skip over the truth and let's move on to reconciliation, you know, because that feels better. So we struggled with that. You know, and it was a beautiful struggle. We really learned a lot. And in the end, you know, I wholeheartedly agree with what Freddy said, that reconciliation is a responsibility, because it's all about everybody that has come before us and everybody that is going to come after us. And it's about the fact that we are really intrinsically all connected. And if this pandemic hasn't proven that, I don't know what else is. We are all connected. And as my dear Penobscot friend and colleague, Maria Gerard, says, you know, we have to figure out what kind of history we want to write for our grandchildren. And coming together for that beloved community. I love that language because it is the long haul. It is the long work. And along the way, you know, the steps, you know, there has to be recognition of harm and reparation of harm and all of those things along the way. So yeah, reconciliation, it's interesting to think. I think about other languages and how they would take that apart and how they would view that in their worldview and what they would come up with. Because it was really interesting for us on our journey to struggle with that word.
And I appreciate you bringing in that language component, because I think often, you know, particularly me being an American, typically that is, and it's the only language that I speak, that is central, but recognizing how in other languages, some of this word may not be as salient, or there may be a word larger than what we consider reconciliation to be. But you both mentioned this.
We actually, if I could say one more thing, Tiffany, we
absolutely.
actually, the acronym for our organization, Wabanaki Reach, the R was always reconciliation, and we've since changed it to restoration, because the concept of restoration includes that reconciliation, but it also includes that reparation, and people being repaired and restored, and relationships being restored, and people being restored within themselves and with their spirits, and then families, all of those levels. So language is important.
Absolutely. And the inclusion of it, right? And so the next thing I want to kind of point out is, one of you mentioned it. I believe it might have been Freddy. But you brought up courage. And so courage is the first principle of Kingian nonviolence and reconciliation, is the last step of the philosophy. So it's the courage to still your heart and move in a way that is honorable and centered in nonviolence. But then that last piece of it is reconciliation. That is the goal. And once we get there, we might arrive at the beloved community. And so in this work, how do you cultivate the courage for truth telling and truth receiving, which both help clear the path of reconciliation? So how do you navigate truth, especially when folks potentially may want to skip over it? Maybe I'll stop there because I have some thoughts, but how do you navigate truth? And either of you can begin. This is a conversation. So
go ahead, Freddy.
Yeah, I thank you, and I think and I agree with you with the statement that the courage actually lead to reconciliation, and as an end goal. We the experience that we had in Rwanda that shows that we had what we call the actually the community courts, which call the Gacaca. And Gacaca was much more for restorative justice, and not just for punishment only, but also encouraging people to tell the truth, to ask for forgiveness, and also encouraging survivors to receive forgiveness, and then together actually take together the journey of reconciliation. And what I witnessed here in my country, the perpetrators themselves, they had that desire to talk, and some of them I remember actually when I went to my village and I saw one of the perpetrator who actually one of the person who attacked my home, he served his sentence and it was like 7 years in the prison, but he was back into community. And when I went back to my village and met him and I asked a few questions and I tried to make him comfortable to talk to me, and I invited him to come to visit the memorial and really understand the extent of how they destroyed the human being and the country itself. And he came, and one of the parts that he visited, I saw him crying, and I was thinking, these people, they still have humanity in themselves. And this, if we take this opportunity to encourage that humanity, they can come back on track. They can be human again, and they can take that journey of reconciliation, telling the truth of what happened, and also try to encourage the young people and other people to not do what they have done in the past because it was wrong. So encouraging these people to speak, encouraging these people to take this journey of reconciliation, it's very, very important. I know that in my country, and it was not easy to hear those truths. Imagine that someone is telling and narrating how he killed your child, or he killed your mother, your father, or someone, and the way and how and the way they killed your member of family, or how they raped women or something. So this is really traumatic. It's not really easy testimony to listen. But at the same time, while it's easy, it's not easy, but at the same time, it's very, very important for survivors to hear the truth. And once you hear the truth and they see someone actually telling it from the heart, you feel much more better. So that time you feel you have to encourage the survivors to listen to that truth, because it's a healing process. And once it's actually stalled, of course, sometimes you feel not better, but time took time, you feel much more better. That, for example, I have my friends who actually for a long time, this person didn't know where they killed, when they killed their family, where they buried them. So one of the perpetrators who actually been involved told actually that person where the members of family they are buried. So he took time to go and exhume their bodies and bury them in dignity, and take time to have that ritual and do all that. He had time to talk to them because he buried them in dignity. So that time he feel healed. He feel something changed in their lives. So that this courage is needed. This courage needed to embark into the journey of reconciliation, and it has to be done on both sides: those who ask for forgiveness and those who receive forgiveness. It's very, very important.
Wow, great examples, Freddy. Thank you. And Esther, I definitely want to hear from you around courage, but particularly around the truth-telling piece when dealing with folks from Maine, or what they assume to be Maine, or what it is now called. Could you talk to us about courage and truth-telling in your experience?
Courage. It definitely takes a lot of courage to tell your truth, but the first step is to acknowledge. When we first started our journey, we created a video. We interviewed Wabanaki people who were in state child welfare custody prior to 1978, when this federal law was passed. And many of them didn't realize they had a story, never had talked to anybody else about being in care. Many of them hadn't even talked to their own family members about what they experienced. So it took an incredible amount of courage. And we learned, we made a big mistake. And I share this story because I don't want others to make the same mistake. When we set out to create this video, we were so well intended that our video was going to train people so that they could treat Wabanaki people better, that we asked them to share their story, and we didn't take care of them. We didn't take care of them when they shared their story. And it was a horrible mistake. And so when we fast forward to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission process, our official process, that was our number one goal, the healing that Freddy talks about, taking care of people and supporting them. So when we talk about courage, we have to envelop those people with that share their story with every kind of support that is meaningful to them. And we were fortunate in our tribal communities to have our own rituals and ceremonies and medicines and processes that we use to support our people. And we offered those same processes that worked with white people too. We supported them too, because it does take a lot of courage. And I think about the Canadian Truth and Reconciliation Commission a lot, around the boarding schools and the hundreds of thousands of American Indian children who were killed and died in those schools, and how recently there have been some people would say unmarked graves that were found, and I don't think they even have the dignity of being graves, but bodies of Indigenous children who attended these institutions, these residential schools, have been discovered. And there's an investigation happening in this country to find these bodies. And of course, the communities are grateful to be able to repatriate their loved ones and bring them back, as Freddy was talking, and have some ceremony for some healing. But when the abuse is not acknowledged by the churches that perpetuated this or by the government, it's really painful. And so reconciliation, to try to figure out how to reconcile these things without the full participation of survivors and perpetrators is difficult. But it's still worthy. It's still good work, and it's still worth trying to still restore our communities, even without that acknowledgement that any harm had occurred. So I don't know where I was going with that, but
no,
that came to me. Those children that came before. That's when I talk about all those that came before us and everything that our ancestors have gone through to make sure that we are all still here today. And what are we doing to ensure that they will have a more just future? I think generationally we carry all of this stuff, but I really believe we are doing a better job of not passing down all of that stuff to each generation. I think it's getting better every generation.
I appreciate that. Okay, so next up, so Dr. King said that we need a revolution of values, right? And for myself as an activist and coming up through BLM movements and being in college when Trayvon Martin was murdered, and then in graduate school when Mike Brown was murdered and Sandra Bland, this thing of getting to the point of reconciliation seems so far, right? And I think you both mentioned this generational thing, it not being necessary in our lifetime, but moving things into an improved place in our lifetime. And so when we think about values, why is truth and reconciliation essential to the revolution?
Esther, probably you can start, and I've been starting.
Excuse me. Why are truth and reconciliation essential in that revolution? I mean, truth is essential to everything. I think about this story that is told in our communities about children. They come running, and they're all talking about this describing this monster they saw, and 3 children or 4 children, and they're all describing something different. Comes to find out, they're all describing the same moose, but a moose is a big animal. They're all describing a different part of the moose that they see. So they all had their truth, but they didn't realize that they were all experiencing the same thing. So, truth is, and not just truth telling, but the act of truth seeking, which involves exactly what you said, the telling of truth and the hearing or the receiving. And for our core values are human values, right? And that getting to our truth and being able to have our truth heard on compassionate ears and received brings us closer to who we are and who we are meant to be and why we are here, and brings us closer to being in better relationship with the other beings on this earth that aren't human and with the earth itself. So it's all about that connection. And a revolution of values. Yeah, and it's just the human values that we all have. And I have been thinking a little bit about that implicit bias and how so much of this stuff is we don't even know that's happening. It's not in our conscious, and how we have to grease those unconscious things and to use them for good. We've seen how they can be used. Those tracks can be greased and used for damage and for violence, and we got to try to figure out how to do it for love. And I think we have the capacity to as humans, because I believe all humans are love. So now I'm getting way out there. So you better take over, Freddy.
Yeah, it's actually, and as you said, Esther, truth is everything. Actually, it's really, it's an element of that is very, very important to everything. And in the revolution, when you organize the revolution, you want to change something and you want to make the community better. And I think if it's based on the truth, it's a very, very actually it's much more successful. And those values that you do it with, for example, with self-determination to change and to make the world better, and this actually determination to fight against discrimination, all those values that come around the reconciliation process. It's a very, very important that we have seen in many areas. It doesn't have to be, even if you want something to change home and your children and your family. And when it's based on the truth and when it's based on what actually the true way of doing things, it's very, very important that it becomes much more successful. So those values that combine together to like actually non-discrimination and self-determination and the truth all comes together to make the revolution much more successful. That's how I can say.
Awesome. And Freddy, you brought this up earlier, but it has me thinking, because as a trainer, we teach about nonviolence and we teach about the work, but folks think that only worked in the 60s or that only worked, from back then, but it cannot work now. So my question to you is, or that nonviolence cannot work now. But my question to you is, what is one of the most profound moments you had of reconciliation that lets you know that I'm doing this right? So it could have been personal or communal. And Freddy, I think you mentioned this just a little bit, but what was one of those moments that helped you recognize that reconciliation actually worked, that impacted you personally?
It's me, or it's yes. I think it's there's a lot of moments that recognize that we are doing the right things, and this moment is the time you have seen. I have seen a lot of time, and let me give you an example. The time my friend, his name is John. When he and he got actually grown up, and he got actually into the journey of reconciliation and forgiveness. And at the moment I saw marrying a daughter of his perpetrator, that's the time I saw this is the true reconciliation, because it involves everything. It involves actually this determination, it involves this the empathy, and it involves actually having more courage to say no to actually division, which is, it's in the good example that I've seen in my country, that actually there's a lot of examples, but this is actually the most touching moment I had when I saw this man actually having a family with the daughter of his perpetrator, who killed actually most of the entire family. So this is actually something that I learned a lot about it, and I feel that it's something that probably need to be taught around the world, because this man have done a great things that we can learn from. The other moment is looking back to my country, the time of genocide. Right after genocide, actually, the country was destroyed. We had a lot of trauma, and a lot of people actually were traumatized, including the survivors and even the perpetrators themselves. They were traumatized what have done. because we have seen different signs of the trauma, and either pushing them to do more and to be much more radical, or trying to be much more moderate. But at the same time, the country was full of traumatized people. But when we started actually talking about it, what actually our differences, what led this to happen, how this country, these people, our community, we get to the point of killing each other. So at this very honest dialogue and discussions about our differences, about our difficulties we went through, I've seen people standing up, hugging each other, and also trying to feel much more the pain of others, which was very, very big moment for me to see as a community, actually seeing people, instead of being too actually against against each other, they're trying to come together. While this actually was a mixed community of perpetrators and survivors. So this actually was a big moment, and I have seen and I have witnessed a lot of moment around actually people coming and hugging to each other and crying together, and also being committed to build a society without this discrimination and division, but trying to care for each other. So this actually both two moments I can say.
Awesome. Thank you, Freddy. And how about for you, Esther? When have you seen reconciliation really show itself for you?
There have definitely been a lot of moments, and it's in our process of creating that Truth and Reconciliation Commission and helping them through their mandate. We came up with a lot of against a lot of white privilege, and it's really hard to name. It's for Indigenous people in particular. One of the ways in which we have internalized our white racism and white oppression is by taking care of white people. And one of the core values of Wabanaki people is to be generous and to take care of people. So it's hard for us to see white privilege, and it's hard for us to confront it. But through all of those instances, we were able to see, learn more and see through that. We had, come apart and come back together, but it's not a linear process. It's not, okay, here, we've forgiven, or we're back together and we're reconciled and we can check the box and move on. It's more, it ebbs and flows, and it's circular. Probably the best example that I can think of, if you want a personal one, is in my relationship with my colleague and friend, this white woman, Penthea Burns, who I've known since 1999. And we are, I love her and we're actually close, but she's a white woman and I'm an Indigenous woman, and we're living in a colonized territory under this racist system based on white supremacy that we didn't create. So we always come up against that inevitably. And we have enough compassion and love and grace to work through it. So it's a continual process of reconciliation, and in your relationship with people, within ourselves, and then between communities, between systems. When I think of the system, the child welfare system or the boarding school system, and the reconciliation path for that is long, because it includes all of that harm being acknowledged and repaired. And then I think of how, and I could be wrong if somebody fact checks me, but I'm pretty sure the United States still hasn't signed the United Nations UNDRIP, Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. I'm pretty sure. So that, that for the United States to have to deal with colonialism and slavery is really hard for them, because that undermines all the ties to the land that all of this they created all of this so they could get the land. They caused all that harm. So it's really hard. It's harder to have reconciliation, like I said before, when there's no admitting or acknowledging of any kind of harm or wrongdoing.
Awesome. Thank you, Esther. Thank you. And so, like I said, we both have been doing this work for a long time, and I read your bio, so I know that you've been at this work for a long time. But I do want to ask a question for our audience, because some folks just may be people who live in a world who want to see it be better, may not be a part of an organization or an entity or a movement. But could you share with our audience how they can foster truth and reconciliation in different areas of their lives? So in their family, in their workplace, in policing and community, what are some suggestions you have for them to practice reconciliation in their lives?
Yeah. First of all, I have to say that reconciliation is not something you do today and tomorrow you do something else. Actually, it's a lifetime. It has to be part of your life. It has to be part of your behavior, your character, and what you're doing, and your relationship, and how you interact with people. So reconciliation is a life, is lifestyle, actually, if you can say. So because I have seen my country when the genocide happened, it destroyed everything. It destroyed actually people belonging and the infrastructure and the country itself, but it destroyed even how we greet people. We changed how we greet each other because it has an element of actually like an element of blame or something in how we greet each other. So for example, when you in my country, when you meet an elderly that's actually say, hi, how are you? The next thing she or he says is that have a children, have a good family. That actually says in my language. It's beautiful. And you feel really, really very good about actually these words. But after genocide, we couldn't greet each other like this because you don't know if that person has family, has children, or family or not. So it involves everything, even the greetings, even actually how you do your job at some point. So what I have to say is, we need to encourage people to include reconciliation in each and every step of life, and that's how I can say probably I know Esther have very good ideas and very inspiring ideas that can share with us, and yeah, that yeah.
Thank you, Freddy. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any suggestions, Esther, to our audience? It's a lifestyle. It's a commitment.
Yeah, it's a way of being. Every day when your feet hit the floor, figuring out what kind of person you want to be with. And so what I usually try to ask people to do, since, especially since history and twistery, as this party man Roger Paul says, twistery doesn't really contain the whole truth. And that the invisibility of Indigenous people is enabling this continued genocide of American Indian people still happening today in different forms. So the number one thing I tell people is to learn the truth of what happened in the territory that you call home. Learn how did you get that home, even if it means, your story, your origin story of your family, build it, creating nothing from this piece of land, and you're so proud of it, to learn that it was probably taken because you killed enough Penobscot people and turned their scalps in and got enough money to get that land. It's hard, but for people to learn the truth of what really happened in that territory, and learn the name of the Indigenous people whose territory you are on, because it's all Indigenous land, and learn the history of what happened there, who farmed that land, who tilled that land, who made it possible for you to be there, and how do you keep benefiting from what happened? Acknowledge that, and then start to repair the harm that you benefit from. And if that in little ways, every day that I'm sure there's an opportunity to interrupt. I don't like that word microaggressions because they don't feel micro when they're happening, and everybody knows what they're doing. And they try to gaslight you. So to interrupt those things and the language that you use, and how if you give people, give people the benefit of the doubt, give them, just be loving, but interrupt those you can hold people accountable in a loving way. You don't have to lose friendships and ruin relationships by getting people to be accountable. And I have been on a journey lately around learning about gender as a social construct and respecting people's pronouns. And it's been a steep learning curve for me. And I really can empathize with the learning curve people have when they're learning about history and colonialism and racism and oppression. And I make mistakes, and I keep trying, and that's the best advice. And everywhere I interrupt when I know what to listen for now, and I know what to interrupt, and I know how to correct people, and I know how to I'm learning how to be more beloved with everybody. And so that those would be my suggestions, is you start small. And some people might say, no, we don't want you throwing money at us, but yes, we do. Money is helpful for all groups that are doing this work. So if there's a group doing work that you want to support, anti-racism work and justice work or whatever, support them, because they need resources. And don't feel that it's not given enough just because you're giving money. It's good to give money, and good thoughts and into the world always helps too.
Awesome. Thank you. And so I know I had a few questions. Like I said, I was excited. I do want to give you all space for any closing remarks or any closing thoughts that maybe I didn't ask, or anything you want to leave our audience with today as we move into our next session. Is there anything, last thing you want to say that I may have forgotten to ask?
Yeah, what I will say here is that reconciliation and peace for the world is a responsibility for anyone in this world, and everyone have to play and have to take to take their part on it. And it is very, very important that what you learn and how you learn it about the process of reconciliation and forgiveness, it has to be applied in your own community. And you don't have to see your community actually going and descending into violence, and you have learned how to actually the reconciliation process will be, and you keep quiet. So from that moment, I invite people to actually study nonviolence with the King Center. It's an online nonviolence sessions. That's actually if you turn into that learning process, then you learn nonviolence process, and goes and helps into the journey of reconciliation. And when you learn about it, it's very, very beautiful. You can apply it into your own community, which is very, very important.
Awesome. Thank you, Freddy. And Esther, any last words with our audience before we depart?
Oh, last words. Gee, there's so much pressure.
No pressure at all. No pressure. They have so much to go from, so no pressure.
I think that in all of this, it's easy to forget that the whole reason that we're doing this and the whole reason that we're still here is because our ancestors wanted us to feel joy. They wanted us to thrive. They want us to be zestful human beings that we were intended to be. So it's really important, to meet that courage with things that nourish your soul and fill you up and give you joy, and to highlight those things, and to have that balance, because it's hard work. And I don't know if any of you folks are familiar with Indigenous people on Turtle Island, but we're well known for our sense of humor, and we have a good time, and we find the joy and laughter in some of the most painful places. But it's been our salvation for all of these thousands. We've been here for thousands of years, and we've experienced colonialism for a few hundred, and it's helped us survive here. So just for, I want people to remember that, the beloved community is about it's about love and joy, and not, to meet that suffering with more joy. And just to remember that.
Well, thank you both. I just want to say from me, thank you so much for your continued hope and commitment to this work. It gets tiring, and I have a lot of questions personally on how you all sustain yourselves. But I do want to say that I thank you for being with us today and sharing the work that you do, some advice folks have, and I hope that folks have some great takeaways. And so as we wrap up this session, again, all these sessions are meant for folks to leave here with work to do and things to do. So a couple suggestions from us to you from the King Center is to study nonviolence with the King Center. If you go to thekingcenter.org, you'll find not only the principles and the steps, but you'll also see that the King Center is launching a Nonviolence 365 e-learning site. So that is a training session you can do. But you also can join our virtual sessions. I have facilitated sessions on Be Love. I have facilitated sessions on Nonviolence 365. So my team of trainers, as well as the King Center, are hosting virtual events. Also apply the things that you learned in your life. Choose one area and spend some time there. Again, like I said, 6 principles and 6 steps. So maybe choose one principle and focus on that for a day, or meditate on that every day. And like Esther said, every day we wake up, we have to choose and decide what person we want to be today. And some days we'll mess up. Some days we will be bothered, but we must keep this work constant. Also, becoming more informed about one ethnic conflict in the world house. So look beyond yourself and see what area of the world or what issue, or for instance, maybe see if you can join and support Freddy's organization, or support the work that Esther does. And so be sure to research Peacemakers' work. And lastly, commit to supporting true peace, which includes justice, which leads to reconciliation. And so with that being said, I thank you all for allowing me to be your gracious host today, allowing me to hold this space with you. And I ask that we just continue this work, both in the World House, but towards the end, which is the beloved community. Thank you so much. And I'll pass it back over to you.
Nonviolence is the answer to the crucial political and moral questions of our time. The need for man to overcome oppression and violence without resorting to violence and oppression. Man must evolve for all human conflict, a method which rejects revenge, aggression, and retaliation. The foundation of such a method is love.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. changed the world when he demonstrated what could be achieved through nonviolence. Now, you can learn how to live and practice this philosophy yourself through Nonviolence 365 Online, an innovative digital experience developed by the Martin Luther King Jr. Center for Nonviolent Social Change. Nonviolence 365 Online features extensive video interviews with real nonviolence practitioners, including the King Center CEO Dr. Bernice A. King, King Center certified instructors and trainers, and veterans of the civil rights movement. Explorations of the historic campaigns that helped Dr. King forge his philosophy. Immersive, annotated reading experiences that enhance Dr. King's most influential writings on nonviolence. Custom activities, including quizzes and interactive scenarios to help you practice along the way. Real-world exercises to help you start applying nonviolence in your daily life. Nonviolence 365 is a love-centered way of thinking, speaking, engaging, and acting that leads to personal, cultural, and societal transformation. It isn't just a concept for philosophers or political leaders. Nonviolence 365 is a powerful, practical approach to dealing with conflict and dismantling injustice. Whether it's in your personal life, in your school or workplace, your local community, or a national movement. Dr. King, Mrs. Coretta Scott King, and many others sought to create the beloved community, a society built on global cooperation and equity. This wasn't a lofty utopian dream. It's a realistic and achievable goal because each and every one of us has the power to make it happen by committing to nonviolence as a way of life. Take the first step today with Nonviolence 365 online.
At Mars, the world we want tomorrow is one where society is inclusive. Our 130,000 plus associates are valued, respected, and encouraged to be their unique selves. And we're committed to fostering an environment where everyone has an equal opportunity to reach their full potential and be heard. And we're proud to be a sponsor of the King Center Holiday Observance and the work of the King Center, who is helping carry forward the unfinished work of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and inspiring and empowering the next generation of change makers across the U.S. and globally. Mars is committed to holding ourselves accountable to achieve meaningful change, and I look forward to our partnership with the King Center as we continue to honor the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I would also like to extend a very special congratulations to all of the honorees for this year's Beloved Community Awards.
When you think of an airline, you think of the big things. And for the last year, we've all been dealing with the biggest thing yet, a virus we can't even see. So as you return to the world, we're making sure you do so safely. In ways big and small, the world has changed. But our commitment to getting you safely out in it, that never will.
For far too long, systemic inequities have hindered the Black community's ability to build generational wealth.
Advancing Black Pathways was created to address these systemic challenges and strengthen the economic foundation of Black communities. We're focused on doing this through our 4 impact pillars. By investing in Black-owned businesses, we're creating more jobs and opportunities. We also want to help people improve their financial health and increase access to banking in Black communities. Homeownership is also critical, and we're providing tools, resources, and networks to make the dream a reality. We're committed to creating an ecosystem of support to help Black students and professionals thrive in the workplace.
At JP Morgan Chase, we recognize the responsibility we have to break down structural barriers.
This work can't be done alone. We need a collective action to bring about sustainable change because we know that when we all get an equal slice of the pie, we all win.
Best 2 out of 3.
It's one fantastic ride. The turbocharged, tech-inspired new Kia Forte.
So my brothers and my sisters, as we embrace this urgency of creating the beloved community, now is the time to be love. Love means understanding, redemptive goodwill toward all which seeks nothing in return. So be love by implementing the demands of justice to eliminate the school to prison pipeline that has so many black children entrapped. Be love by correcting voting policies that seek to suppress the votes of millions of black and brown people. Be love and implement the demands of justice by transforming a society that is disproportionately violent toward black lives, including black transgendered lives and indigenous lives. Be love and correct false narratives and economic policies that continue to divide and pit poor and working class black and white people against each other. Be love and implement demands of justice where systems and structures are deconstructed and lead the way of living in community that reimagines just, humane, equitable, and sustainable policies, practices, and behaviors. Love your enemies. Bless them that curse you. Do good to them who hate you, and pray for them that despitefully use you and abuse you. Be love and do justice and love mercy and walk humbly with our God.
Love your enemies. Wow, that's a great video. I always enjoy watching that from Dr. Bernice A. King, that messaging around how we can be love in policy, we can be love personally, we can be love relationally. And even those folks who we've looked at and we've determined they're not on our side or in our corner, we even can be love there. And that's harder, right? It's hard. It's easier to love people who are with us and cheering us on. But in this work of creating the beloved community, which we focused on for the past 2 days, this 2-day Beloved Community Global Summit, in this work, in this honorable work, this great work that we're a part of, we get to love people who are sometimes behaving unlovable. And in this panel, in this session, we want to talk about myths and misnomers. We want to dispel some myths and misnomers that hinder the creation of the beloved community, particularly some myths around truth-telling, some myths around Dr. King, some myths around nonviolence. And that's all important as we culminate these 2 days. But don't go anywhere yet, because I want to remind you that after this panel, we have some closing remarks from the CEO of the King Center, Dr. Bernice A. King. So I want you to, no matter where you're watching from, share the broadcast right now and tell people you don't want to miss the last 2 hours, last hour and a half of the Beloved Community Global Summit. Just remind some people, invite them in, put it on your social media platforms, ask people to watch and tune in as we talk about some myths. We talk a little bit about council culture. We talk about critical race theory, some misnomers about Dr. King, and what we're sharing about Dr. King out there. So go ahead and tweet, post, share with people. Say right now, I invite you to tune in. You don't want to miss the culmination of the Beloved Community Global Summit with hashtag the King Center, hashtag shifting priorities. And go ahead too and hashtag MLK Day 2022. And today the King Center will look through those tweets and share some of what you share with us. Share your thoughts as well about what this summit has meant to you, what you've learned, but more than that, what you heard that you say, I can do that. I can be a part of creating the beloved community. And here are some priorities that I want to shift. So joining me for this panel, we have Dr. Loretta Ross. Dr. Loretta Ross is an associate professor rather, at Smith College. She's a public intellectual. I love that when I saw that. I said, not private, public intellectual. Excuse me, a scholar and an activist. Dr. Ross, welcome.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. What wonderful words you just said.
Oh, You're welcome. Thank you for being with us. I'm excited about your work and what you share about calling on people instead of calling them out. We want to get into that a bit more later. We have another panelist joining us, Mr. Kazu Haga, who is the founder of the East Point Peace Academy, a nonviolent scholar and practitioner and trainer. Kazu, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here.
Welcome. Welcome to both of you. I'm excited about this conversation. I don't know if you can tell because I see so many misnomers and myths about a number of topics that hinder us from creating the beloved community. So is there anything you want to share before we dive into that about your work and who you are that would shine light for the audience on why you're a part of this panel today?
Well, I'll start. I've been doing social justice and human rights work for more than 50 years. And I had the honor of working for 5 years with Reverend C.T. Vivian when I did my monitoring of hate groups at the Center for Democratic Renewal. And Reverend Vivian used to tell us all the time that if you ask people to give up hate, then you need to be there for them when they do. And when he first told me that, I didn't want to hear that. I mean, I thought if the Ku Klux Klan was all right hating Black people, I was all right hating them back. I mean, that was how I honestly felt. But it wasn't until I got a chance to know people who had been caught up in the hate movement and see their humanity despite the things that they said or believed that I began to realize that there was a lot of power in Reverend Vivian's admonition to be there for people when they give up hate. You may not be the reason they gave up the hate, but you can be there for them when they do.
Thank you so much. Kazu.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, first, let me just say what an honor it is to share this space with Dr. Ross. I mean, your work is just so important and has been such an inspiration for me in the work that I do. So thank you for everything that you're doing. But yeah, I got my start in this work a little over 20 years ago when I took part in something called the Interfaith Pilgrimage of the Middle Passage, where a group of interfaith people walked from Massachusetts down the coast of New Orleans to retrace the slave route and to talk about the legacy of slavery and to understand how deeply it has impacted and continues to impact the history of the United States. And so from a very young age, I was 17 years old at the time, I really saw the impact of historical harm and that kind of thing doesn't just go away, right? And I became involved in social change work at that time when I was 17, but I didn't know what the word nonviolence meant until about 10 years after that, when I took a training called Kingian Nonviolence Conflict Reconciliation, which is a philosophy on nonviolence based on Dr. King's teachings. And that 2-day workshop just completely changed my life forever. I realized in that moment that I had no idea what the word nonviolence meant and knew nothing about who Dr. King actually was. And so from that moment on, I've considered myself a student, a practitioner of Kingian nonviolence. I've had the privilege and the honor to learn from many of the elders from the movement, particularly Dr. Bernard Lafayette, who worked very closely with Dr. King, and Reverend C.T. Vivian as well. So yeah, it's my honor to be doing this work and to be with you all today.
Thank you so much. Thank you to both of you. I'm excited to talk to you because I believe there are a lot of people who might not know the truth. I just don't assume that people are misusing truth. I think there are some people who don't know the truth. There are some myths and misnomers, particularly, and we'll start with this about Dr. King. As we talk about creating the beloved community, one of the things that people seem to associate with Dr. King is this idea of false or negative peace, where we just want to not have tension. In fact, sometimes people use Dr. King to call for false peace and negative peace. Let's just get along, and then justice will persist. So sometimes today, I'll see on social media the use of his words about him wanting his 4 little children to grow up in a world where they're not judged by the color of their skin, but the content of their character. And there's a use of that quote to negate the need to still eradicate racism and to eradicate poverty and eradicate militarism. So it's this idea that Dr. King was calling for this false peace of a colorblind society instead of us all working together to create this beloved community by way of, as Mrs. Coretta Scott King says, this road of nonviolence. And she did a phenomenal job, Mrs. King did, of pulling together and being the architect of the King legacy, Dr. King's teachings, and compiling them into training that people can now take all over the world, and formulating more content for these 6 principles and 6 steps of nonviolence. But let's talk about that myth that we don't need nonviolence to continue to create the beloved community, because racism is over, a lot of people are saying. And so Dr. King, since he wanted us to just be colorblind, and this is the myth that I'm saying, not the truth, let's talk, Dr. Ross, about that idea that Dr. King would want us to just get along and not still work to eradicate injustice.
Well, I study and teach about the white supremacist movement. And white supremacy is a body of ideas. It's not an identity of people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, whiteness is an identity. White supremacy is an ideology. And anybody can be a white supremacist, just like all white people ain't white supremacists. And so when you study the ideas of white supremacy, you're dealing with people who aren't operating in good faith. They know they're lying when they say the words. They have not gotten over race themselves. As a matter of fact, they use racism and weaponize racism as a way to animate the white supremacy movement, to organize the white supremacy movement. And so we should not be fooled by people who are not operating in good faith, who are hypocritically trying to weaponize our good prophets' words against us, as if we can see through their manipulation, because the reality is they're afraid of the truth. And that's why I think we're going to be so successful. I actually love what we have on our side, because our opponents are fighting time, they're fighting truth, they're fighting evidence, and they're fighting history. Any of those things could defeat them. You know, who would like to be arrayed against time, truth, evidence, and history? Only people who believe in the permanence of white supremacist ideology. And so they're losing, and they're behaving like losers, because the truth is their enemy. You know, evidence is their enemy. And that's why they don't want their children taught the truth. They don't want our society to deal with the truth, because they're up against the truth. And so we can't be fooled by their misuse, not only of our words, but I've heard a lot of them even try to call themselves the new civil rights movement. Well, civil rights was about getting more freedom, not oppressing other people. And so, or getting your equal opportunity to oppress other people. And so we have to use a very skeptical eye to understand that they promote these false interpretations of Dr. King's words because of who they are, not because of what we do, because we fight on the side of truth, justice, time, and history, and they don't. The truth does not work for them. It works for us.
And we know, as Dr. King reminded us, truth crushed to earth will rise again. So we're dealing with, Dr. Ross, as you're saying, and Kazu, an attempt to weaponize Dr. King and his words in order to keep racism, poverty, and militarism in place. And all of these things that are a part of those 3 evils, those triple evils that Dr. King talked about. Can you expound on that more, Kazu? What are your thoughts about that myth about Dr. King wanting us to just have this kind of false peace or negative peace?
Yeah, so I want to actually begin by sharing a story from the 1950s. And I should also name that I'm calling in from Taiwan, where it's 4:30 in the morning. So if my voice is cracking a little bit, it's because half of me is still in bed over here. But
what time is it there?
It's 4:30 a.m.
Oh, bless you.
Yeah,
up early to talk.
Wouldn't miss this. But in the mid-1950s, a woman named Audra Lucy became the first Black student to go to the University of Alabama. And as you can imagine, the first day she was on campus, there was violence. There were riots. The KKK came and burnt a cross on campus. Students threw windows at the university president's home. A mob surrounded the car that Audra was traveling in and climbed up on top of it. And so to respond to all of this violence, the university expelled her. Right? They said that her presence was causing a threat to the security of the school. So in order for us to protect our school, you need to leave. And the day after she was gone, the riots had stopped, right? And the local newspaper ran a headline that said, "Things are quiet in Tuscaloosa today. There is peace on the campus of the University of Alabama," right? There is peace. Because the riots had stopped, there was peace. And in response to that incident, Dr. King gave one of my all-time favorite sermons. I encourage everyone to go read it. You can Google it, it's online. It's called "When Peace Becomes Obnoxious." And it's in that sermon where he really expounded on this idea of negative peace. He said, what happened on the campus the next morning wasn't a real peace, it was a negative peace, which is the absence of tension that comes at the expense of justice. So when we see the movement for Black Lives disrupting traffic, and people say, oh, well, these activists need to learn to be peaceful, that's the way in which our misunderstanding of peace gets used against actors for justice. And it's something that Dr. King was criticized for. He was criticized for disturbing the peace, right? He was arrested 29 times throughout his life, and a bunch of those times he was charged by the United States government for disturbing the peace. That was a criminal charge that was charged against Dr. King. And we have to acknowledge that at least since 1492 on this land, we've never known true peace. Black people in this country collectively have never known true peace. So how can you disturb something that doesn't exist in the first place? When activists work towards a just society, we're not disturbing peace, we're disturbing complacency, and we're disturbing the normalization of violence. And we're disturbing the reality that, I do a lot of work in incarcerated communities here in California. And I used to work in the San Francisco jails. The city of San Francisco, depending on who you ask, community activists or the census, is somewhere between 3 to 5% Black. In the county jails, the population is 50% Black. So how you get a 50% Black population in jail from a 3 to 5% general population, Black population, you either have to believe that Black people are more genetically prone to crime, or you have to begin to see that there are larger socioeconomic systemic factors in place that are causing this discrepancy, right? And so once you begin to see how much the legacy of racism and white supremacy is still alive in these systems, that's what critical race theory is, right? Then we have to disturb that reality. And so the idea of nonviolent activists being charged with disturbing the peace is just based on a misunderstanding of what peace is. What real peace is justice for all people.
Yeah, when peace becomes obnoxious. That's good. I read that speech. I think that describes what we're seeing and what people are conveying about what peace is. Dr. Ross, you mentioned in our pre-conversation when we met with the moderators and panelists, you talked about how Dr. King left us with what we needed to move forward and to work for justice. Let's talk about that for a moment. Why do you believe Dr. King's teachings, when we dispel these myths and misnomers, can help us call on people, create the beloved community, and as you just did so eloquently, speak the truth about why we are where we are?
Well, I take a lot of faith and hope from his last Sunday sermon, March 31st, 1968, when he said that we were in the middle of a triple revolution, a revolution in communications with our ability to talk to each other, a revolution in weaponry with our ability to destroy the earth many times over. But he said the most important revolution is this freedom explosion called human rights that's taking place around the world. And I have to honestly say that when I first heard that sermon many, many years after he gave it, because it was 1968, I was still a kid, I was so angry because everybody told me Dr. King had a dream. Nobody told me he had a plan.
Oh, yes.
We were supposed to be building a human rights movement, joining that freedom explosion to bring human rights to the United States. He didn't only want to fight for civil rights, he wanted to fight for all the 9, 10 categories of human rights, economic rights, and environmental rights, all the human rights. He didn't just want to fight for one category of rights. And so I was angry at how he had been reduced to only fighting against discrimination when he was fighting for justice and human rights. And so I take a lot of faith and comfort in understanding that he was a prophet who laid out for us what we're supposed to be doing. But most of us don't even know that he offered us a plan. We keep looking for that next new shiny penny as if we're going to out king and figuring out what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to bring together the women's rights and the civil rights and the disability rights and the trans rights and the environmental justice. We're supposed to be bringing all those movements together under the banner of human rights so that we work as an undivided force for justice. And that's why I got into my calling in practices, because we spend too much time criticizing and calling each other out for not all thinking the same things the same way, instead of understanding that we're partners for justice and we're individuals and we're supposed to think many different thoughts. Because when many different people think many different thoughts and they move in the same direction, that's a movement. But when many different people think one thought and they move in the same direction, that's a cult.
A cult.
And
Yes.
we are not building a human rights cult. We're doing what Dr. King wanted us to do. We're building a human rights movement with many different nuances, complexities, and sectors, but we're all moving towards justice.
Listen, if you're paying attention right now, if you're tuned into this broadcast, the second day of the Beloved Community Global Summit, you just heard Kazu and Dr. Ross share some powerful points, and they are tweetable. So I want you to go out there wherever you're tuning in, tweet, post. You need to read Dr. King's When Peace Becomes Obnoxious. I want you to tweet that. Tweet or post that. Instagram it, put up a photo with it if you're on Instagram. You really need to read Dr. King's When Peace Becomes Obnoxious. Put When Peace Becomes Obnoxious in quotation marks, and then hashtag shifting priorities, hashtag the King Center. Then I want you to put out there right now, because we need to get everybody listening to this, because there's so much, there's so many misnomers and myths, and for just a clear phrasing of it, lies out there about what Dr. King believed, what he taught, and how his philosophy can be applied today. I want you to tweet, people told me Dr. King had a dream, but no one told me Dr. King had a plan. Or would we phrase it, but no one ever told me Dr. King had a plan. What you just heard from Dr. Ross, I want you to tweet that and attribute it to Dr. Loretta, and she has an initial in her name, and if she's like me, that initial is important.
Okay,
Dr. Loretta J. Ross.
You'll find me.
That's Loretta J. Ross. Hashtag shifting priorities, hashtag the King Center. I just want to invite people into this conversation as we continue to talk about and move now into understanding, Kazu, why do you believe the study and practice of nonviolence? And I want to convey again the importance of what Mrs. Coretta Scott King did and the team that she pulled together did, that less than 3 months after her husband was assassinated, she founded the King Center. She's so much more than a woman who got a holiday for her slain husband. She was an educator, vibrant woman, a world peace advocate who, after he was assassinated, wanted to create what she called a West Point of nonviolence, where people from all over the world could come to this central training center and learn about the philosophy and methodology of Kingian nonviolence, which the King Center now calls Nonviolence 365. And in doing that, what she believed was that Dr. King's teachings, his philosophy, could become a method that's studied by governments, that's studied by intellectuals, that's studied by activists, that's studied by teachers, educators, youth, families, mothers, fathers, in homes. And we could apply it all over the world to create the beloved community. Why, Kazu, do you still practice and do you believe nonviolence is a pathway to the creation? And in answering that, could you help dispel some of the misnomers about nonviolence? Maybe the thought that it's passive, that it's not aggressive, that it doesn't act. Some people say nonviolence doesn't resist. The Dr. King said, it's nonviolent resistance. It resists, it just resists non-violently. Would you share more about that for us?
Yeah, definitely. Within Kingian nonviolence, we actually make a distinction between nonviolence spelt with a hyphen and nonviolence spelt without the hyphen.
That's right.
Right? Because nonviolence, when you put a hyphen into it, it makes it an adjective, and it says something is just not violent, is the absence of violence. And I think the idea that as long as I'm not being violent, then I'm practicing nonviolence is the biggest misunderstanding that exists of the idea of nonviolence. Many years ago, I was taking a nap in my house, and I was woken up by a commotion outside, and I looked out the window, and there was a woman who was getting beat, and she was screaming for help. And so I jumped up out of my bed. I put on my clothes. I was in bed. I put on my clothes. I ran downstairs. I opened up the gate, and I ran across the street, and I broke up this fight. And by the time I got down there, about 15 of my neighbors had heard the commotion, and they had all come outside, and they were just standing around watching this woman get beat, not doing anything to help. And I always make the argument that all of my neighbors who were just standing around were practicing non-hyphen violence, in the sense that they were not being violent, right? Non-violence is not about what not to do. It's about when you see violence and injustice in your community, what are you going to do about it? How are you going to put yourself in the middle of that situation? Like Dr. King, it would have been easy for him as a relatively upper middle class person to say, all this racism is terrible, but I'm living a pretty comfortable life. I'm okay. But he didn't do that, right? He actually put himself in the middle of all of that harm and all of that injustice to try to transform that situation. And that's hard work, right? The Reverend James Lawson, who is one of the godfathers of nonviolence trainings in this country, and the person that Dr. King called on to begin training people in the civil rights movement and nonviolence, says that change doesn't happen spontaneously. It happens systematically through training, through strategizing. And so, the East Point Peace Academy is a play on words of the military academy at West Point, right? They train for war, we train for peace. At least as much as the military trains for war, we have to train for peace. Nonviolence is not this easy thing that you can take a 2-hour workshop and quote unquote understand what it is, no more than you can go to a 2-hour karate seminar and walk away thinking, oh, I understand what karate is. I no longer need to train in it. Right? It's a lifelong practice that we need to continue to invest in. And so I think Dr. King, the Reverend C.T. Vivian, Reverend James Bevel, like all these people showed us the importance of investing in training for nonviolence.
Training. As we consider what's happening now with critical race theory and cancel culture, there's a use of the term cancel culture now, Kazu and Dr. Ross, that causes people to disconnect from the need to be accountable. But Dr. Ross, you talked about, and you mentioned when we talked the other day about calling on people. And you talked for a few minutes, leaning into what Kazu just shared about Dr. King's teachings, about the need to call on people and to be a part of doing this work together.
Well, what I find so wonderful is how much young people have to teach us. And so the whole concept of calling in was created by an 18-year-old whose father had been incarcerated. And as a trans man, decided that we've got to learn, instead of calling each other out, we've got to learn to call each other in. Lone Tran created that wonderful concept. And the concept of calling on was created by another young person, Sonia Renee Taylor, where you call on people to do better, to align their inner goodness with their outer behaviors. And so I've just been fortunate enough for the last 6 or 7 years to start teaching people the techniques of, instead of using anger, blaming, and shaming to hold people accountable, that there's a way to do it through calling in people, using love and respect to create that beloved community, but you can call on people to do better, even if you don't want to invest any time and attention in their growth. You can also call it off if you don't think that you're going to have a productive conversation with people. I want to show people that we have a lot of other options than the immediate disposability of people who we think we've done harm or with whom we disagree. But let's be clear, there's also a cynical manipulation of the concept of the cancel culture by the right wing. They have no problems canceling people as long as they're the only ones with the power to do it. It is when the previous victims start punching back that they started having problems with the cancel culture because they don't want to be accountable for the racist, the homophobic, the transphobic, the xenophobic, the harm, the things that they do to people. So now they want to claim that white men are the ultimate victims of the cancel culture, as if we're attacking them because of their identity and not their ideas. No, I don't care what identity you have. When you have ideas and you promote ideas that violate people's human rights, I am going to call you out. But I'm saying that we overuse that tactic when we call people out who are our allies, who simply have some differences with us, because we are supposed to have differences of opinion. That's what a pluralistic democracy is. But I want to be clear that it doesn't work for every situation. It is not intended to paper over human rights violations, because this is what the human rights movement does. We call out governments, we call out corporations, we call out individuals who violate people's human rights. But there's an intentionality about that. You have to be doing it on purpose for us to come after you. You know, if you're doing it because you just don't know, maybe I may give you the benefit of the doubt and do a check-in to see if you know the harm that you're doing, and maybe help you align your desire to be a good person with ceasing the harm that you may be inadvertently doing. And I'm just saying that we can learn a lot of different strategies that are likely to be more effective, because when you blame and shame people for what you think they've done wrong, all you've done is invite them to a fight, not a conversation. And it's going to take conversations to build that beloved community, not fights.
Thank you for that. Dr. Ross, what you just shared is so aligned with the idea that we can defeat injustice without trying to diminish people. So when you talk about this behavior, it's something Dr. King did. Sometimes when we're talking about nonviolence, people will get the idea that Dr. King never spoke truth about people. But about Goldwater, he spoke truth. About Sessions, Mrs. Coretta Scott King spoke truth. About Bull Connor, Dr. King spoke truth. He had no problem with speaking the truth when people were violating humanity. He just didn't call people names and diminish them and insult them, their personhood. But when it came to this thing called justice and ensuring that people were being treated fairly and justly and equitably, Dr. King would be clear when people were in violation. And that seems to be hard for us to balance today. It seems to be, you know, if you even if you're just saying this needs to be corrected, that could be cancel culture. And as you said, Dr. Ross, sometimes we can clearly see where there are folks who are okay with counseling people, except when it comes to counseling them. And then here's this philosophy of nonviolence, which gives us strategy for how to go after these injustices, speak truth regarding situations, and then discover ways through principles and steps to eradicate it and get to the heart of the matter. As we think about these myths, particularly around critical race theory, which a lot of laws that are being passed are removing books that are just books written by Black people or by women or by brown people or indigenous people, and they're about civil rights. And so there's an erasure of truth under the guise of those books are imparting critical race theory when they're not. What are some ways that through Dr. King's teachings, you believe we can confront this erasure of truth by use of fear-mongering around critical race theory?
Yeah, there's
Kazu,
another.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
No, there's another kind of mentor of mine in the world of nonviolence, Michael Nagler, who says that in a world of falsehood, the truth is inherently confrontational, right? And so I think we need to speak truth and confront the systems that are creating harm and taking away truth from our schools and things like that. And remember that, towards the end of his life, Dr. King was calling for a movement that was, quote, as disruptive and as dislocative as a riot. And he thought that nonviolence could have the same level of power and disruption as a riot could, but to do it nonviolently. Because even as he created these incredibly powerful movements that had the potential to harness that sort of power, that sort of political and economic power, he was still doing it with an eye towards reconciliation on the other end. Right? Because that's what beloved community is. Like both of you have said, it's not about loving the people that you already love, but it's about loving the people on the other side of that conflict. And so I think there's a way to speak truth to power, to hold individuals and systems accountable in a way that still holds them in beloved community. And to really understand that when we're asking for accountability at its best is an act of love. Right? Like we're asking people to be their best because when they're out there causing harm, they're not at their best. That when we as human beings cause harm on another human being, that there's some way in which that damage is a part of our soul, right? There's a famous saying that hurt people. When you're feeling hurt, you hurt other people. But the other side of that is that hurting people hurts. Like you can't cause harm on another human being without it damaging your soul. So in a way, we're actually trying to help those people by calling them into account as well. And like I always think about, what if when we talk about holding people accountable, the key word wasn't even accountable, but it was to hold. Like what does it mean to hold space for people so that they can reflect on the harm that they're causing and so that they can heal from those wounds and that they can be at their best? And I think, that, like you said, the principles and the steps of nonviolence gives us a pathway to do that. How do we harness the power that we need to change laws, to change policy, to change culture, while continuing to hold love in our hearts for all of the individuals that are caught up in these systems?
It's true. Dr. Ross? Thank you, Kazu.
Yes, well, obviously, the opposition to critical race theory is basically a code word for saying we oppose the empowerment of Black people, which is something that has been consistently done by the white supremacist movement since the enslavement. I mean, there was the redemption after the Civil War, dealing with the empowerment of Black people. There's always a backlash to what white people consider the empowerment of Black people, which they read as a loss of power to themselves. And of course, Dr. Carol Anderson at Emory University has written a wonderful book talking about that backlash called White Rage, if I'm not mistaken. And so it is not unexpected that they would behave this way. But let's be clear, just like Hitler tried to ban knowledge, whenever you try to ban knowledge, you attach a cachet to it because it becomes like forbidden fruit that people want to go after. And so I'm really encouraged by how many young white kids are coming to my classes on white supremacy, wanting to access information and knowledge that has been kept from them all their lives. And so they've actually made the forbidden books even more popular.
Made people want to read them, huh?
So why is it that mama doesn't want me to know what she did in the 1950s kind of thing? And so again, they're fighting time, they're fighting history, they're fighting the truth. Unfortunately, a lot of us are going to get harmed and chewed up in the process of them trying to establish this apartheid-like system here in the United States, because they don't have the numbers. They can't even tell the truth to their own followers. They have to lie to their own followers in order to stay in power. And that's a very dangerous and precarious position that they're in. And the only thing they think they have left of them is to dumb down our educational system so that they can increasingly manipulate a low information, ill-educated population so that they can permanently stay in power. But they're demographically doomed. Let's add that too, because they'll never, ever be able to convince enough white women to go back to being, 18 kids and pregnant in order to win a demographic struggle against the plurality that is the United States and the number of people of color worldwide. They just can't win, but they don't want to accept any kind of losing with grace. It kind of reminds me of the resistance of the Africana resistance movement in South Africa until de Klerk said, wait a moment, we will not win with this strategy. We will not survive with this strategy. And I mean, I think that de Klerk was an awful man in many ways because he coddled apartheid too long. But even he saw the writing on the wall. But we don't see anyone on the other side who has that kind of moral stature of a de Klerk, who's calling it off and saying, we can't continue to consider ourselves part of the human race if we continue on this path of dishonesty, truth, and malevolence that we're on. Why do we think that evil is the only pathway we have?
What you're both sharing is making me think about another word, a concept that there are myths around, Kazu and Dr. Ross, and that's reconciliation. This often when we talk about reconciliation, I think people think it's a kumbaya. We all just need to get along. But what we're talking about here reminds us that reconciliation includes truth. Reconciliation includes justice. The path to reconciliation includes repentance. It includes forgiveness that frees up the person. That's what forgiveness does for me, particularly in nonviolence. And it includes some reparations and restoration. And all of these things, when we don't see reconciliation that way, we buy into this myth. And when you talk about a de Klerk, Dr. Ross, you're talking about somebody who people had to negotiate with, and that's one of the steps of nonviolence, the ability to sit down and negotiate. And then you talked about people who essentially don't believe there's a way they can win because they don't believe that our equality or equality for everyone equals something positive for them. So we have this, as Dr. Badalora called it in a session yesterday, this zero-sum game, meaning if you win, then I lose. So all of that we're looking at and we're facing it with Dr. King's teachings. And I want us to talk about for a few minutes before we go into our action steps. How do we correct this myth about what reconciliation is so that more people would be able to hear it? Not everybody, but maybe there's a way we can begin to expound upon it so we can see that it's strategic, that it creates outcomes that are not about let's just live with this injustice, because that's not what reconciliation is. When I hear folks talk about it, I say, oh no, reconciliation can't mean we just gonna live with injustice and say, okay, let's forget about it and move on. How do we deal with that myth around what reconciliation is? Because I believe it's hindering us from creating the beloved community. Dr. Ross?
Well, I think that we can't have reconciliation without truth. Truth precedes reconciliation, and so does justice and accountability. But once you get those three preconditions, then reconciliation is to bring two forces together to arrive at a new understanding of how to be with each other. So it is not about forgetting. It can be about forgiving, because when you forgive people who have harmed you, you've agreed to not let them have free real estate in your heart or your head.
That's right.
Through anger. You're deciding that the harm you've done to me will not determine who I am. And I'm forgiving you because of who I am, not because of who you are. Because there may be a question of whether you deserve forgiveness, but there's never a question of whether I'm strong enough to offer it, kind of thing. And so let's be clear. people want to rush towards forgiveness and reconciliation because they don't want truth and accountability. And that's something that Black people are often rushed to and urged to do prematurely when we have experienced harm, because the people who want us to rush towards reconciliation and forgiveness can't handle the truth of the harm that they've done. And so, like the restorative and transformative justice movements say, you've got to have parties who are willing to recognize that harm has been done, that reparations of that harm needs to take place, that apologies for that harm need to take place, and then you can have a reconciliation conversation about how to prevent such future harms. But you can't rush there without those steps.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that. Kazu?
Yeah, I want to go back to this idea that accountability is an act of love, and knowing that when I cause harm, if I can hold myself accountable to that, that's actually liberating for me as well. Right? So when we talk about like reparations for the Black community in the United States, it's not just to like benefit the Black community, it's also a process of healing and liberation for the white community, to acknowledge the role that they play in the truth, in the history of the country of the United States, right? That they have actually gained benefit from the systematic enslavement and generations of harm from an entire community. And you can't hold a truth that big in your body for long without it seeping out in all of these weird, perverted ways. And so for the white community to acknowledge that and to move towards steps of reconciliation and accountability is actually weight off of their shoulders. It's healing for them also. And so I think we need to remind ourselves that holding ourselves accountable isn't a form of punishment, but it's actually a pathway to healing for the person who caused harm. I work with an elder in the restorative justice movement who once told me that our power lies in our defenselessness. It's at the point where we can say, yes, I did that thing without a sense of defenselessness is when we're at our most powerful. And so to create spaces where people can really own the role that they played in causing harm, I think is incredibly liberatory. And we need to create more and more spaces to do that so that we can move towards reconciliation.
Both of you are sharing such useful information, and I don't want the audience, we don't want it at the King Center, the audience to lose sight of that we can have great conversations. But what Kazu and Dr. Ross are sharing, it's great, applicable information, how to dispel these myths and misnomers in a way that we don't harm ourselves, because it's important for us to be clean, for us to be able to say, hey, in order to drive out injustice, I'm not being unjust. And in order to drive out hate, I can't be hateful, because I would just be replacing the hate that's there with my own hate. And these are all thoughts they're Kingian concepts. And as Dr. Ross said, and she said she learned Dr. King had a dream. Nobody told her he had a plan, and he had a plan. He had a plan, and it was very much connected in and rooted in love, but it was also aggressive and strategic and included principles and steps. And so as we close out this session, which is our last panel before Dr. Bernice A. King comes on with closing remarks, we just want to encourage everyone in our world house, as Dr. King called it, to consider what's been shared in this panel, and to know this was a global, these are misnomers that are across the globe. I can imagine, Dr. Ross and Kazu, in countries everywhere, people are using Dr. King for false peace. that in countries and nations across the globe, people are using a kind of doctrine to get rid of people and cancel people, while at the same time kind of fighting it happening to themselves. There's an imbalance. When there's an imbalance of power, that's what happens. But we want to concentrate as we close out, Dr. Ross and Kazu, on these action steps. We just want to encourage people to read Dr. King. And so we want to offer up for people to read Where Do We Go From Here, Chaos or Community? which was his last book. It includes the World House chapter. He said in that World House chapter, I suggest that the philosophy and strategy of nonviolence become immediately a subject for study, for serious experimentation in every field of human conflict, by no means excluding relations between nations. This may well be mankind's last chance to choose between chaos and community. So we wanted to offer that book. And I wanted to get a book by Dr. King from each of you that you would recommend as we continue to study his teachings and apply them to create the beloved community, which includes dispelling these myths and misnomers that we talked about today. Dr. Ross, what book by Dr. King would you offer up for people to study?
Well, you quoted the one
that's the one.
Our community is kind of like the one that I most referred to. And I have to say, I was gifted that book by one of my mentors, Shulamith Koenig, who was an Israeli American who fought on behalf of the human rights of Israelis and Palestinians. She threw herself into the middle of that struggle. And she's one of the ones who pointed out to me the passages in Chaos Our Community that I didn't pay sufficient attention to when I first read. Because one thing about great literature is that you reread it and you reread it, and every time you do, you learn something new and different from it. And so I wish I had a better book. I could say, well, this one's even better. But no, Chaos Our Community is the key question we have facing our democracy right now.
Doesn't it seem like he was writing it for 2022?
Absolutely. Well, actually, he was writing it for 2016. But
I see. Kazu, is there a book by Dr. King you recommend?
You know, it's amazing how timeless his writings are, which is both inspiring and frustrating that 50 years later we're still talking about these things in a way. But my favorite book is actually Strength to Love, which was his second book, which is actually a collection of his sermons. Lots of great wisdom. But I also had the experience years ago reading all of his books in chronological order, which I'd recommend everyone do, because you can really see the arc of his own growth, because Dr. King was also human and he was also learning and growing as his life went on. And you can really see, his thinking beginning to shift over time. And it's really important to begin to see that arc in his own life too. So definitely recommend you reading as much of his work as possible. Like, I went to public school. The school system taught me nothing about who Dr. King actually was. So definitely go and read as much as you can.
Yes. And we want to encourage, and I'm sure for Kazu and Dr. Ross, this is a seminal work. It's in Dr. King's Why We Can't Wait book, but I want to draw your attention to, in addition to Where Do We Go From Here, Chaos Our Community, and Strength of Love, which is now called Gift of Love, the letter from Birmingham jail. We want everyone to read that, to study that, because in that, Dr. King provides this strategy. And he provides insight into nonviolence, how to respond when people are critiquing you. And he lays out why direct action. He talks about just and unjust laws. He talks about his concern with the church and how it's not standing for justice. And the white moderate he talks about, who's more devoted, dedicated to order than to justice. And all of this is critical for us in creating the beloved community, to understand how to approach the different things that we're seeing in society, and he lays out how to do that. And then we'd also recommend Dr. King's book. It's a compilation of his thoughts on what was going on across the world. It's called In a Single Garment of Destiny. So we encourage you to read that as well. It's In a Single Garment of Destiny, a global vision for justice. This is the Beloved Community Global Summit. And Dr. King had a global vision for justice, not a United States vision, not a Black folks vision. He had a global vision for justice that included the eradication of racism as it impacted Black people in the United States, but also people across the world. The world, Dr. King talked about imperialism, colonialism. He talked about what was happening in South Africa, in Ghana, in Vietnam. Exactly 1 year before he was assassinated, he gave a speech about the war in Vietnam. So we encourage you to read those books and to order them from the King Center. To help support our work, you can go to the kingcenter.org. Then we have, as an action step, we want you to list 3 areas, including internally, where you commit to create the beloved community. And we want studying nonviolence to be one of those areas. And then we want to leave with some action steps from Dr. Ross and from Kazu. What action step would you offer our audience? Something that they can do to shift priorities to create the beloved community.
Well, I find that teaching people calling in techniques is eminently learnable. So instead of reacting in outrage to something that doesn't land well on you, you can simply just tell a person, you know, that's an interesting point of view. Tell me more. Yeah, just use the phrase, tell me more. Or if somebody says something that you don't necessarily agree with, you could just say, I beg your pardon. You know, you don't have to overreact to everything and make people feel attacked or defensive in order to invite them into a conversation. And quite often, with that conversational invitation, they will rethink what they said themselves without you calling them out. I point out to a lot of people how good that I know they are. And so I'll say, well, I know you're a good person. So help me reconcile the good person I know you are with the words or the hatred that just came out of your mouth. Which one of you are you? Help me understand that. And so you haven't called them in or out. You've asked them to decide for themselves how they want to walk differently in the world.
Wow. Decide for themselves. And if we can do that for other people, isn't it true for Dr. Ross that in our self-reflection, since it starts with us, we can say to ourselves, now I know you're a good person. Why did you do that? Why did you say that?
And why did you say that way? And even if someone calls you out, when someone calls me out, you know, the first thing I say is thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And because they have given me time and attention, maybe they pointed out something I didn't notice about myself. But then the very next thing I'm going to say is, thank you for bringing that to my attention. Now, what's going on with you to cause you to come at me that way?
Mm-hmm.
You know, because I care about you as much as I care about myself. So are you having a good day? Are you hangry? You know, let's check, because you can turn a call out into a call in if you do it from your own internal heal place and have love and respect for yourself.
Thank you so much. Kazu, an action step that you want to leave the audience with?
Yeah, you know, the first principle in Kingian nonviolence is that nonviolence is a way of life for courageous people. And it's a way of life because it's not a switch that you turn on when you go to a protest and then you turn it off when you're in the organizing meetings organizing the protest, right? And so to really learn to bring nonviolence home into your own personal life, like Dr. Ross was saying, and I think it really begins with the self. Like, as people who are dedicated to nonviolence, we sometimes like to think that we're good people and we never do anything wrong and cause harm. And the more we can heal from our own childhood wounds and our own intergenerational trauma that we carry, the more space we'll have for other people's ignorance. And one of my mentors once taught me that we have to learn to have compassion for people's ignorance, right? And I think that's one of the best things that we can do to begin to heal the world, is to have enough space in our own hearts to have enough spaciousness for when other people cause harm, to have compassion for that as well.
Thank you so much to both of you for being a part of this culminating panel today. Thank you, Dr. Ross. Thank you, Kazu. I look forward to learning more from you and studying you and engaging you in the future. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you all.
Listen, what a great discussion as we transition to Dr. Bernice A. King and her closing remarks. Just want to remind you, as Kazu and Dr. Ross were talking, I was thinking about the 6th principle of nonviolence: the universe is on the side of justice. We believe that at the King Center. Dr. King will refer to the universe as God, but in this principle, he referred to the universe. He said the universe is on the side of justice, which means nonviolence includes everybody. We all can practice this if we understand that there's a power of force that's on the side of justice. And Dr. King defined justice as love correcting everything that stands against love. So we can shift priorities to do that. So as we move into this next segment, just want to remind you, tweet right now, post right now, hashtag the King Center, hashtag shifting priorities. So grateful for this conversation today.
The Martin Luther King Jr. federal holiday is a day on to educate, advocate, activate. The King holiday extends beyond the one day and beyond the United States to encompass global, comprehensive, strategic work to eradicate the triple evils of poverty, extreme materialism, racism, and militarism to create the beloved community.
As recent events have shown us, we cannot wait. The most pressing issues of our time demand that humanity envision, strategize, and organize toward a more just, humane, equitable, and peaceful society with nonviolence as the pathway to that world.
We encourage people across the globe to use the MLK holiday and the days following as a way to engage in meaningful service, to advance the important work of groups, organizations, and entities that are engaged in initiatives to address systemic issues that have created disparity and perpetuated inequality.
What are we celebrating on MLK Day?
We are really remembering and reflecting upon a gentleman who gave us a means of coexisting together as a humanity. You know, how do we really get along and cooperate with all of these different beliefs and ideologies? That's really what we're commemorating.
President Reagan made Martin Luther King Day official at a Rose Garden ceremony today. Mr. Reagan had expressed early reservations about honoring the slain civil rights leader with a national holiday, but he signed the bill that had passed both the House and Senate by large margin.
In 1994, Congress passed the King Holiday and Service Act.
This celebration of Dr. King will now be a celebration of his vision of community, his vision of service, and his life proves that it will work for all Americans and for our country.
The bill was introduced by Congressman John Lewis and Senator Harris Warford, both of whom worked alongside Dr. King in civil rights activism. Participation in the MLK Day of Service has grown steadily over the past decade, with hundreds of thousands of Americans each year engaging in projects such as tutoring and mentoring children, painting schools and senior centers, delivering meals, building homes, and reflecting on Dr. King's life and teachings.
It's time to put ego and pride and fear and power aside and employ love and justice. My father reminds us that power at its best is love, implementing the demands of justice. And justice at its best is love correcting everything that stands against love.
Community engagement also includes initiatives in the form of peaceful protest, awareness and education projects, and philanthropy efforts to address critical health, education, human service, human rights, and environmental needs. We want this engagement to continue beyond the holiday and for volunteers to commit to having impact in their communities year-round.
So these young people are being prepared differently than I was because they live in a different time. But the most important thing they have to decide is not just to get an education and to be selfish about it, but that they must prepare themselves to give back and to make a difference in the world. We have to create what my husband called the beloved community. If we are to survive, we have to learn how to solve our problems and resolve our conflicts in a nonviolent manner. And so I think it's important for them to realize that they have a personal responsibility.
The MLK Day is a defining moment when many commit to service. We believe it will spark continual volunteerism that is strategic and impactful for the greater good, so we can build resilient, equitable, and sustainable communities worldwide.
Wow. This has been an amazingly powerful and inspiring 2 days with some very wonderful, insightful, and wise individuals. We've been presented with a tapestry of ideas to help us make the necessary shifts in our world so that we can begin the real work of creating the beloved community. It does start with me. It's an inside out approach. As we transform and change, then we show up in a different way in our world than the things perhaps that we have been taught and indoctrinated in these many systems and structures around our world that have kept us divided and at odds with each other and creating plans and laws and ordinances and going through practices and behaviors that really diminish, damage humanity. And so what you heard over the last 2 days is two words that I want to say, because I think it's important to say this. Humanity matters. I want to say that again. Humanity matters. When we talk about shifting priorities, and Daddy speaks about us rapidly becoming a person-centered society rather than a thing-oriented society, one of our panelists raised a question about when you think about people, it could be very sectional. It could be very elitist. It could be the people that, always are the people who are the chosen people to have the opportunities and the access. So when Daddy spoke about that shift, he was really speaking about it in 2 terms. One, that we understood our interrelatedness and interconnectedness, meaning that the value is in all humankind. There's no specific group that is more valuable than any other group, no matter where we reside in this world. Secondly, he was saying to us in that chapter, World House, in the book, Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos of Community, that shifting also means that our loyalties have to transcend being just sectional to becoming ecumenical. And I want to read his quote to you, in fact, not necessarily directly from Where Do We Go From Here, because a lot of times when my father wrote and when he spoke, he would pull together pieces and parts of what he may have said on another occasion and include it in this particular occasion. So he said in 1967, if we are to have peace on earth, our loyalties must become ecumenical rather than sectional. Our loyalties must transcend our race, our tribe, our class, and our nation. And this means we must develop a world perspective. But in Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos of Community, he said we must develop an overriding loyalty to humanity. So when we talk about shifting priorities from being a thing-oriented to a person-oriented society, we're saying shifting priorities towards having an overriding loyalty to what is good for humanity. And that's why we included sessions about technology, because we are on the precipice in this nation and world of dangerously pushing technology so far that it becomes our master and we become its servant, instead of humanity being at the forefront and technology serving for our good and for the good of all humanity. And so I just want to take this moment and allow all of us to just kind of breathe in and breathe out. Why do I say that? I say that because there was a lot that we took in today, a lot for our minds, a lot for our hearts, a lot for our souls, and even a lot for our spirit self. And we didn't do this just because we wanted to fit something into a schedule. We are very serious about the creation of the beloved community, and we know that we can't spout out words, that we have to do the work. And so what we discovered through this conversation is we've got a lot of work to do. It's going to be hard to change your mindset, the way you have seen things and done things, because, you know, we some of us, many of us have been raised to be individualistic, to drive towards selfish accomplishments or self-accomplishments. We're not oriented to really think of the other in this process. Profit has been at the center of our world economy. And so there is a lot of work that we must do. It starts with each one of us. Now, how did we get to this? I want you to know that when we started on this road towards 2022 in observance of the King holiday, we always do a lot of searching, and Bernice said King does a lot of praying and reflecting and meditating for us to create a theme that's not just something we can, you know, highlight and put on our graphics and post out, but something that we can really delve into and really do the work of. And so we really meet to determine the messaging for our King holiday observance. And we put a lot of thought, discussion, debates into it, ensuring that it not only has meaning, but it meets us in the moment that we are in, that it is sort of prophetic in a way, that it is calling us in and calling us up to where we must be as the world continues to progress, so that we are not caught off guard anymore. And so this year's theme, it starts with me shifting priorities to create the beloved community, was intended to be applicable across every social issue. That's why we covered so many different topics, an array of them, and applies to us as individuals, businesses, faith entities, industries. That's why we incorporated conversations around media and entertainment and technology and communities. This King holiday observance expresses our belief that it's critical and necessary for the survival of both humanity and that, yes, our earth, that we shift these priorities for a strategic quest to create a just, humane, equitable, and peaceful world. Each of our sessions over the course of these past 2 days, and I probably said 2 years because honestly, you must go back through all of these sessions because it's going to take us some time to really absorb it, to digest it, to pull the nutrients from it so that it might help us to become more healthy in our interactions, healthy in our policy making, healthy in reconstructing the world that uplifts all of us in humanity with our various backgrounds and cultures and nationalities and religions and genders. And I don't like using the word race, so I'll say our different melanins. And so that's why we covered the gamut of so many topics and tied it into the shifting. We wanted to make sure every conversation talked about not just the problem, how we need to shift, but have some action steps. And so when you go back, you will hear each one of those action steps. I can't go over, all of that, But I will tell you, one of the ones we emphasized at the end with Dr. Vanetta West was, where do we go from here? Chaos of community has been our foundation. It's been our blueprint for this entire 2-day summit. It's been our blueprint for the mission and the vision of the King Center. And I hope that you will seriously pick up that book, read it, listen to it, absorb it, go back to it, read it, listen to, absorb it, go back to it, read it, listen to it, absorb it, and let it become a part of you, because we've got to show up differently in the world. You know, what we've created has come out of how we've shown up in the world. And until we transform, we're not going to be able to see a new world. So that's why it had to start with us. Now, we ran out of time with many of the sessions. I know there was more that we could have discussed, but you have enough now to take this information and do something with it in your personal areas of influence. We all have influence, by the way, not just the leaders who are holding certain positions in certain arenas, but you have influence with people, with family members. You have circles that you can begin to share a lot of this with. And so when we put this summit together, we identified 4 key objectives, to share what it means to be a part of the World House and create the beloved community, to increase awareness of why it's vitally important that we rise to our responsibilities to and for each other to build a global collective focused on creating the beloved community. That's personal responsibility. No more pointing a finger. What are they doing? Why aren't they doing? It's them. No, we are all in this together. To shift, number 3, our thinking from focusing on statistics. I don't know about you, but you know, I may not be able to spout out all the statistics, but we hear them so much. And you know, I've been at a place now where I'm like, I know statistics are important. I'm not diminishing the work of the statisticians and those who gather data. But at some point, as my father said, we got to move beyond the paralysis of analysis, and we got to begin to do the work. So we wanted to shift us from just focusing on statistics that support the existence of these societal problems to starting the process of asking critical questions of how and why did we get to this place? If you don't do anything else, if nothing else hits you from this summit, take those 2 questions. How and why did we get to where we are as a world? Because that's going to open up so many thoughts, so many ideas. It's going to help us to see some really hard truths. And then we're going to be able to see what we need to do individually and collectively to shift. How do we change our mindsets and our behaviors to address the root cause of the problem? We don't want to talk about symptoms anymore. We want to get to the root, and then we want to uproot. And then we want to be able to make sure that we've done the necessary work internally to shift and align with the beloved community. And some of the words that come out and came out of compassion and courage and humility and accountability. Because we don't want to forget that oftentimes we talk about the beloved community, people think it's kind of this like kumbaya community. And if we could just all get along, you know, and all just kind of love each other as if love has no accountability to it. Accountability is so important because there are things that are evil and unjust in our world that are done at the hands of people. And we have to hold people accountable. But it does not mean we have to diminish and destroy and demean those people. We can use our energy to fight against those forces that they are utilizing to do the evil and the unjust things, to have the kind of posture in humility and courage to, as my sister said, call them in, call them up to their better selves, to their better angels is a word that we heard earlier. And then finally, our fourth objective, to educate others on the importance of becoming more person-centered by embracing a radical change in our value systems. And so there was so much to unpack today and so many threads that resonated throughout the entire summit. And we have to realize that there should not be more of an us and them dynamic. We are humanity. We are family. That's why I don't like the word ally for me. I'm just saying. Because when I hear ally, I hear, how can you help me with my problem? No, I think it was said earlier, how do we get close enough and connected, not just in proximity, but how do we get close enough and connected in a way that your story becomes our story? In other words, whatever people are being faced with, wherever there's oppression and wherever there's repression, wherever there's exploitation, wherever there's injustice, where there's violence, that's not a problem that they have. That's a problem that we have in humanity. And we have to connect with each other and fight against those forces and those things that seek to tear us apart as a human family. And so no more dichotomy. No more dichotomy. We all have internal healing that needs to take place. No one is exempt. There's no righteous person in this world that is in a more perfect place than anyone else. We are all a work in progress. And so we need to heal ourselves to address wounds from the past so that we can prevent wounds in the future. My personal freedom is not truly free until our entire community is free, till our entire world is free. One of the most important themes that resonate throughout the summit aligns directly with my father's prophetic words. And I want us to hear these words. Through our scientific and technological genius, because we've been genius in our creations, we've made of this world a neighborhood, and yet we have not had the ethical commitment to make of it a brotherhood. And that brotherhood, for everyone else, that means a humanity, a brother and sisterhood, a family. But somehow, he went on to say, and in some way, we have got to do this. It's dire, you all. We must all learn to live together as brothers and sisters, or together we will all perish as fools. We are tied in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied, in a single garment of destiny. What affects one directly affects all indirectly. And for some strange reason, because God has it so, the universe has it so. I can never be what I ought to be, Bernice, until you are what you ought to be. And you, all over this world, can never be all that you ought to be and were created to be until I, Bernice, am all that I ought to be. Nearly every panelist, moderator shared with us the need for us to organize, as my father said, our nettlesome task to organize our strength into compelling power so that we don't continue to operate in these silos. Because what affects one directly affects all indirectly. We need to interconnect and coordinate as we work together to rid our society of what my father called the triple evils of poverty, racism, and militarism. We must begin to engage in deeper conversations and do it in a curious way, not in a confrontational way. Ask the question, tell me more. Help me to understand. Or where is this coming from? What's really going on? Talk to me. We're always defensive. But we can't change any of this until we lay down our defenses. So nonviolence gives us the power and the humility and the courage to approach every situation out of curiosity, not letting go of your principles, not letting go even of your desire to want to win. You just don't want to win over somebody. You want us to win together. And so it is important that we understand that these 2 days have been about each one of us doing the critical work and asking critical questions, because we've got to reshape our thinking so that we can do what Einstein challenged us to do. He said we can't solve problems on the same level of thinking as we created them. So we got to change the thinking if we're going to deal with the inequities, because we created them out of our frailness. You know, we were all born into whatever systems we came into. We were all born into them. We found these systems here already. Those people were born into the system they already found here already. And the people before them, same thing, born into systems they already found. And then we were developed as a result and in those systems. But now we're in a generation where we're saying pause, pandemic, recalibrate, shift, readjust. So that means we got to look at where we came from. That's why you can't do away with the history, because we'll just repeat all of this. We can't repeat that. We'll create it, and as we've done, we'll create it in the technologies that we're creating. And then we're in trouble, because once the artificial takes over, we will lose the authentic. We can't do that. So we must engage in these deep conversations. We must begin to learn to talk about white supremacy on a global level, the ongoing systemic issues associated with racism, the impact that our history has on us today. We must begin to stop dehumanizing our brothers and sisters. It's time to humanize every person on the face of this earth. If I could only see the human in you as a human. One of the most powerful things that I heard in one of the Planet of the Apes movie, it may not mean anything to you, but it meant a lot to me. Caesar said, apes don't kill apes. That hit me in my core, because it talked about a value for each other, that we won't destroy each other. Imagine if humans decided we're not going to kill humans, not just physically, not just in these geopolitical conflicts, but we're not going to do it with our tongues even. We're not going to do it. We're not going to murder people in our thoughts even. So where do we go from here? As my father's last book is entitled, the King Center is committed to continuing these courageous conversations through our beloved community talks and other platforms, and amplifying the importance of building coalitions in coordination, because we do a good job of building coalitions. We do not, I hate to say it, y'all, we do not coordinate our efforts very well. You know, we're running from pillar to post. Everybody got their own drum major instinct and want to be the first, you know, want to be the most recognized. And this is not, it starts with us, but it ain't about us. It's about connecting, coordinating, and doing the work from that perspective, organizing those strengths that we have into a compelling power so that we can begin to dismantle and disrupt the social issues that continue to plague our nation, our world, and our humanity as we create the beloved community. So we're going to continue to emphasize this theme throughout the King Center's educational initiatives, including Students with King, Beloved Community Talks, and identify other opportunities for us to begin to come together to share our resources and expertise. And the King Holiday observance will continue this evening with the Beloved Community Global Youth Summit, which immediately follows this session. That will be followed by our partners at the Carter Center sharing a conversation on social justice and the arts. And there's so much more on tomorrow morning. Join me in a book reading and the Center for Puppetry Arts here in Atlanta. I'm trying to hold it up right. The book is It Starts With Me. It's co-authored by me and Dr. Kimberly P. Johnson. It's a Be Loved book, teaching children how to be loved, how to open their hearts and their minds and their thoughts to allow love to drive their words and their actions and their thoughts, and through love, teaching the world through children that we can create the beloved community. So join us, register at thekingcenter.org for tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock for this book reading for children. And you can order it at thekingcenter.org. You can order this book at thekingcenter.org. It's a King Center book that I have co-authored with Dr. Kimberly Johnson. And again, register for that tomorrow morning. Then we have our Beloved Community Awards tomorrow evening. Please tune in at 7:30 p.m. You can tune in at the Facebook, at YouTube. We have some extraordinary individuals, corporations, organizations that we are recognizing for the work they're doing to help create the beloved community. And then on Monday, the King Holiday. Join us at 10 a.m. Fox 5 Atlanta, on our Facebook page at the King Center, on our YouTube page at the King Center. We'll be streaming all over the world. For our commemorative service, Bishop Michael Curry, who preached at Meghan and Harry's wedding, is going to be delivering the message. I'm going to do the call to commemorative. That service is at 10 a.m. There'll be music and tributes and greetings. Our Vice President will be streaming in with a message for us as well at that service. And then we have community projects that we're doing. We're collecting items for the homeless, our unsheltered brothers and sisters at the King Center, 449 Auburn Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia. If you want to bring some blankets and some socks, you can go to the King Center and find out what other items we are collecting and necessities for our unsheltered and those without an address, our homeless population. That will be from 11 to 3 p.m. on Monday, the 17th, the King Holiday. And we're doing voter education and voter registration. We know that this is a critical issue to our democracy, not just here in the United States of America, but voting is critical all over the world. And we're fighting to make sure that right is protected here in our nation. So that will be from 11 to 3 p.m. And finally, I know you're saying, wrap it up, Bernice. Finally, I'm excited about what we are launching on the King Holiday. Our online Nonviolence 365 e-learning platform. This is an opportunity for you to begin your journey and your pilgrimage to nonviolence. What we have been teaching in person and my mother at the King Center through the years, people call it Kingian nonviolence. We at the King Center call it Nonviolence 365 because my father taught it as a lifestyle. And in 1964, when he accepted his Nobel Peace Prize, he said in his lecture, I suggest immediately that the philosophy and strategy, he said, I suggest that the philosophy and strategy of nonviolence immediately become a subject of study and serious experimentation in every field of human conflict, by no means excluding nations. A subject of study. We are able to now begin the process of fulfilling that dream with this Nonviolence 365 online e-learning experience, 16 hours of content where you can begin to lay your foundation to understanding how Dr. King developed his nonviolent philosophy. It didn't just start in school, it started from his childhood. And then he learned some things. What nonviolence is, what violence is, what are the myths around nonviolence? Unpack the principles and the steps of nonviolence and have exercises along the way. Understand the context that nonviolence was used in different campaigns during the movement, and then how you can apply it in everyday scenarios. You will be given those scenarios so you can work this through your system and you can see, that's the wrong answer. I got to go back, recalibrate, rethink what the principles and steps were and may have to choose something else. So this is going to be a wonderful learning experience. Only $199. And you will be able to go at your own pace. But we will still be doing in-person virtual trainings as well for organizations and entities. But please, I'm encouraging everybody and everybody on the sound of my breath, please take this opportunity to go through it. We need more nonviolent practitioners and leaders in our world. That is the only pathway to the beloved community, because as mom and dad said, nonviolence is the pathway to the beloved community. Aftermath, in fact, of nonviolence is the beloved community. So the nonviolence is very essential. And so as I close finally, I told y'all I'm a preacher. Preachers will close 3 times. I'm a Baptist preacher. We close 3 times, but this is my real closing. I want to thank every one of you who've been listening, learning, and been on this journey with us the past 2 days. Thank you for taking this in even days after this, because I recognize some people couldn't log on when we did this in real time, and now you're looking at it. Thank you for connecting with us in this important work as we shift to create the beloved community. But this was all made possible because of a host of individuals. First, I want to thank our production team for the extraordinary work that they did. I want to thank especially Dr. Vanetta West. You saw that she moderated several panels, but she also behind the scenes worked very diligently and very hard with Rosalind McGinnis, pulling all of this together, all of the pieces, all of the panelists, all of the thoughts, behind this. And so thank you so much, Dr. Vanetta West and Rosalind McGinnis. And then I want to thank the team that worked behind this summit at the King Center. They've done so much hard work this year. We've had to make some difficult pivots at the last minute. And Lord have mercy, we have a lot of conflict when we're pulling this stuff together. But nonviolence puts us back in gear, and we keep moving forward, and then we assess. We're very honest about this. Where do we violate our own nonviolence, our information gathering, our education, our own personal commitment, our making sure that we spoke against the issue and not the person? We do that kind of work, and we will continue to do it because we do not want to be hypocrites in this work. And so I want to thank my entire King Center team for their flexibility. And again, thank each of you for joining us for these past 2 days. It starts with me shifting priorities to create the beloved community. And as my dad said, we're on a learning curve. Together we must learn to live together as brothers and sisters, or together we'll be forced to perish as fools. So let's keep learning, let's keep growing, and let's do the work of recreating the world that I think we all want to live in, a just, humane, equitable, and peaceful world, the beloved community. God bless each and every one of you. I pray that you continue to stay safe. I pray that you continue to stay healthy. And I pray for comprehensive abundance in your life. Have a good afternoon, evening, or morning, wherever you are in this world that we live in, the World House.
Nonviolence is the answer to the crucial political and moral questions of our time. The need for man to overcome oppression and violence without resorting to violence and oppression. Man must evolve for all human conflict a method which rejects revenge, aggression, and retaliation. The foundation of such a method is love.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. changed the world when he demonstrated what could be achieved through nonviolence. Now, you can learn how to live and practice this philosophy yourself through Nonviolence 365 online an innovative digital experience developed by the Martin Luther King Jr. Center for Nonviolent Social Change. Nonviolence 365 Online features extensive video interviews with real nonviolence practitioners, including the King Center CEO Dr. Bernice A. King, King Center certified instructors and trainers, and veterans of the civil rights movement. Explorations of the historic campaigns that helped Dr. King forge his philosophy. Immersive, annotated reading experiences that enhance Dr. King's most influential writings on nonviolence. Custom activities, including quizzes and interactive scenarios to help you practice along the way. Real-world exercises to help you start applying nonviolence in your daily life. Nonviolence 365 is a love-centered way of thinking, speaking, engaging, and acting that leads to personal, cultural, and societal transformation. It isn't just a concept for philosophers or political leaders. Nonviolence 365 is a powerful, practical approach to dealing with conflict and dismantling injustice. Whether it's in your personal life, in your school or workplace, your local community, or a national movement. Dr. King, Mrs. Coretta Scott King, and many others sought to create the beloved community, a society built on global cooperation and equity. This wasn't a lofty utopian dream. It's a realistic and achievable goal because each and every one of us has the power to make it happen by committing to nonviolence as a way of life. Take the first step today with Nonviolence 365 Online.